Faz Zoom. Well, good morning. Good morning. How is everyone doing? Wait a second. What is happening here? Uh, good morning, everyone. We had some camera issues, but we are very, very happy to welcome you to the Remote Freedom Lab 2026. And I'm very excited because the last time we've done this, we had incredible feedback and we changed so many lives. People that started working remotely inspired by this community. So I'm really, really excited to do this again, to have another incredible set of speakers and to actually be able to change your life. You that signed up, that are watching this all around the world. I am today in Roatan in the Caribbean. All our team is spread around the world for Spain, Portugal, and so many other places. So it's really, really cool to actually be able to spread the word of remote work to the world. Okay, today we have a really interesting day. We have everything from stories from people that transition in very interesting careers, all the way to how to start this career, how to go freelance, how to become an entrepreneur, which for me is the path I chose right now. But I think that we really need to step up our game and prepare to live a life of freedom. So if you agree, write down in the comments somewhere. We are posting this in several channels at the same time, and we're making sure that we are spreading the word all across the world. If my team is around, if they can put the agenda up so I can tell you everything about what's happening, I love this. This is a team. So we will start right now, 12 in Portugal and London, or in my case, I am in Rotterdam, so I can tell it's 5 a.m. Very happy to wake up early with all of you guys. Talking about the real shift with Andrea Castro. Andrea is an incredible human, but most importantly, she did the shift from the most traditional job you can imagine all the way to working remotely as an entrepreneur. It's an incredible story. After that, we have Gonzalo Hall. I heard about him before. The three paths to remote freedom. I'll tell you everything about all these paths that you can take to actually embrace the freedom to start working remotely and to go all in into this lifestyle. After that, we have Daniel Duma, the AI powered entrepreneurship, speaking all about entrepreneurship. This guy is building apps every day and using AI at the full spectrum of all the apps from cloud code to everything that you can imagine. Every time I speak with him, he is the one sharing the news. He has new projects, new ideas, and I'm very excited that we can welcome Daniel to our conference. Right after that, we have Miss Hannah Dixon, the queen of virtual assistants, someone that helped thousands and thousands of people to embrace a freelancing lifestyle. She leads the biggest virtual assistant academy in the world, and she's one of the rock stars that we will hear today. More about the freelancing, but also how to do it properly. Right after that, Misha, Jose, and Luca, Rose and Luca, sorry, Rose and Luca will speak about pe- how to make the leap. It's very nice to see the theory, but for me, the stories are always the most important. The stories are the ones that inspire us to change and to be better and and to go through this path. And then how to land a remote job in 90 days. I know this is probably one of the most difficult things that people try to do, go from the traditional job search all the way to a remote job search. The remote jobs are so much more competitive. We literally have 10 times more applicants in any remote position than in an in office one. So, how can you stand out from the crew? How can you make sure that your name, your CV, your experience is visible to give you the best shot into landing a remote job? Right after that, we have Back Power, another superstar building in public content that gets you hired. We live right now in the world of personal branding, and Back Power makes sure that everything she builds, and she builds a lot, she does it in public to make sure that the maximum number of eyes can see it, So she gets buyers, or she gets the job seeker, the job companies always looking for her. She became a name in this space exactly by building in public, by showing up every day on social media, and by creating content that matters for everyone, which is very, very interesting. I believe in personal brand. If you follow me on LinkedIn, I post every single day on LinkedIn. Almost everybody that has a career that changes right now needs to create a personal brand, because in the world of AI, where anyone can create a CV on Claude in 10 seconds, what really will matter is who are you, what do you stand up for, and your personal brand is actually the best thing you have to have that. Then we have the superstars, Ligia and Andy Milhazes, remote work for good. How can we actually do it properly, do it sustainably, but also make sure that we have a positive impact in the world? There is several layers for the impact of remote work. For me personally, it's a lot about living wherever I want with my family. That's why I am right now living in the Caribbean with my family, with my 3-year-old. But there is so much more that we can do. And honestly, Lydia and Anna project is all about positive impact, and they see the positive force that remote work is for the world. And we end again with this guy, Gonzalo Hall, making sure that you don't leave this place without an action plan. So we'll have 4 hours of content, top leaders in this space, and we will end with a positive action plan to actually make sure that you leave today, not just with an idea, not just inspired, but with an actual plan to land whatever career path you want to do in the future. I hope you guys are inspired. I am very excited for the next 4 hours. I have my coffee ready. I'm really, really excited to make sure that we will make a positive impact with this conference. And so we will start with the first speaker. I'll ask my team to put on stage Miss Andrea Castro. Good morning, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you, Gonçalo?
I cannot hear you yet. Give me a second.
Me now?
I can hear you again. Now it's perfect. Hello, good morning. How are you doing? Yes, I told to the audience that you have the most interesting career in the world for remote work. You are not programming, as far as I know, and you also are not a marketeer, not a designer. You are a content creator, but that's not your main profession. What's your main profession?
I think I'll save it for the presentation because I think it will be really surprising. But if
Okay.
people actually saw
Yes.
the pictures from the people speaking here today, they could notice something that already undisclosure what my actual job is. So I think
Amazing, Andrea.
if they haven't already.
I, I love it. The stage is all yours. I'll
Is
leave
it?
in and I'll be back for the
Okay.
Q&A.
Okay,
Everything
so
is yours. If you need any help, I'll be here.
let me start by sharing this. And just give me a note if you are able. Are you? You are. Okay, guys, I think everyone can see this now. So thanks a lot for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here with such amazing people that I'm very fortunate to know in real life. And I hope to leave you guys with more than a story, but a lot of inspiration and a lot of things to also think about, at least during the weekend, okay? So my name is Andrea Castro, and before starting, I would actually like to start with a disclaimer, which is I've always been a nerd. So ever since I was very, very young, I've always been a huge reader. I read a lot since I was a little kid, and I was one of probably the first people to have internet at home in the early days. So my parents would let me use the internet for only 2 hours every single weekend because it was so super expensive back in 1997, something like that, or early before. And I had this really lucky opportunity to actually know the internet in the very early days and to start experiencing it while I was very, very young. Besides that, as someone that was a kid, I learned a lot through internet, and I love to be online and to search on galleries and pictures. And I was also a very big fan of Japanese anime, mostly Sailor Moon. So joining the internet and everything that was coming from Japan and other countries, I started gathering pictures, making my own gallery. So this means that I started to use the internet for my own benefit by creating a website and joining all these things. A little bit later, I ended up having a travel blog. It was my first blog when I was nearly 17, 18, and things just kept heading up. So all of this that happened during these days is that I was gathering a lot of skills. And also, another disclaimer is that I've always traveled a lot, and I've always been very, very lucky in this, because by the age of 8 years old, I've already known most of the European countries. Then when I was a little older, at 13, I had the opportunity of joining an experience in Japan, a students' exchange program that took me to Japan for 2 weeks. And slightly after it, I started traveling with my parents to more far places like Central America or even Asia. By the age of 21, I was already in college, and I ended up going to France, and I stayed around 9 months in Paris. So I was an Erasmus student as well. And that would be probably one of the first moments that I really got to open up a lot about how I was thinking about life and all of my ideas. So I spent a year in Paris, and later on, when I was already having my college degree, I ended up in London as well, where I stayed for a month and studied for a month. Closer, I mean, later in life, basically in the recent years, I also had the opportunity to finish a third post-graduation. So I'm already on my third one, and I finished it in Miami. So basically, while before I was collecting a lot of skills, mostly skills that were related with being on the internet, blogging, writing content, at the other side, I was gathering experiences in my lifetime. And I can say that my two shifting moments were these ones. On the left side, you can see a picture that I got on one of my travels. And I saw this image, and I took a picture of it because it touched me so deeply. And it said, "When I grow up, I want to be a tourist." This was probably 10 to 15 years ago, and I had really no idea what that meant. I mean, how can it be like being a tourist when I grow up? But for some reason, it just stuck. It got really stuck back in my mind and in my heart. So I took the picture and I saved it. And then the other shifting moment was actually something that I read from Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs died, as you all know, by the age of 56. Due to pancreatic cancer. And this is a very funny story because I end up reading all the texts that he left shortly before dying at a Valentine's Day. So everyone was spending their Valentine's Day, and I was alone at home. I didn't have anyone in my life at that time. And I came up to the text that he wrote shortly before dying. And one of the things that he wrote there is, "Now I understand that once you accumulate enough money for the rest of your life, you have to pursue the objectives that are not related to wealth. It should be something more important. For example, stories of love, art, dreams of my childhood." And yeah, I was in a part of my life that I already had a house, I had a car, I was very, very stable at my job. And I started thinking that this is going to be my life. I'm going to be working until I'm 60 years old. I'm going to have a 9-to-5 job. And I have so many dreams, so many things that I want to do, and I will not have time to do those. And I also got the realization that the amount of time that we have on Earth between the place where we are single and healthy and alone, and then to the time where we have a family, we have our kids to take care of, then our parents get sick and we need to take care of them. I mean, there's such a small amount of time. We're talking about 5 to 10 years. And I realized I'm stuck in here on this job, and I will not have the time to do what I want, which was traveling and seeing the world. And so basically, I was confronted with this realization that I either would stay stuck on my job, and I'm a medical doctor. So that's the thing. I'm a medical doctor. I had invested so many years of my life into getting into the college, doing college itself, which is not easy, the medical college, and then all the post-specialization. I'm a family medicine doctor, and I've invested so many years of my life into studying. But at the same time, I've always wanted to travel, and I've traveled since I was so young that this was very into my own personality. And the problem with realizations is that they do have consequences, especially when we start thinking very directly in how much time we have to live. And so, yeah, I quitted my job. I ended up quitting in 2017, but I didn't quit medicine 100%. So yeah, I quit it and I was just like, what the fuck? What am I going to do now? But I wasn't really concerned about it because finally I had the opportunity to stop and to think about my life for a while and to just live. So I was not really concerned about what I was going to do next or where would the money come from. I was stable at the time. I had my savings. So I just decided, okay, let's see what life brings. And actually, life started happening for me and not to me. And that's so very different from everything else that always happened to me until 2017, 2018, which is when the shift happened in my life. So yeah, life started happening for me. And basically, what does this mean? Well, professionally, I will give you 5 examples of this. I started to have time to write more on my blog and to posting more on social media. So this means that I had more time to get more of those skills that I talked to you early on, but now in a more focused way. So I started to writing more, to take pictures, to learn about SEO, to learn about web designing, to learn about how to be online and to create content. Also, I joined SafetyWing, and I think most of you guys know SafetyWing. SafetyWing is a company for nomad travelers, for nomad people, digital nomads, and it's an insurance company. And I started as a freelancer, and I basically got up until the strategy team, and I became head of operations of my own project. And I've stayed with SafetyWing. It was one of the best experiences in my life as a professional, to work in such a big company, a global remote company. It's not even physical, it's remote company. And I've stayed there for nearly 5 years. Besides that, I worked at a cruise ship at the Caribbean for 3 months. That's after studying in Miami. I actually ended up joining a cruise ship at the Barbados, and I spent 3 months traveling on board as a medical doctor. I also started my online travel medicine clinic, which is what I do nowadays. So I didn't quit medicine for sure, and my travel medicine clinic has been awarded the best travel medicine clinic in Portugal last year. And we already have at this point 10 doctors and nearly 20,000 clients altogether. And I also became a keynote speaker because I love to give this kind of presentation so much, and I love to inspire people with my own experience rather than just giving you technical or theoretical ideas. So this is very, very real. It happened to me. And yeah, I started working from very different places like Mozambique, like French Polynesia or Turkey, because finally I was 100% remote. I never came back to a medical cabinet, so to say, okay? And personally, my life changed a lot as well. I started taking care of my well-being meaning my mental health, my physical health, my social health, and also my financial status, which is a very important part of well-being, the financial stability. I also met someone very aligned with me. The only single problem is that he has traveled a lot more than I did. And so nowadays our discussions are if we're going to some place where I've never been or to some place where he has been already. So yeah, I actually ended up meeting someone that is not a remote doctor, He has a regular job, but it works. And I got to travel whenever I want to, as you will see ahead. Also very important for me on my personal life is that I ended up to have the time to stay by my grandfather on his last moments before dying. So I was able to be every single day at the hospital for hours and not being worried about my job. So basically this all meant that the remote freedom for me meant my time, my choices, and my priorities. And by having time, we also have the clarity to think about life and to give back. And I always like to bring this example because I think this is probably one of the most important things that I did in my life, and also one of the things that bring more meaning to what is our time here on Earth. So basically by the year of 2020, so 6 years ago, there was a huge explosion in Beirut, in Lebanon. And the explosion basically destroyed a very, very big part of the city. And I grabbed my old backpack, the one you've seen earlier on, but a smaller version of it. And I gathered my old backpack with 13 kilograms of medical supplies, and I went all by myself, just with the clothes I had on and that bag with some stuff. And I started a donation process through social media. So people would be donating me money, I would be sending emails, asking for donations, and I was only concerned into getting two kinds of things. I wanted medication, I mean pills like paracetamol, antibiotics, stuff like that. So I wanted medication, and I wanted medical material, like things that you have at the hospitals you're not needing, like needles, all sorts of things that I could gather and I could send it to them. Because by the time the explosion happened, all the hospitals shut down. They had so many injured people that they ran out of supplies. And so in the space of 6 weeks, before the first time I went to Lebanon until the last time, I was able to gather 3,500 kilograms of medication and medical material, which reflected more than 250,100. Is that like how we say that? I always get confused, but it's written down 250,000, something like that, is the total amount in euros that these 3,500 kilograms represent. And plus that, I was able to also get 16,000 euros in cash that I was able to buy more stuff and donate. I mean, we were able to do so many things. I had so much material. I mean, this image in here is just a small amount of everything that we gathered together. And I actually got a phone call saying, Andrea, we have an airplane. We are going to Lebanon. We are a private company. Do you want to put your donations on our flight? And this was a high-fly private charter company. And I said, yeah, let's go. So 6 weeks after the explosion, here I am at the airport in Lisbon with an airplane to take all the donations. So this is one of the things that freedom and being remote allowed me to do. I had the time, I had the connects, I had the opportunity. Also, I, of course, kept traveling. So nowadays I can say that I've been on more than 90 countries. It's all set up in green, as you can see, and I still have a lot of places I want to go. Most of them are picked up in red, but I can say that I've been in the whole world basically nowadays, and I've worked from a little from everywhere. Also, this opened up more opportunities. I started to be more in several events, either in Portugal and on the outside. I started to be a regular presence in the press, like media, TV, radio, online, etc. And I started working with a lot of different brands related with content creation, traveling, safety, healthcare. And before we finish, I would, as a doctor, ask you if you are aware what are the top 5 regrets of the dying. So the top 5 regrets of the dying is a collection of things that a nurse collected after spending some time with people that were about to die, and she would ask them, what do you regret more in life? And basically she came to the realization, she concluded that most of the people actually said the same 5 things. And the 5 things that people say when they are about to die is, I wish I had the courage to live the life true to myself and not the life the others expected of me. I wish I hadn't worked so hard. I wish I had the courage to express my feelings. I wish I had the time to stay in touch with my friends. And I wish that I had let myself be happier. Because we regret the things we don't do more than the things we do. And this is a quote by Mark Twain, but it's so very true to me. We always regret what we don't do. And so we are told altogether that we need to be very successful in life. And what I'd like to tell you is live. I'm very fortunate that I live a life that gathered me the success that I wanted, and I do it all together. But by living, this is actually the best achievement in the world. And if you end up to be as lucky as me and to collect what you love and being successful around it, I would say you will be the happiest person that could ever be. And I hope this inspires you to move forward with what you want to do. That's it, guys.
I am inspired. It worked. I have 2 things to tell you. The first one is, I saw that on your map, there is still an empty space in Central America, especially with something around Honduras, Guatemala. I'm not biased because I'm here in Roatan, which is part of Honduras, but I think it may be time to close that gap on your map. I'm just saying.
I need to go to Honduras, Panama, and Costa Rica. Those 3 are lacking on me.
I love it. Also, another thing I noticed is the power of vision. When you shared, when I grew up, I wanted to be a tourist. I remember when I was like 12 or even younger, I told this in a presentation. I actually said to my family, I want to be a business owner, but I want to work in flip-flops every day. I don't want to say anything, but
some people call it manifestation. I don't know if it's manifestation or not, but I have several things in my life that I could actually ended up happening, and I was not expecting it, to be honest.
It's usually delayed. It's not like, I don't think it works for tomorrow. I really see it works for, like, I always wanted to work in the Caribbean, and now I work in the Caribbean. I always wanted to be a digital nomad. It took 5 years since the day I wanted to be a digital nomad to become a digital nomad, and now I'm a digital nomad. So everything that I want usually happens because I want it very much. Yet it's not tomorrow. It takes its time. It takes its course in time. Okay, we have some questions here. The first one is freelancer. So I saw your path, and it was really cool because you went from a doctor, of course, but then when you went remote, you went first freelancer. Then you kind of had a remote job with SafetyLink, and then you said, "This is great, but I want to become an entrepreneur." All these changes are very, very hard because you are always leaving something you get good at to give another step and to face the uncomfort of starting again in many, many ways. Of course, with your luggage, how was the transition between these different phases? Was it peaceful? Was there fear? How did you embrace that?
Well, all of this happened in the last 10 years because we are in 2026. And when I started by actually traveling alone, it was in 2018. So I quitted my job at the National Healthcare Center in 2017. I did some volunteer work on that year in São Tomé. And then in January, I picked my backpack and I spent 6 months traveling. I wanted to go to Central and South America. I ended up in Hawaii. This is another different story. But I ended up living 2 months in Hawaii out of a mistake because I bought a wrong flight. And from Hawaii, I then moved to South America. And those first moments, the hardest part was for me to actually realize that I needed to stop what I was doing. And I needed to assume that I needed to take, I wouldn't say a whole different path at the time, but for me, emotionally speaking, it was really, really important at that moment to stop and to get some clarity on what I wanted. And those 6 months actually gave me the clarity of, okay, life can be different from what I knew early on. And when I came back to Portugal, I started working on the emergency room as well. Again, I have like 10 years of experience in emergency room. And I started doing some shifts, but I was like, I still want to try something else again. And then I joined the cruise ship. So I did a post-graduation and I subscribed, and in 1 month I was already on board working at the Caribbean again. So I spent more 3 months working remotely. I wasn't having such a great experience, to be honest. And then I came back in 2019. Shortly after I came back, the pandemic came.
Oh, we heard, yeah. I have a question about that as well.
I already had my post-graduation in travel medicine. I already had my own travel blog. I was working in the field of travel medicine already. But when everything shut down, I was just, okay, I'm not going to get any clients from there. So the clinic, I was alone at the time, the clinic is going to be like completely zero. So during those years between 2019 and 2020, I actually came back to the emergency room for a while, and people needed a lot of doctors there, and I liked the emergency room. But in 2020, I was traveling in Iceland, and actually someone saw people from Safety Wing calling for a doctor exactly. And it is someone that you actually know, Gonçalo, because it was Matilde.
Oh
Matilde
wow, she was in Iceland.
Matilde saw a post on Facebook, and they were looking for a doctor with some specifications. And she read it and she said, "This looks like Andrea, so I'm going to send this to her." And I was traveling in Iceland, and I looked to my boyfriend and I said, "Look, I just got this, but I mean, I'm so good now. I'm earning a lot. I'm comfortable. I'm doing what I love in the emergency room. Shall I go for it?" And it was just like, yeah, like, I mean, at least get to know what the opportunity is like. I mean, just say something, send your CV or so. And they liked me a lot. And after like 3 or 4 weeks, I was already working at Safety Wing. And I started by doing a very small project, like as a freelancer. And from the freelancing, I started doing other different jobs at the company, and I ended up going to the strategy team. The strategy team is like the nucleus, it's the inside of Safety Wing, actually. And I ended up being head of operations of a very large project. Of course, in the meantime, so I was at Safety Wing, I was working at 2 emergency room places, 2 different hospitals, and people were started to travel again. So the clinic was already having more clients. So I needed more doctors, I needed more time to be focused on the clinic. So basically everything happened all at the same time. I had 4 jobs at the same time. And then I said, okay, I need to leave the hospital because I was doing night shifts. I would come home, I would sleep 4 hours or 6 hours. Then I would have the clients calling. I didn't have time to do everything at all. I was working on Safety Wing during the weekends because we don't have it's not a 9 to 5. You just work by objective. So it all came back to be a lot. And I focused on Safety Wing and the clinic, and then I ended up leaving Safety Wing, and now I have the clinic, another project that I'm developing at the same time right now, and the being a speaker, which is something I love.
I love it. Yeah, you never stop for sure. We have a question here in the chat, which is about social media, and I see a lot on social media lately. Well, not lately, like the last 2 years. Which platform do you prefer the most right now?
Instagram is where I do my best, actually. So basically, I started using Instagram for pictures, and I stood in 200 followers for ages, for a very, very long time. I was just like, I don't know how this fucking works. How do I manage to work on Instagram? And then I just started posting. When I went to Lebanon in 2020, I had something like 7,000 followers at that time. And the thing that happened in all the donations, it got some traffic. Some people started looking at it, and it slowly got to get more followers over time. So nowadays, I don't post as much about traveling or as much about being a remote worker. I post mostly about healthcare content, mostly related with travelers, or the pandemics or antivirus or things that show around. But I'm not as lucky on TikTok. I'm starting to do some
Yes.
stuff on LinkedIn regarding the other project that I have. So I would say Instagram for sure for travel, health, personal brand, etc., and LinkedIn for corporate speeches, inspirational content, and the new project that I'm
I
developing,
like it.
which is
I would,
ongoing anyway.
yeah, I would just add, like, for me, it was much more simple to actually focus on one at a time. So I became good at LinkedIn first for some reason. I think because I love to write. And now I'm trying Instagram and TikTok. Like, I have Instagram, like you, I have Instagram. It was there, but it has like 12,000 people. But never had a strategy. And now I have a strategy and everything, and I'm trying to take it more serious because I know LinkedIn already, and this is my house. And so now I'm trying a different one. I think you on TikTok. I think your content lately
I'll
is
be
very
very honest with you. I'm very afraid of any time a new social media arises.
mm,
I don't want it. I'm not going into it. I mean, Instagram takes so much time, and then I just do a mirror from the contents I have on Instagram to Facebook and to TikTok. So they're basically the same contents. And I don't want any more social media. So I hope nothing else comes. I would say Instagram is still really good. Also, Facebook, you just have to share it again. TikTok
yeah.
is a little bit different. You have to be like more honest, not so cleaned up, more raw. And then LinkedIn is really, really good for companies.
I love LinkedIn. Yes. Okay. Where can people find out more about you if they want to follow you? We'll send an email to everyone in the end, but if they want to research you right now, connect with you, where should they
Okay.
go?
So Instagram, the best thing if you're not from Portugal is look through my name, because if you look through Andrea Castro, it will show up. If you are from Portugal, you will understand what I'll say. The name of the account is Doutora Viagens, DRA.viagens, pronto, doutora em pequeno, and the same on TikTok and the same on LinkedIn. But yeah, if you can share, that would be great, Gonçalo. If you want
Yes.
to go to the clinic has a very simple name, not very smart. I'm not a marketeer, I know, but it's a very good name for SEO, which is onlinetravelclinic.com or consultadoviajanteonline.pt. It's basically the same thing in Portuguese and in English. And my own website, which is andreacastro.com, where I gather some stuff for the public speaking.
Amazing. Andrea, always an inspiration. Thank you so much for joining us today. I
Thanks
think
for
we can see not just that you are incredible, we already all knew that. But I think it's so inspiring to have someone that was a doctor. And I have so many questions from people like you that were stuck in the in person, in real life, in person profession. And were able to never were always afraid, oh, but I cannot do it because I'm a nurse. Oh, but I cannot do it because I'm a doctor. And for me, there is no bigger inspiration than having someone like you showing the way, because you did it in, again, the whole three paths. You did. I didn't know it was all at the same time, which is even more chaotic. We don't advise that, but definitely you did through the whole journey, and it's incredible to see what you built and what you are building, which is even more important.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Gonçalo.
So,
Have a great
and, bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, guys, the sun is rising here in Roatan. The sun is out, sunrise is official, things are going well. And right now we have a very average speaker called Gonçalo Hall. Just kidding. I want to tell you more about what are actually the three paths that I'm always talking with Andrea, because there are basically three paths that you can go to join and have remote work. I'll be sharing my screen. Give me a second. And so these three parts are the key for remote work, because remote work is a very, very broad idea and a very broad concept. Everything that you do in the laptop is remote work, and sometimes even investing can be called remote work. But the truth is that we can kind of frame the remote work into three major areas. And the way I love this so much is because once you understand what it takes in each of these areas to be successful, you are able to make a much more informed decision about what is the path for you. So some people, for example, want to remote jobs, they want a 9 to 5 because they want security and they want the safety of having a job. But others, like myself, actually start asking lots of questions and want to become entrepreneurs. There is no right or wrong choice, or even more important than that, there is timing for everything. And so, what I'll just show you in a couple of minutes is what does it actually take to have the remote job and what can you do for it. And so, I actually took all the three paths. When 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I found out about digital nomadism. I was working and studying. I was working in a company with 4 monitors in front of me in the sports betting industry. And I found about these crazy people working from Bali. And that made, yeah, I have ADHD. So I went through the rabbit hole, hyper focus. Who are these people? Why are they working in Bali? How do they make money? What's happening? They broke my glitch. I want to know more. And this was 13 years ago. I remember going home to now my wife, then my girlfriend, and saying, Katerina, there are these people working remotely. They call themselves digital nomads. I want that. We need to go to Bali. And she thought I was crazy. And to be fair, she was right. Right now, we can clearly see that it's happening and that things are actually moving a lot. And it became normal afterwards with the pandemic. And so when I found out about this, I actually had a normal job. I had no skills. And I decided to move to Germany first because I needed money. I'm from Portugal. And I was not happy. I remember clearly I was not happy at all. I was 29 years old and I was like, life can be this. I'm making good money. I'm with my wife, back then my girlfriend. I have a house and I it can be this, or I believe there is more to live. I want to travel. I saw these people traveling the world, going Bali, building community, becoming entrepreneurs. I want a piece of that. I want to travel. So against my girlfriend will, I quit my job and I tried to see and understand, okay, what can I do to get the skills to work remotely? And again, this was 8, 9 years ago, 9 years ago. And the first thing I tried to understand was the freelancing part. Okay, freelancing is a thing. We can make money by selling our skills. And I started with email marketing. So I actually got a job in an email marketing company and decided to go through that. After a year, they didn't allow me to work from Bali. Very sad. And so I went all in freelancing. I was doing email marketing. And right when I started doing that, I got two, not one, but two offers for a remote job. Because back then I was already creating content about remote work. I was already connecting with people on LinkedIn every day. Everybody I saw in remote work, spectrum, companies, operators, consultants, I was connecting. I was building my personal brand around this. And so I was invited to work in Remote How, which was a remote work company that was teaching companies on how to work remotely. And so I got my stable income. I got comfortable, maybe too comfortable. And I always had this itch. Again, I was telling Andrea, right? When I was 10 years old, my dream was to work on flip-flops on the beach. And that's what I told my family. So even though I had a remote job, even though I was traveling the world with my wife, I was in Bali, we were in Malaysia, we were all around Thailand, Europe, etc. I wanted to create something. So I quit my job. I went bankrupt and I started my own business. Back then I did the remote work consulting. Now I have way more like Nomadex. But this was the genesis. I went through all the phases. I know all the pains from the different phases. And I know all the benefits from the different phases. For example, remote job, you don't have to think, you know exactly what you get in the end of the month. Entrepreneurship is a roller coaster. You can make $1 million, you can lose everything the next day. So it's very interesting to have crossed the three paths. I have my favorite one, but I still mix it up a little bit. But entrepreneurship is definitely my thing. Okay, path number uno, freelancing. Sell your skills as a service. If you're a specialist in anything, you can freelance. That's it. If you are a specialist in design, you can still do incredible job as a freelancer. It's more ups and downs, but what my freelancer friends tell me a lot, my top freelancer friends, is that Gonzalo, I love this life. I work 3 months and I rest 3 months. So they work really, really hard in big projects for 3 months, and then they work in passion projects and they travel for the other 3 months. It's a path. It's not an easy path. You need to understand a lot. It's kind of a mini entrepreneur in the many ways, and Hannah Dixon speak a lot about that. But it's a path. It works. It's actually quite interesting. The the hard thing is you have to choose your clients. Have to choose your rates. You have to choose your hours. But honestly, it's the biggest path to freedom because you only depend on yourself. And if you have a skill, you can start selling it tomorrow. So the good, fast to start, very low risk. You don't need investment other than your skills. Kind of unlimited earning because the better you get, the more money you make, the better clients you have, and you can choose clients. And this is key. And Hannah Dixon will tell you a lot about this, but choosing clients is the key for happiness when you are freelancing. The hard thing, income swings. You can lose clients, you can get clients. You are the whole team. Right now, you can have a team of AIs helping you, but it's you. If you are sick, it's on you. If you are traveling and offline, it's on you. If your internet breaks, it's on you, and that can be very hard. You keep changing time for money, and you are always looking for new clients, which can be quite exhausting. I don't think it's for everyone. Well, none of this is for everyone, but I think there is a type of person that thrives as freelancer, the one that is a specialist, the one that wants to sell the skills, and the one that doesn't want to depend on a company on orders, that wants to have seasonality, for example, to their job, and work a lot in the winter and work much less in the summer. There's a lot of benefits to freelancing, but it's not for everyone. Be aware. Then we have remote jobs. I think this is, since COVID, this is the most traditional path. It's very interesting because just before COVID, there was like only 3% of nomads were working remotely with a remote job. Everybody was either an entrepreneur or a freelancer. And right now, everything changes and it's beautiful. So, right now, we see much more remote jobs, many more people actually building things. It's very, 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 very interesting. Some of the coolest remote companies I know are GitLab. GitLab is actually the first remote company to do a full remote company to do an IPO in New York, and they are in the stock market, which is quite insane. Remote.com, Miro, Twist, which is from Doist, HubSpot, and many more. I do think that most people, 70% of workers, want remote options. This is the reality. People want the freedom. Not everybody wants the freedom to become a digital nomad. People just want the freedom to actually be able to live their best life. It can be to move out of the big city and go to a rural area where the family is from. It can be to live in a better place and decide where to live. Maybe you don't like where you were born and you are stuck, or maybe you had to move to a city because of your job and you want to move to a beach town or to a mountain town. A remote job gives you the freedom without the risk. There is always a risk, but that's kind of the best of both worlds. What you lose with that is you lose the entrepreneurship side, you lose the unpredictability of your income, but you also lose this seasonality you always have to earn. So the good, a stable salary, that's amazing. Benefits, many companies offer benefits. Be aware of the American ones. The American companies have really good salaries, but the benefits are non-existent, which is okay, just a different way of working. And you have companies like SafetyWing that offer all those benefits in private. You always have a growth path when you have a job, on most jobs, and you have a team structure. You never work solo. You have a team behind you. You Slack. Usually you are in way too many calls from me. So that's the benefits of having a remote job. The hard thing is usually you still have a boss in most cases, right? There's a salary cap, your time is controlled, you have all these meetings that can control. And it can be isolating if you have a hybrid company and some people are in the office and you are remote. So the hybrid situation is still very, very hard. So I would be very aware with that. And last but not least, my personal favorite, obviously, entrepreneurship. So I believe that the future belongs to the entrepreneurs. I believe that real freedom only exists with entrepreneurship, but I also believe that only 1 to 3% of the population can actually be an entrepreneur. So we need to make sure that we are good for this. But right now with AI, it was never as easy. And again, Daniel Duma will speak a lot about this right after my talk. So entrepreneurship, you can create assets that make money while you sleep. The difference between entrepreneurs freelancing and freelancing is that a freelancer will always exchange skills for money, An entrepreneur can build something and sell it forever. Easy case to understand this is I can write a book, and this book will be selling 24/7 while I'm sleeping, while I'm working, while I'm doing other things. The book always there. The same is true for software. The same is true for anything that you can create and sell to 1 million people. That's scalable. Highest risk, obviously, but the reward is also much higher. And right now, it was never as easy to start as of now. I'm very excited. I see new friends launching startups every day. So, unlimited upside. There is no ceiling to how much money you can make. There is very easy ways to starting companies in the US, in Estonia, and even here I am in Prospera. Build real assets. You need your value compounds over time, and I can clearly see that in my life. Complete freedom. You can again build something and don't leave your house for 1 year and live out of that for the next 3 years. You can create a legacy way beyond your name and yourself. But of course, it's way harder. The start, the creation is not the problem anymore. Now the real problem is the start, how you actually grow, how you actually sell the first thing. That's the really part. It can be very lonely. So my suggestion, if you do this, is surround yourself by other entrepreneurs, and you have to wear all hats, or in my case, create agents and friends on Cloud Code who actually wear the rest of the hats. So that's the biggest challenges inside this. But I don't know. I think you really see a big shift right now with AI. Before it was much harder to be an entrepreneur, and right now it's so much easier than it was before. So that is for me what's very exciting about it right now is that we can literally have uh, a whole team with AI. I still prefer to work with humans, but the speed I can build something with AI is just unmatched. There's nothing right there like that. That's really exciting. And also we have like all these tools. I use Claude and Lovable every single day. There is 50% chances that this whole presentation was created on Lovable this morning at 4 a.m. I would not deny it if people ask me. But Lovable is very good. So I can give you an example. I had an idea for a project 1 week ago, and in 12 hours, I had a whole plan. I had a business plan. I created the website on Lovable, and I just put a Stripe link and I launched. And this was 12 hours. So there is nothing stopping you from creating anything right now. Now the only thing left is literally distribution. So that's going to be a whole new world that is very interesting, the solopreneurship world. And we are building a lot of that. My story, yeah, ADHD meets AI. So back then it was so hard to be an entrepreneur for me. I always had these ideas, and it was really, really hard to ship them, to build them. Right now, I have endless ideas and I can build endless things. So I was never as happy as I am right now. I can start a business anytime. So the question for you is, which path is right for you? Can you write down on the chat, do you think freelancing would be the best path for you? Do you think that a remote job with more flexibility, more stability would be good for you? Or are you like me? Are you a crazy one that want to become an entrepreneur, build a legacy, build companies that serve people? There is no wrong answer. I did the whole tree and I know exactly what it takes for each one of them. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have. So this is my presentation. Now we will move to the next speaker. Unless you have questions, I'll ask my team to put here somewhere on the chat. If there is questions, I have one from Flacidone. I don't know. Will the presentations be available? The question is, all the talks will be available afterwards. Oh, sorry. And you will be able to see everything over and over and over again. And I want to stop sharing. Okay, beautiful. I'm back. Am I back? Oh, I'm back. Beautiful. Okay, let's see if anyone has questions, but if not, we'll move forward with Mr. Daniel Tuma. Is Daniel around here? That's the question. Okay, he's not. Beautiful. So maybe we can have, give me a second here, guys. This is always happen. Like smart people record this, but I love the live interaction with the chat. And so it's always interesting to see what's happening. Let me just send a message to Mr. Dan. Give me a second. Maybe my team can join me on stage to see what they think so far about all this. Dun, 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 dun. We can answer your questions then. We have some time for Q&A. Is it possible to meet with subtitles? I'll ask the team. About social media, we answer. How does one get over their own shyness or embarrassment through thoughts of being in public? Oh, I love this. I think everybody has a love language, so to say. I mean, like, I love writing. Writing is my love language. Writing is what I do for a living. I really, really love writing. And so for me, it's all about that. It's all about, I write first on LinkedIn. That's what I do. And then I decide what else I want to do. So right now, LinkedIn, I write every day. I don't like to show up on camera, which is ironic, right? Because I'm here. But writing is what I really, really, really love to do. Oh, hello, Lydia.
Hi. I was sent here to talk a little bit with you before we have Daniel.
Are you the new Daniel?
Yeah, I changed a little bit, but so Gonzalo, I have questions for you.
Oh, ask me. Does your wife have a remote job? I like that.
So how do you balance the ideas that you have and the projects that you start? Like, how do you define priorities for each project every time you have a new idea? Because I also need that for my life. So I need advice.
Yeah, so I have two answers for you. The first one is I don't. The second one is actually I ask Claude to make my priority. So I connected Claude with my Todoist, and I show everything I have to do. And right now he goes to my Todoist and changes my priorities according to the days and according to the deadlines. Plus he has my calendar. So he also sees my calendar and he connects all the priorities together. That's the number one answer.
Wow.
When I build something right now, it's so fast to build something that I don't care anymore, honestly. So right now, if I have an idea, I have Claude Pro, I have Lovable Pro. I just go through my idea with Claude. I criticize it. I ask it to criticize it. I stress test it. I build a one-page business plan, not business plan, but vision. I go to Lovable, build a website, I launch, and then the market tells me, is this good or not? So I don't really, I don't think much before launching anymore. Now it's about distribution, right? So that's the next challenge I have. How do I make sure I can distribute 1 million companies if I build 1 million companies? But honestly, right now, what I see in the market of solopreneurs like myself is build, launch, ship, and see what sticks. Keep building on the brand alone and see what sticks.
Touching on that, I think it's actually a very good advice that we can give to people. That because I used to be a very like a perfectionist, right? So I would only put something out there if I was 100% sure it's perfect, is everything that I wanted. And as you start building stuff and you start being an entrepreneur and talk with other people, you start to realize that actually what you just had, it's the best approach. Just put it out there. The market will see if it's good or not. You can adjust after. So for everyone that chose entrepreneurship in your presentation, I think that's a very good advice to give, that things will not be perfect when we launch it. It's fine. Even right now, we are just making here a conversation because our speaker is not here. So you have to adapt.
We have news. It was our mistake that our speaker is now here. He's around. I think John can just pop him. And it was our mistake, actually. Had the old link. So Dan is around. But this is it. This is mingling it. I think what we made a lot of the change was honestly AI. Like before, I was surrounded by perfectionists like you. My wife is a perfectionist. Everybody that works for me is a perfectionist.
I'm less
and an operator. And right now, no. Right now it's like it's me and AI. There is no time for perfection. Honestly, AI does an 80% perfect job. So, I mean, I'm very okay with 80%. And then then the market decides what I put my time on, like, and it's like, okay, this got traction. Like, I have AI for Honduras, I have an agency, I have a DMC. Now, okay, I can see who clicks in what. I put it out to the world, and I see who clicks in what, and that's the best. Okay, João is very stressed because he's saying we need to announce the next speaker. Do you know who is the next speaker talking about
Okay.
all this? No, stay with us. Don't go. Stay with us.
Okay, I'll say.
Our next speaker is the one who actually teaches me all this stuff. It's Mr. Daniel Duma. Please come to the stage, Mr. Daniel. All our conversations lately is mostly Daniel telling me that the world will end, or we will build companies every single day. This goes left and right between these two visions. Sir, good night for you.
Hello,
Can you tell the
everybody.
beautiful people, where are you?
Hello, everyone. By the way, I was waiting, so it was not.
I know, it's our
Got the wrong
fault.
link.
I said this in public so that everybody knows.
Yeah, it's
That's
our
fine.
fault.
Yeah, so I'm currently nomading remotely, as one does, and I am at this place called Network School. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's this techno utopia crypto libertarian island in Malaysia, just outside of Singapore. If it was daytime, I could show you that Singapore is right there. I can see it from my window, but it's 8 p.m. here.
Beautiful.
So
Well,
hello to
here
the
is-
world. Good morning, good day, and good evening, wherever you
Yes.
are.
Exactly. This is
Exactly.
exactly this. So right now we have the three
Yeah.
biggest time zones here. So I'm in Roatan,
Yeah.
in Prospera, and other techno crazy stuff. Ligia, where are
I'm
you?
in Lisbon, Portugal.
Lisbon, Portugal, Central. And then we have Daniel all the way in Malaysia. Daniel, I said now that I build things in 12 hours, but I know there are smarter people building more important things like yourself. So the stage is all yours. Please show us your presentation. And I'm very excited to hear what's new with Daniel's Duma Live.
Thank you so much. You are great at building anticipation, that's for sure. So I'm sharing my slides. Are you seeing them? Is that happening? Or do I need to share again? Let me try that again. All right. Can you see my slides, perhaps? Yes, that seems like it's working. So amazing. Well, hello, everyone. Lovely to be here. And I want to tell you the story of how I stopped worrying about AI and I learned to love the claw. Maybe some of you will get this reference from Dr. Strangelove. So first of all, who am I? Why should you listen? Hi, I'm Dr. Dan. I have a PhD in AI. I've been around the space for a long time. I've started many startups. I was at Google. I was at Alexa. I've published some stuff, and that's what you can see on the right-hand side if that's relevant to you. And I've been a nomad for 6 years. But I think much better credentials than these are selfies. And so the man on the left is the winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2024 for his contributions to artificial intelligence. And the man on the right is the founder and CEO of NVIDIA, the most valuable company on Earth, like $5 trillion, I think, current market cap. And maybe this guy will be familiar to some of you. And I actually met him, Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, and we had a little chat. And this is a memento of me meeting him. Sadly, I was very shy back then, and I never asked him for a selfie. So I'm very lucky that AI is here to solve my unsolved issues with my lack of courage. So let's talk about OpenAI and ChatGPT, or as I call it, Jippy. Jippy is many things to many people. It's your lawyer, your doctor, your friend, your girlfriend in some situations. But it is also one more thing to all of us, and that is the canary in the coal mine. It's the thing that happened that made it very clear that we had passed the elbow on the curve of exponential progress. Now, this little cartoon is from 2015. If we were to redo this today, I think we would probably be over here. And it looks like a joke and it looks like a cartoon, but if you look at the actual graphs, this is a graph of the length of tasks, human equivalent tasks, that AI models are capable of doing nowadays. And as you can see, this is an exponential graph that just keeps going straight and up. So not only that, it is actually doubling. It's doubling. It's the doubling speed rather is accelerating. So it's getting faster and faster that this line is becoming more and more vertical. Beyond that, we can actually give these models the same IQ tests that we give humans. And this thing that you see is a bell curve for distribution over the IQ of a human population. And as you can see over time, frontier models have passed the average IQ of a human, and in fact, they've reached pretty much genius level. Here is another little evidence that we have of how practical and useful they're getting, and this is cloud computer use using a computer, using a MacBook to search for some information on the internet and create a calendar event, responding to the query, I have a friend visiting me in San Francisco, where should we go watch the sunrise? And so you might be asking yourself at this point whether this is a thing that affects you, and the writing is on the wall. So let's talk about something I know about, which is software engineering. This was one of the main categories of remote jobs and indeed freelancing jobs that nomads used to do. I think it's still the case today. Now, I used to be a software engineer at Google. I was very lucky that I got access to the founders of Google right there on stage, and I could just walk up to the mic and ask them annoying questions. I was even based right under the logo in that building, so that was probably the most fun summer. Now, one of the many annoying questions I asked them was, as a software engineer, I see it as my job to automate all jobs, by which I mean human jobs. And I used to think that being the one automating, my job would be the last one to go. But it has recently dawned on me that we might be better at automating ourselves than we are at automating anybody else whose job we don't understand. So are we putting ourselves out of a job? And their answer from stage was, don't worry, your jobs are safe. For many, many years, many turned out to be exactly 6, because this is when all the layoffs started and everybody started firing, and they started taking pride in what percentage of their workforce they were firing every year. And I know that a lot of the explanation for this was that we had this pandemic and that we overhired and underfired. Nobody was fired during COVID. You can see it in that graph. You can see this convex shape that appears of like nobody being fired and then overcompensation right after. And this is an important part of the puzzle for sure. But there's this other piece of data that came out recently, which shows us unambiguously that there have been 3 times in history where US tech employment went negative year on year. That is, jobs were destroyed rather than created. This is specifically tech, specifically United States, but it gives us something to analyze. So one of those times was the dot-com bubble. The other one was, of course, the Great Recession. And the other one time is now. Now, whether this is the AI apocalypse or not, we don't know yet, but we do know that this is what coding looks like. This is my screen that I recorded with my phone, and these are 3 coding agents coding for me. This is a pretty old video. Nowadays, Gonzalo was just mentioning earlier, he builds everything with Lovable and Cloud Code and Codex. Well, there you go. It's the new ecosystem of software that builds software for you. That has been so commoditized, but that is not the only area of application of these models. And according to this research from Anthropic that made the news a few months ago, their estimation is that a lot of jobs are not currently applying the LLMs and the AI models to the job, to the tasks, as much as they could. That basically, they're being underutilized. That just with existing capacity, without even thinking of the progress that is coming, a lot of the tasks are already doable by AI, and that is just a question of catching up, and they list there the most exposed professions. Now, this leads me to my common challenging statement, which is that if this is not true now, it will be true very soon, that there is nothing that a human employee can do that a machine can't do better, faster, cheaper, and more reliably. And when that becomes true, then stop hiring humans. This is an actual campaign of a AI company in San Francisco who likes to be controversial. And this is my favorite photo that I always like to share, which is a homeless person sitting next to an ad that says, "Stop hiring people." So yes, that is definitely a problem. But wherever there's a problem, if we look deeper, there must be an opportunity. So let's talk about the opportunity. We have already talked about entrepreneurship before. So let's talk about that. Now, I have been an entrepreneur for many years. and I can tell you that it's not for everybody. I can see that it's a lot of hats that you need to wear, a lot of motivation you need to have, a lot of focus, etc. And reading every single one of those books is probably not enough. It's probably more that you need to research and learn, and experiences you need to go through. And I understand that this is not for everybody. So what are we going to do if the problem is the end of jobs and the opportunity is entrepreneurship? Is this something for a majority of people? Well, our friend from slide number 4, I believe, tells us that he believes very soon one person will build $1 billion company. How will they do that? Well, here's a particular example that I found that I really like. They created this automation, this little agent that automatically comes up with products, creates designs, edits them, upscales them, and uploads them to a print-on-demand partner server. So this is kind of like a drop shipping equivalent thing, syncs it to a shop. And after being created, it made $1,000 in its first 30 days of revenue. So here's potentially your AI business, right? Now, if this was 2025, we would be talking about doing this with n8n, with one of these automations, maybe Zapier, with Make, or one of these. But it's 2026, and surely we have a fancy new thing to talk about. And so let's talk about not ClaudeBot, not Moltbot, OpenClaw. Now, if you haven't heard of OpenClaw, it is the fastest growing open source project in history that overtook Linux and React in like a few days. It became such a hype that it was on every single headline earlier this year. Like absolutely everywhere you looked, it was just OpenClaw. And in China, it became absolutely viral and crazy and hyped, and people were queuing up to install OpenClaw on their devices. And so what is OpenClaw? What are we talking about here? Well, it's this software in the center, is that gray piece that you see here, that deals with connecting different services. And the most important thing that it does is this thing called the heartbeat, where essentially it runs a prompt like a ChatGPT conversation every so often, usually every 30 minutes. And it does things that you told it to do. It checks like a to-do list, it checks what the news say, whatever it is that you tell it to do, it will run it then. And you can communicate with it over Slack, Telegram, WhatsApp, or other interfaces, which makes it very cool because it basically lives wherever your conversations live. It's like you're talking to a friend. It's like just send it messages. And it uses any LLM, like it works with your OpenAI, your Claude subscription, although the Claude subscription keeps becoming a yes or a no, Gemini, other LLM providers. And it can use all of these new tools. It can use a browser to access websites. It can connect to any external APIs. So it's really cool because you can tell it to do stuff, and it often figures out how to do stuff. Now, what do people actually use it for? I'd say by far the number one category is briefings. People get it to search information on the internet or on socials or whatever and give them like morning briefings, or sometimes connect to their email and tell them what they need to prepare for the day. But also increasingly is being used to automate slop generation, to flood the internet and kill it well dead, which is, of course, create posts on LinkedIn and on Instagram and wherever your socials live. And some people are using it for building. But I was wondering, could we use it to make a startup? What if we go and say, make me a startup? What? Make it yourself. Sudo, make me a startup. Will OpenClaw be our AI co-founder to create the $1 billion company? So how do you install this? Okay, I focused on installing it on a VPS, on a virtual private server in the cloud, but you could install it on your own local computer. Usually people use a Mac Mini, which is why they've gone out of stock, and everybody's like buying them a lot because that enables you to run inside Apple's ecosystem. So it would use your iCloud and all of that stuff, but you don't need that. Any server, virtual or real, is fine. And then you can connect it to interfaces, to Telegram, to WhatsApp, etc. And then you enable all of these skills, capabilities, give it API keys as it needs them, and it could browse the internet for you. You could use a managed browser profile, so it could use your Chrome running on your laptop, but it's running on a VPS in the cloud, and you communicate with it via WhatsApp, etc. There's a lot of stuff to talk about OpenClaw, all the things that it can do, all the things you can connect it to. If you really care about that, pause the video, take a scan the QR code with your phone, and you'll go to the best repository of all the things that you can add and what it can do. I won't go into too much detail, but I'll tell you about my use case. I'll tell you about what I tried to do. I said, okay, look, your mission is to research the web, and every morning give me a list of great business opportunities. So here you see the conversation that we have about all of that. As he was asking me more clarifications, I was giving it access to skills that it was asking me for, etc., on and on. And of all of the things that it recommended over a couple of days, I picked this one that I liked, which was the problem is independent restaurants that want to sell on delivery apps like Uber Eats, Deliveroo, Glovo, all of these might have poorer results if they have ugly photos, their menus. If their menus are not nicely curated and edited. And so we could come in and help them with that with generative AI. We could take their bad photos and improve them with a magic wand of AI. And we could do this, like the go-to-market was super nice. I really enjoyed this, that it came up with the idea that it would find the socials of these businesses, message them directly and say, I really enjoyed this dish that you have, but the photo on the menu looks terrible. So I improved the photo in the menu. Here you go. You're welcome. If you would like it, I could do your whole menu for $50 or something like that. So I really liked the narrative of this. I thought, okay, this seems to be something here. Maybe there's an actual opportunity. How did that go? Well, I installed it, gave it internet access. I gave it a mission. It proposed options. I chose one. I told it, create a local database to track our research. It did that. I thought that was really cool. So not just like text files, but an actual structured database, really immediate, fast. I liked it. It did search the internet and it found some like useful information. And then it said, in order to scrape websites, I will need a proper API for that. Give me this one. I went and I did that. It scraped some Google Places, Instagram, and websites data. But then what happened? Well, the restaurants that it found that it was trying to message were actually all tourist traps. Of course, the first results on the search, they didn't find like local things. And none of them had deliveries, actually. Then I manually checked the delivery apps. And every photo was actually beautiful because this is a solved problem. It turns out there are many competing products. The internet is full of competitors. And also, the delivery apps know that this is a problem, so they solve it themselves somehow. I don't know if they pay professional photographers or editors, or they just use AI themselves. And when I told it, hey, look, this, all the things that you're saying, all the things that you found are actually not really that useful and that real. It said, oh, okay, then let's pivot and let's do something entirely different, which is also not what I wanted it to do. I actually wanted to dig deeper, but actually find proper opportunities and stuff. So in summary, I think what I learned doing this is that if n8n is your factory, it's the repeatable, scalable, well-structured process. OpenClaw is the plumber. It's the thing that does unstructured, random things, the random odd jobs, right? And in that way, it's great for prototyping. So if the startup process is going through the squiggle, you start with complete mess, you don't know where you're going, and then it becomes clearer and clearer as you go, I would say that you could ideate what you should work on with Jibby. You could then build a concept with OpenClaw the way I was explaining earlier. And then once it's clear what exactly you're doing and what repeatable process exists, then you build a prototype with n8n. Then, of course, business model is a question mark and companies profit. So you do think that things are a straight line. We keep modeling things in this way. In reality, everything is spaghetti. And OpenClaw is also spaghetti. It's full of bugs. It's full of problems. There's too much work to configure. It's incredibly insecure. Like, people could hack your computer by putting stuff on the internet. It will read and execute it. The browser automation sucks. The conversation session handling sucks. Like I said to it, go and look for this, prepare a, run a thread every so often to check for something on the internet. It said, yes, don't worry, I've got it. I'll update you when it's done. 5 hours pass, nothing happens. I message it. So how is it going? It replies, how's what going? So conversation, memory, absolutely appalling. But the concept is cool, and other people are forking OpenClaw. NVIDIA, of course, our friend from slide 3, Jensen, the king of hype, he announced their own like fork and stuff. So people are working on this concept to improve it. And perhaps the best I've tried so far is actually Hermes. It's not even a claw thing, it's a completely separate thing, started from scratch, but it's the same idea. It does the same stuff, and this one actually works. So I recommend Hermes. And my next thing that I haven't tried yet is Paperclip. They're saying good things about it. I hear a good buzz about this one. It's the same idea, but ideally, like in principle, instead of making one agent, it's supposed to run multiple, and they talk between them, and it's like it runs your company. So maybe Paperclip is that AI company that we dream about. Now, 2 words of caution about OpenClaw and AI automation. One is that it's incredibly unsafe. Like you need to be careful about what it does. You need to control it all the time. Even if nobody hacks you, OpenClaw will happily delete your emails. This happened to the director of AI safety at Meta. She gave OpenClaw her Gmail and said, clean it up, and OpenClaw promptly deleted everything. Then there's not just OpenClaw, it's any of these models. Claude Code routinely appears in the press because it famously deletes databases in production and stuff like that. And the other part of this is that now that it seems so easy to start anything, and Gonzalo was saying this just earlier, he's saying, oh, but I can just jump into it and just do anything when I feel like it. Yes, that's true. But then it never ends. Then you never get a break, right? You no longer say, okay, it's lunch break, I'm just going to go. No, your agents are always hungry. You always want to like send another command because you're wasting time and tokens if you're not constantly building with the agents. Somebody else out there is running 100 agents and building $1 billion business, and you're not. So AI doesn't reduce work, it intensifies it, and it increases burnout and brain fry. And so welcome to 2026. The year of AI burnout. Are we there yet with the AI company then? Well, AI progress is exponential. As I said, looks like it's accelerating. And I believe humans need to move up the value chain from the ones who do to the ones who manage those who do, those being AI agents. We need to move from jobs of implementation to those of orchestration. At the same time, yes, Gonzalo, it's never been easier to be an entrepreneur. And the OpenClaw pattern shows us the way, even if OpenClaw itself is not the final product. I think eventually what will happen is that all software we use will become agentic. You will no longer be the one who goes around clicking buttons. You'll be the one who gives instructions, checks the output, corrects course, approves things, that kind of thing. Now, this being said, again, AI agents cannot be trusted with any decision. You have to always be in the loop. And that means that the human modes that remain, thankfully, are taste, judgment, trust, and agency. Taste means you know what good looks like. Judgment means you know what done and correct looks like. Trust means I can give this to you, and you will make sure that it's done and it's done correctly. And agency means you want to do things. Your agent doesn't want to do things. But yes, that means that AI has intensified work, not reduced it. So how do we stay relevant in the age of AI? How do we stay competitive? How do we keep up? I think these 5 pillars are probably the best way to summarize it. The first one is learn and tinker. Yes, play with these things. Play with Hermes, play with Paperclip, see where it gets you. Maybe it really does automate a bunch of the stuff that you do. Maybe it helps you land more clients. Maybe it helps you brainstorm faster, whatever it is. Definitely try it out. Another one is develop taste and judgment. Now, this one is the hardest of all because it just requires time on the job. This is where juniors are cooked. This is where we really need to figure out how to take people from university and give them at a very fast pace all of these abilities, to tell good and correct and done from not. Then become an expert at something. Whatever it is, become really, really, go deep down rabbit hole, whichever it is. Ideally something in the real world, ideally something to do with supply chain or, some physical stuff, right? Then, of course, build reputation. So personal brand is probably your biggest asset right now. And of course, build your network, which is why you go to all the events that Gonzalo and I go to. And if you have any questions, would like to connect, here is my QR code. And thank you for your attention. Gonzalo, let's chat.
Can you hear me? Yes, I'm here. How
Yeah.
are you doing?
Very
Oh man, I
good.
love this. I feel like I need a Daniel presentation every 3 months just to keep me updated. So I'm not sure how we can do this. And like I can have it myself. You can just have a call, but every presentation you do is updated. And when I was watching this, I was wondering, are you still using on your day-to-day OpenClaw? Because I felt it's already it's May, and I think OpenClaw was April. I don't know. I think everybody's moving now to Claude Code again, to Claude Code. But March was Perplexity Computer, and now Perplexity Computer
Yeah.
today launched for MacBook, so now I can have the app of Perplexity Computer as well. Daniel, what should we do? What are we using?
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way. I try. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to focus on the things I'm working on right now and not get too distracted. Hermes has worked well for me. So for the little things I want to automate, Hermes seems to have done a decent job. But I'm going to try Paperclip next. That's
Okay, I'll try Hermes next.
Other than that, my latest thing is Codex. I'm on Codex the whole time. So.
Many people move because suddenly. Okay, so I heard a smart person. I want to comment on this. I heard a smarter person than me. He's the CMO of several companies, CEO of a new company, saying right now how he uses the top AI, how he organizes his thinking is number one, uses cloud for strategy. But what he says is that ChatGPT is way better into production. So for example, if you want to write 100 articles, what he does, he uses Claude to strategize which kind of articles, SEO strategy, etc. But then he goes to ChatGPT and puts it in production, and ChatGPT is way more efficient than Claude. Do you see the same in this orchestration of tasks? Like maybe the most normal, the normies I know, which is most people here. Sorry guys, will use one. Like I use Claude, now I use ChatGPT. Is the future the orchestration between several things, or do you think there is one that will dominate the whole market? And if so, which one?
Ooh, I don't think I can make any prediction on that. I think it depends on the use case as well. Like in my case, just my little neck of the woods, I'm mostly building software right now, right? And for that, I find that building is much better, faster with Codex. I actually use the Codex app on macOS. I don't look at the code anymore. You know, I showed that little video in my presentation. That's so outdated. Yeah. Code, actually looking at, I don't care. I don't want to see it. I just want the result. You know, I tell it what I want and I check it, or even better, now I tell it to check it itself. And it's got much, much better. Codex has got much better at actually navigating a page. So like opening an app, even like a mobile app, it will like actually open the emulator of like Android or iOS on your computer, you know, and click through, like actually click on buttons and see what's happening. It's got much, much better at that. It's still not at human level, of course. It's a bit slow. You have to wait. It clicks, it thinks, and then it clicks again, right? But it's getting there, right? It's getting much, much better. Claude is still friendlier, easier to use, you know, that kind of thing. So not all advantages are on how fast the code generation is or how well the tests run, you know what I mean?
That's where like, and imagine someone like me 6 months ago. I don't know how to code. My background is ideas and strategy, and I see the future in a different way than you. You don't predict the future. You tell us what's happening today. I try to predict the future. I'm crazier than you. You are more realistic than me. How should we be actually thinking about all of these right now? So I have a question here from Patrick, which is, how do you deal with this feeling, I am too late? Everything is already being done by faster, smarter, or better people. Mm-hmm. And this is real. I'm on X. So guys, for me, it's like, if you are building in AI, you should be on X and follow the right people. That's 99% of the information I get from AI. It's not on LinkedIn, and I love LinkedIn, but it's on X. And yeah, this feeling is real in a way. But on the other side, if you have ideas, you can just test them. Yeah, I don't know. First, let's ask him to Patrick, because I have way too many questions for you, Daniel. How do you deal with the feeling, I'm too late?
Yeah, that's a real one. It's a hard one. I have it all the time. I think yes, you do get a lot of useful stuff from X. Actually, Reddit, subreddits, threads, they have some good stuff too. But it's a lot of noise, and it's a lot of this like, oh, this guy did this one thing, he made like a bunch of millions, and you're late and you're an idiot. Well, 90% of that is not true, right? And then the 10% that remains is, you have to qualify it. Right? So one example was recent, for example, was the first guy to build a company that raised money at a $1 billion valuation. It was meant to be, I'm gonna call. Sorry, I'm like sharing a room. Anyway, the first guy to make whatever $1 billion, or to create a company that raised at $1 billion, something along those lines, or it looked like it would hit $1 billion if it kept growing. So I can't remember the exact story, but they put like this $1 billion valuation somehow. Okay, so what is the company? Well, he built the product with AI. Well, I mean, his product is a landing page and a sales portal. Like, what does he sell? He sells knockoff, unapproved weight loss drugs. He sells GLP-1 in the US with the loophole of the compounding pharmacy. They have this thing of like, so that's what he does, right? So I mean, it's a great business, but AI has nothing to do with it except it helped them put up a landing site and the thingy faster. But the real business has nothing to do with AI or agents.
I think that's the secret, right? It's like, it's not like you should be building an AI startup if you are not deep into AI. For me, it's a lot like, we now can build anything faster. We can test anything faster. But I'm not an AI native. I just use AI every day to build things that I had in my head for 10 years. And now I can build it. But in the end of the day, I can give you an example. One of the ideas I had for a long time was, I need a venue marketplace that actually works. So I'm looking always for venues for events, big, small, medium events. And I had this idea over 10 years ago because there was nothing like it. And I was like, now I can build it even in Lovable, which is the most friendliest for beginners for me. I was testing it. I can actually build more. People, like they said, like, no, we need 60K to build this. I built it in one day with Lovable. The same thing, probably more complete. It's insane. So this is it for me. It's not like you should not be building in AI. You should be building wherever you're a specialist in or wherever you see the opportunity with AI, which is very different. Oh, we have 2 more questions. Oh my God, you're breaking the chat and we need to go. I have trouble, Veronica Ribas. Maybe it's Portuguese, sorry, Veronica. I have trouble to engage with these AI things because of sustainability and ethical questions. Is there a path for someone with these concerns in the AI world? Ooh, this is interesting because I hear this more and more on different areas. What do you think about this?
The amount of energy consumed by the data centers, right, that generate your tokens, in a ChatGPT conversation, is orders of magnitude smaller than that consumed by the servers that serve you your Netflix, right? So actually watching live streaming, we're streaming live right now. This is spending way more energy than running the tokens and generating that. Then there's the other fad with the water consumption. Oh, every query consumes, I don't know how many liters of water. Number one, that number is completely wrong. And number two, it's entirely outdated from the times when they are actually using evaporative cooling for the data centers. They were using water to cool the GPUs. That's like more than 2 years ago. That's not even true anymore. The water usage is nothing. And if you compare the electricity usage or any other resources, it's nothing compared to your Netflix, to everything like heavy downloads, uploads. All of that is way more consumption than your
Interesting. Okay, we have 2 more questions before I
hope that helps. Basically, everything is polluting everywhere all the time. This is not the major.
I know what Veronica is. I live in Central America right now. It's like, I didn't know that they have a burning season here as well. Not in the island, I live in the Caribbean, but we still get part of the smoke. Not, you cannot feel it so much, it's very high already, but we get the smoke from Guatemala and Honduras. So I understand Veronica, but on the other side of the world where I am right now, I still like, these people are still burning. This is how they get rid of stuff. They still burn.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. It's a complicated world. Okay, being Vaclav. This is cool, man. Daniel, you just proved that there are so many possibilities we can pursue now. How do you personally overcome the paralysis of deciding what to focus on next? I think we spoke about this before, and you're already building something different. So I guess tell me more.
Yes. So I have no issue with the analysis paralysis, and that's thanks to AI agents. As we mentioned, it's very easy to get started, right? What I do have is a lack of focus. Like I work on too many things at the same time, right? And I don't stop, oh, what should I work on? No, you just start. You know, you go like, you just brain dump. You go to Codex or Claude, you go like, I want to build this thing. I have this in my mind. How would I do it? How would you do it? Okay, let's get started. Okay, set the landing site for me. How do you do this? How do I do this? You know, and just this conversation, right, just goes on. And then you have another idea and you go, wait, new chat. We should also do this and we should also do that, right? The problem is, of course, you then have no life. And you're just stuck feeding your agents, constantly feeding them instructions. That's
yeah, man. If I had the automation you have on OpenClaw, I'll be building a business today. And actually, I have a friend, Rick, who is documenting on YouTube this, which is 30 projects in 30 days. I could see myself doing that. I do work, and I have a job inside Prosper ecosystem of building the destination. But if I had that, I don't do it on purpose because I already have a list of ideas on my notes. If I did what you are doing, I would burn out building a business per day. Or as Mark Lu, which is another someone that you guys should follow on X. Maybe that's a secret. Maybe you build every day. Maybe in 32 will stick, and that's how you make $1 million with 2 of the 30 random ideas you built. One of these will be true. It's an interesting world, sir. Always good to see your face. Where can people find out more about you? Where they can follow you? I see you are creating more content. I love that. Please keep creating content. Don't forget about us. I know it's a struggle as well. I want the same struggle. Please keep creating content. I think it's super important. And I agree with you. And you said this yourself. In the world of AI, your personal brand and trust will be more important than anything else that you can build because it will be way more about distribution than it is about building something. So keep building it. Where can people follow all the content, all the amazing content that you'll create on the next weeks?
Pics from Dr. Dan on Instagram or Daniel Duma, PhD on LinkedIn. I did leave my thingy at the end of the presentation so they can just scroll, rewind the video, they'll find a QR code.
Well, in the end, we'll also share all the presentations and the video will be live. And so people can go back and see it. Everybody registered can go back and see it. But yeah, it's amazing. Sir, inspiring as always, scary as always. Thank you so much for being here.
Flattering as always. Thank you once again.
I'll see you very, very soon. We are launching today the new location of the conference. Nobody knows, only you. It's still secret, so only in 2 hours we'll announce the secret location of the new conference.
Very exciting. Looking forward to it.
Man, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Good night. Tell your guy that he can rest now.
Will do.
My baby just woke up here, so for the next 2 hours I have a challenge of balancing a 3-year-old baby with being on a live conference. This will be okay.
Exciting times. Good to see you. Bye.
Good to see you, man. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Whew. Okay. Was I with a lovable, open, building something while I'm organizing the conference and speaking? Yes, you should be too. I don't have an affiliate link right now, but the truth is this is a new world and it's very interesting. Okay, this was entrepreneurship. This was AI. One of the easiest ways to actually start making money online is not building a business. Building a business is the slowest one. The fastest, best one is actually through freelancing. And the person I'm introducing next is Hannah Dixon. She's the rock star behind the education of thousands and thousands and thousands of incredible, beautiful freelancers that I got to meet all around the world in places like Madeira, and Mexico, and everywhere else. Oh, good. It's so good to see you. I think I'll keep doing these conferences just to see my friends once every 3 months. Sometimes it's hard to book calls with people like you because you're also busy, but you always show up to share your knowledge with everybody else. So that's my official
course.
excuse from now on, you know?
That's pretty much it. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Where are you today?
I'm in New York right now.
New York. Oh no, I shouldn't do this. That's amazing. What's the situation? What's happening?
I'm in New York right now. I'm heading to Web Summit in Vancouver today. I'm flying today. Then I'm down to
Wow.
Florida. Then I'm back to Mexico. You know me. I'm everywhere. I'm
Okay.
all over the Americas lately.
I was just wanting to make sure you're still a nomad. I'm still waiting for the visit to Roatan because I heard there are direct flights from many of these places where you
It's on
hang
the
out.
cards.
I will organize something to force you to come here. Don't worry. That's the secret to see all my friends. Is I need to organize conferences. I know it's okay. We will survive. You are the deepest piece of knowledge I know, and I got to know in the last years, especially about virtual assistants. But I think it's way more than that. I think that's just a framework that you build around how to become a freelancer, how to even run your freelancing as a business. And you are by far the best person I know in this space. So thank you so much for doing this. We have all these people very excited in the chat to see you. And the floor is all yours. I'll be back in 20, 25 minutes to ask you very difficult questions.
Okay, looking forward to it. Thanks, Gonzalo. All right, everyone. I want to make sure that my screen is shared. Everyone can see and hear that okay? Yes, perfect. Fabulous. So before I get stuck in, I'm just going to give this a quick preface. I have a nasty cold right now, so if I pause to cough or sneeze, I apologize in advance. I'll try not to. We're going to talk about freelancing today. I know that Gonzalo has sort of introduced it already with sort of the benefits, and I'm going to cover some of those today, but we'll kind of breeze through the first section here because he's kind of talked about that already. But more importantly, I want to talk about how you can make big money as a freelancer, especially in 2026. So let's dive in. Let me make sure I can flick around. Is that moving for you guys? Yes. Okay. So quick intro to who I am. My name is Hannah Dixon, as the name would suggest on the screen. I've been 20 years a digital nomad. I've been 15 years specifically in the VA and freelance space. I've trained 45,000 VAs in that time. I'm currently between New York, Mexico, anywhere, as I just talked about. And I'm the founder of the Virtual Excellence Academy, which is where I do all that training. Why do I help people move into this work? I help people move into this work because I think the internet has this beautiful ability to connect people all around the world in wonderful ways, just like having friends like Gonzalo, for example. And I think the internet has the ability to have terrible consequences on our lives too. So for me, meaningful community was the basis of how I started my business, how I run my business, why I partner with people like Gonzalo at his events and bring my community together in person. It also provides freedom, the whole name of this event, in so many ways, and it helps people realize their potential in more ways than one as well. So for example, we're often looking, especially at this event, we're often looking at how we can grow professionally. But when you move into freelancing or entrepreneurship, for that matter, you are confronted with all your demons, and you are kind of forced to realize your potential in more ways than one. And we'll kind of talk about that a little bit later as well. It changed my life in a very tangible way. I came from a domestic violence background. This was a path to freedom to me that was very much needed. And I see that happening for people around the world that I work with in very different ways, big and small. And so, of course, I want to share about it. I'm going to talk a little bit later about how I started as a VA. But first of all, I need to keep this open to click around, it looks like. We're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about your skills, discovering what valuable existing skills you already have that you can bring to the table and get paid for right away. We're going to figure out who you can sell those skills to, for example, your kind of ideal clients. Then your offer. I'm going to help you craft an elevator pitch that you can take away today and you can confidently move ahead with. And then I'm briefly going to touch, just because of time, how to start landing clients. There's so many ways to land clients, and I just want you to kind of be aware of the multitude of ways you can do that. And then we'll follow up with a little Q&A. So I'm going to use the word freelancer, virtual assistant, probably pretty interchangeably. My world has been virtual assistants for a very long time, but I'm more broadly speaking to freelancers in my work these days. So I'll probably just use the word freelancer, but this could be an umbrella of things. It could be a web designer, admin assistant, community manager. It can also apply to fractional positions, online business management. If you're selling services remotely or want to be selling services remotely, this is going to be for you. Now, this next slide is probably going to look a little bit overwhelming. You don't have to read anything. I just want to highlight a couple of things for you. So these are the different types of freelancing that exist out there. This is my little freelancing ecosystem that I've put together. So gig workers, this is kind of like the first port of call for a lot of people. It's not where I recommend staying, but the income potential is on the lower side here. So you're looking at between 500 to 5K a month. This is usually done as like a side gig, or maybe you're coming closer to retirement and just want a little bit of extra income. Skilled freelancers, this is in-demand skills that could be repeatable. You're looking between 3.5K to 7.5K a month. Obviously, there's upper limits on that, and obviously there's a lot of ranges of ballparks. Specialist freelancers, so maybe you've got a little bit more deeper expertise. A high value problem solver, 7 to 14K a month. Expert freelancers, so this is people who advise, strategize, they can offer consulting, these types of things, and drive results, 8 to 30K. And fractional freelancers, so the fractional work is kind of like more senior levels, like fractional CMOs, COOs, CTOs, can earn anywhere between 10 to 45. And of course, the sky's the limit. We're quite a few of these. We're going to live in this midsection, and we're going to live here because for me, this is where the most balance is found. This is where you've got the balance of choosing your clients, how you work with them, the type of things that you're delivering on, the ability to pivot, and you've got your time, and you don't have as many constraints as if you're doing fractional work, for example, or if you're a gig worker having that instability. So we're going to live in this midsection. You can make a lot of money in this midsection and have a lot of time freedom. So this is kind of what I'm all about. So who can do this kind of work? I mean, it's pretty accessible. If you have a computer, an internet connection, and desire to learn, you can learn and you can earn. What are the benefits? Again, I'm going to breeze through this because Gonzalo's kind of listed quite a few of them already, but working from anywhere, literally anywhere. This also gives you access to a lot of those digital nomad visas that exist out there because you're not tied to a company that can't employ you in certain places. Remote jobs, as remote as they are, often aren't as remote as they claim to be. They may still be geographically limited due to kind of tax policies and all these types of things. So when you work for yourself, you can work from anywhere. Same for entrepreneurship. You can work at times that suit you and your family. I come alive in the evening. So right now it is 8:49 in the morning, and I don't know how I'm doing this, but I'm here. I typically only take calls after midday, and I get to choose that, and that is wonderful for me. You can work as much or as little as you choose. Like I said, you could be a gig worker working a couple of hours a week. You could be a full-time or a part-time sort of fractional worker. You could be doing 5 hours a week for 4 different clients. You could work seasonally. There's lots of different ways you could structure things. You could choose your legal structure to be most tax optimized for you as you travel the world. And of course, you could work in your pajamas. The flexibility to upskill and earn more. I always say the more you learn, the more you can earn. You can pivot entirely. So whether, if you've got like a remote job or something, you're not able to just completely change lanes. When you work for yourself, you can completely change lanes, of course. You maintain your own network. This is really powerful, and people don't really recognize this. And Gonzalo talked about it briefly earlier about building your personal brand and having like a voice and authority content. When you start working for yourself in any capacity, when you're self-employed, the day that you start doing that, your network comes with you for the entirety of your career. I used to work in fashion many years ago, and I'd built like a really great roster of clients and publications we worked with and all these things. And when I left that job, I had to hand all that data over. I wasn't able to take that with me. If I had decided to work in fashion, which thank God I didn't, I would have been starting from scratch. So you're never starting from scratch with freelancing. You can diversify your income. So as you get really good at things, you can move into things like consulting, building products, affiliate marketing. So you can kind of dip your toes into freelancing and entrepreneurship. There's often like quite a hybrid that happens over time. So you can have multiple streams of income, which I recommend doing for anybody. And of course, it's just that flexibility to go for a boozy brunch on Tuesday, or yoga, or a boozy yoga, perhaps. I still have these pinch me moments, even after all these years, where I'm like, I'm at the cinema at 10 a.m. on a Wednesday, and like, there's no one here, and I've got the place to myself. This is cool, right? Things you need to consider: ownership. So taxes, business setup, healthcare, self-care, vacations. Luckily, there's people who can help you with all that stuff. Often that's going to be other freelancers and VAs as well. So nothing to be scared of, really. I think once you start taking ownership of your career, other parts of your life start to unlock a lot of freedom as well. So typically most freelancers, their tasks and their kind of skills are resting in one or two of these buckets more heavily. If you identify with one or more of these as we go through, you can drop that in the chat. But there's the admin bucket, the creative bucket, and the tech. Now, like I said, most people fall into one or two, but there is some hybrid, there is some crossover. But let's have a quick look at what that could look like. Admin could be travel booking, accounting, inbox management. I just actually hired someone to do inbox management. So while we have AI out there, I'm someone who also likes to employ people who who can manage AI, number one, but can give that kind of human element, and I can trust them with more confidential things. So the person managing my inbox is kind of like knows everything about me. And I kind of like that personal element as well. Bookkeeping, customer service, I think I said that, people or project management at a high level. Creative could be copywriting, brand design. When I say brand design, I don't just mean like logos and graphics. Like I have someone on my team who also does audio design. So she'll create people's jingles for their podcasts, for example. Ebook and presentation design, community management can be a creative task, content creation, marketing, web design, all these types of things. Then you've got tech, you've got e-commerce management, web management. Again, this isn't exhaustive. This is just to give you some examples. Podcast management, automation and integration. That's a hot one right now. Video editing, SEO, course setups. And then let's talk about the elephant in the room, which will be discussed heavily today, is AI. A lot of AI solutions are being implemented by some of those more techie aligned freelancers out there. And AI is something that we're all going to be having to use or should be sort of well versed on, because what we're seeing is not a decline in people hiring freelancers, but what I am seeing, because on one side I train VAs and freelancers, on the other side I connect people with great talent. The people that are looking to hire, more than 50%, I'd say 45 to 50% right now are looking for AI skills, even if it's just basic skills like figuring out how to use Claude and ChatGPT, or and then all the way down to like, can you build me out a whole AI solution for this whole new business I'm building? If you're, Gonzalo coming in and being like, just, I don't want to deal with the AI, just build all these ideas that I have. We're seeing a lot of that happening. So I do want to address that, because I think a lot of people think, oh, my job's going to get taken by AI. That's not the case. I think embracing AI and putting yourself forward as an AI forward freelancer is actually a real benefit to you right now. It's a good space to be in. So let's talk about the thing that's probably on the tip of everyone's tongue or mind. Can you be on the tip of your mind? You know what I mean? How much money can you make? A lot is the answer to that. But just to give you some ballparks, and we're going to look at hourly. I don't necessarily recommend hourly, but just to give you some ballparks to start with here. So general skills, if you're coming in and you're like, I don't have many like techie skills, creative skills, even like high level admin skills, but I do have some experience in the workplace. I could do some general admin. I could do calendar management. I could do some light social media posting, Canva design. It's totally appropriate to charge anywhere from $20 to $30 an hour these days. Remember, if you are AI assisted, how much quicker you can work, how many more clients you could take on as well. Moving up, so VAs and freelancers with intermediate skills, a few more advanced areas like WordPress maintenance, for example, blog writing, graphic design. It's appropriate to charge anywhere from $30 to $50 an hour. Then you're looking at expert status. These are specialized freelancers. Maybe you're managing advanced web development projects, AI projects, SEO projects, funnel building strategy. So I actually know somebody who started at $16 an hour in my world, just helping community manage on a Facebook group, and then decided to hone in and learn everything about Facebook, became really great at Facebook ads, and now charges $350 an hour consulting on Facebook ad strategy. So again, the more you learn, the more you can earn. I'm actually going to give you an example here of someone in my world, Cara Laban. She started at $16 an hour. That's not the same person. This is another person entirely, which at the time I'd said is a little low, but she was happy to do that because she was just kind of learning, soaking everything up. She applied the strategies that we taught her, and she now charges $100 an hour working with dream clients and fully in control of her schedule and income. So just to see that trajectory in action, like this is very realistic in terms of like if you really hone in on your skills. So let's talk about pricing models. There's many, but these are the three kind of main ones. There's hourly. Now, a lot of people are going to shit on hourly and say like, you should never do that. I actually think when you're first getting started, there's nothing wrong with it. You need to figure out how long things take you. You want to figure out how you like working with a certain client before moving forward. I actually quite like the hourly model for like, if you have a new client, you'll start with like a 5-hour test package, for example, and then move forward. Maybe you do a 20-hour test package after that, or just not a test package, just a package after that. And then once that's kind of depleting, you move them to a retainer. You start figuring out how long things take. So hourly is literally getting paid for the hours that you do. Retainers are getting paid typically at the start of each month. That's what I recommend, for a set amount of hours or deliverables. So this is where you could start making big money. It's why I've got this little badge here. We're going to talk about that on the next slide. But retainers are kind of like the creme de la creme of freelancing. And I'll talk about why in just a moment. Then there's project-based. So this is maybe like a one-time setup of something like a website build or a funnel setup or a sales page or something like that. So you'd usually get paid 50% upfront and 50% on completion. If it's a longer project, perhaps there's other milestones in between, but that's pretty typical. So this is a little tool that I use with my students in the Virtual Excellence Academy. I'm just giving you a little screenshot of an example here. So this is why retainers are kind of where it's at with freelancing. This is where you can make that big money. So let's say you've got 4 or 5 clients on retainer. You've got Sue Perkins here. For the Brits in the room, you'll appreciate the references here. Sue Perkins is giving you $1,500 a month to do video editing and podcast production. Graham Norton, newsletter, $1,500. Ben and Jerry's social media management, $3,500. And Betty Boop. Betty Boop's kind of going out of style, so she only needs some admin, for about $450 a month. Now, the cool thing about retainers, and this is where I think I see that disconnect between people feeling that remote jobs or even jobs in general are more secure. The reality is, if you lose your job, you lose your entire income. When you're really smart about freelancing and you're intentional about how you grow things and you want to live in that kind of midsection that I showed you earlier, and you build around retainers with, good contracts in place. Let's say that Graham Norton jumps off here. Your income's still pretty healthy while you've got space to replace it. It's not just starting from scratch. So retainers are kind of where it's at, and how you can make big money. This is how I was able to make 6 figures in my first year as a virtual assistant over 10 years ago now. So I don't know how many people are in the chat here, but if there's anyone live who wants to have a little game with me, if not, I will play it solo. Gonzalo, if you're here, Jay, if you're here, would love for you to chime in here. But just to give you an example about how many people need the help of freelancers, I want you to play a little game with me here. So let's take a look at this yoga lady sitting here. This yoga lady has had an in-person yoga business for years. She's moving to the other side of the world and starting from scratch, and all her clients want to come with her somehow. So she's like, oh, I should probably start something online. So what could she possibly use the help of a freelancer for? I just want you to drop in the chat a few ideas. What could she possibly need help with? Gonzalo, I see you here. What could she maybe need help with?
Oh, everything. Building a website, building an online presence, taking pictures, really good pictures. I help with that. A videographer. I think video is everything right now. So probably video and pictures, social media strategy, website again, maybe with an e-store. Scheduling. If she goes really successful, she'll need help manage the schedule so she can focus on her area of genius. Lygia, what you have more? I have an army of freelancers already.
Nice. Oh, we can't hear you.
Lygia is the muted version.
Yeah, I'm the person that is also on mute. Okay, so can you just repeat the question, because I was setting my camera.
Oh yeah, so what would someone who is moving an in-person yoga practice online, what could they use the help of a freelancer for?
Oh, that's actually very good. The marketing of everything, right? If you're probably a very good yoga teacher, but you don't know how to build your personal brand, so you need help for the marketing to make sure you get more people, how to work on all the online platforms that you can use to book the sessions. Probably you don't know how to use that, and there's people out there that can help you. Checking your schedule, so a virtual assistant to check your schedule and help you out with that. Maybe cancel sessions that don't have a lot of people, so it's not going to be profitable.
Yep,
probably...
Nice, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, and then to add to that as well, she probably needs an online course set up. She probably needs an email list built. There's endless things here. So between the three of us, there's so many things here. Now we're going to move quickly to the next person. So let's say this person is in a band. They're starting to take off. They're traveling around the US right now. And things are just picking up. Her and her band are just on the road all the time. What could she possibly need the help of a freelancer for? I'm going to ask you again, Gonzalo.
A business manager. All the people I know in art, they are terrible at business. So they are very good artists, very bad at business. So I'd say a business manager to start. How do you call this person? There's a person that takes care of the tours, a tour manager.
Yeah, tour manager.
For sure, because it's very hard to book venues, etc. Tour manager, an agent for sure. All agents are freelancers. And yeah, again, videographer, photographer, that's very important for content. There's a lot. E-commerce store, so you need someone to build e-commerce store so she can sell her music as well. I would say community manager, because I have so many friends that are musicians that are making more money on Patreon than they're making directly with the music, which is very interesting, but people that want to have access to them. And that's all I have for now.
Fabulous. Your name was Lydia? I don't want to get it wrong.
Lygia.
Lygia. Yes. Okay, Lygia, what would you say?
Don't worry. Okay, so I don't want to say the same things that Gonzalo said. So adding on that, for sure, like someone to take care of the content and make sure that you are already engaging the people of the next date of your tour. So not
Nice,
just
yeah.
posting about where you are, but already like thinking about and maybe like looking for like local contacts that will like hype people to buy the tickets. I would also say like merchandising, for example, having like a designer to make like very cool merch so you can sell. And yeah, like a lot of like community management, like social media work, that's like extremely important these days. Checking your friends on TikTok.
Vaclav is saying in the chat, building a relationship with her friends on social media. So like a community manager as well. Definitely. I see more and more of this as well.
Totally. Awesome. Thank you both so much. I also think travel booking is another one. So if you're coming in with admin skills, travel booking is a great one. Even just getting back to people in the inbox. So at all levels here, she's going to need support from freelancers across the board. I'm going to kick you both off, and I'm going to do the third one on my own for time reasons, but thank you so much for playing along. So finally, we've got Mr. Baker here. Now, Mr. Baker, some people might be thinking, all right, he's got a brick and mortar business, let's say in Cleveland, Ohio, just to make something up. And he's got this booming bakery. He's got a line out the door every day. What could he possibly use the help of a freelancer? So he might be creating recipe books. So he'll need design with that. He'll need someone to do self-publishing. He'll need someone to help with social media, with ads, with, again, video content coming into the store. Even you could do, if you live locally, you can work as a freelance with local people if you're not really moving around yet, or if you don't intend to move around. You can work with local businesses. You could go in there and take photos, take videos, share them. Payroll would be another one. Any kind of HR type stuff can be done virtually. Endless possibilities of how you can work with all types of businesses. And I kind of like this exercise because it gets you thinking about the different things that you can do. Now, how can you get started specifically? I want to give you something you can take away today. So if you were to draw up a table with 3 columns, the first one, what am I good at? Second one, what brings me joy? Third, what can I get paid for? And then don't do this now. Take some time to do this. Give yourself an hour later or something like that. What am I good at? In that first column, you're going to list everything you're good at, not just professionally, just like in your whole life. So I'm really good at customer service. I'm really good at making people laugh. I'm really good at de-escalating sort of like arguments. I'm really good at web design. I'm really good at music. I'm really good at whatever it is, right? I'm really good at yoga, right? Put it all down. The reason I say put it all down is when you're building a business, whether a freelancer, entrepreneur, whatever, hybrid, you get to bring your whole self to the table. There is no point building a prison of your own design. Like if you're going to do this, be intentional, bring your whole self to the table. Once you've done that, give yourself set a timer, 10 minutes, do all that, then move to the next column, which is what brings me joy. And the what brings me joy, first of all, you're going to head back to the what am I good at, and you're going to pull across the things that you're good at that bring you joy. Because I bet you right now, there's a lot of things you do, especially professionally, that you're good at that you don't like doing. So we're going to Mary Kondo that, right? Like I'm really good at data entry. Do I enjoy it? No. I'm really good at mopping floors. Do I enjoy it? No. Don't bring it over. Being intentional, remember? After you've gone through what brings me joy from that first column, you can just continue for 10 minutes. Just let yourself put everything down. Again, business and personal. Finally is the what you can get paid for. This is where you need to start thinking a little bit, excuse me, outside the box in terms of like, that's why we have the exercise right before. People need so much help with so many areas. You can start thinking about the types of businesses and clients that might be a good fit for you. So for example, you're really good at customer service. You're really good at yoga. Both of those are in the what brings you joy. You could probably support yoga teachers like the one we just talked about with their customer service to get started. You could also be really good at web design. You could also, what brings you joy is Mexican food. You could build websites for Mexican restaurants. Do you see where I'm going with this? So there is a space for you if you make it and then you market it really effectively and you position yourself effectively, there is a space. Now, I want to give a disclaimer. If the person doesn't have a business, or it's like people come into this with like sometimes very noble, they want to work with, a dog shelter or something. And some dog shelters are like swimming in money. Don't get me wrong. But you also need to look at like, if there's no business there, there's no budget there. So you do need to be realistic about like what you can get paid for. Is there already money being spent in that niche? Is there evidence that they've invested in tools and people prior to that? That's going to kind of be your guiding light at the beginning. Then validation will come later. How you can start talking to people in that space. So if you want to imagine it differently, you can look at the Venn diagram version of this, like what am I good at, what brings me joy, what I get paid for. This is your kind of sweet spot. And you can move ahead with something right away. Now, a lot of people get trapped here and go, well, I have so many sweet spots. I have no idea. Choose something that piques your interest. It doesn't need to be your like biggest passion in life. The reality is, like, if we went by our passions, I think that's a really overwhelming concept. Go with something that piques your curiosity right now. The thing is, it's going to change. It's going to change so many times. Imperfect action is better than no action at all. Let yourself get started and get your foot in the door. Otherwise, a year from now, you'll be like, I still don't know who to sell services to. Start selling them and you'll figure that out real quick. So you could then put together a little elevator pitch. I'm really rushing through this because I want to make sure you're getting some good stuff today. But this could look like, for example, I'm Gonzalo and I provide online support for life coaches, helping them with their social media. Serves my greater purpose because I'm instrumental in getting that message out into the world of supporting people with whatever it is you want to support people with, right? So this second part is for you. It's your why. Your why is important. When you're building a business, that's what you're doing when you become a freelancer. You want to make sure that you have a solid why. If you don't have a solid why on those harder days, because there will be hard days, I'm not going to sugarcoat that. You'll need to have a why that motivates you. For me, it's like that time freedom. For me, it's making a bigger impact in the world than I could in a traditional employment environment. And so this part is the part that you say to yourself. But the first part, you could say this to someone right away at a conference that you go to. You could have a version of this on your LinkedIn. I'm Hannah and I provide support for people looking to move out of the 9-to-5, helping them by building the tools, helping them by learning the tools, resources, and business acumen, so that they can succeed. This serves my greater purpose because I think we all deserve a life that is chosen and not one that is given to us. So you can have a play around with that. Again, imperfect action. Let something come out, let yourself speak it into existence, talk about it with some buddies, let it be refined over time. Why is that so important to do? This is a really basic lesson in niching here. You want to enjoy what you're doing. Again, not building a prison of your own design. Even if it's not 100% what you like to do all the time, and even if you have bad days, because that is the reality of any of the paths talked about here today, if you can improve the work that you do, if you like more of the work that you do, that's already a huge quality of life improvement. We spend so much of our time in the workplace, in our professional lives. If we can improve that, that's a quality of life upgrade. Standing out from the crowd, I would rather hire someone who speaks my language, knows my niche. I would pay them more for that, which leads to the third one quite nicely. I'm always willing to pay someone more if I don't have to educate them on the absolute basics of like who I am and what I do. If they're solving a very specific issue for me, even more so. I'm not going to go into that too much, but an example of someone who was just doing real general stuff. This is Davy, who was in my world. Davy and her wife were offering kind of everything to everyone, which is fine. But with our support, with the community, with all the niche guidance, she came to a niche where she works only with eco-minded entrepreneurs, so people who care about the environment and animals, and now has a thriving business built all around that. It has a very cool Instagram profile as well, the Eco Helper, so go check it out. Great example of someone who niched well and makes a whole lot more money for it. So soft skills, I don't know how I'm doing on time. If I'm going over, someone jump in and shut me up. But soft skills are really important too. Natural desire to be of service is kind of at the top here. If you're not someone who likes to help out, if you're not someone who likes to lend a hand, if you're not someone who likes to be instrumental in like something coming to life, you can probably count yourself out of this one. Natural ability to anticipate needs. There's a really big difference between a freelancer who does tasks. A lot of those gig workers will be in that category. And then one who makes big bucks and is kind of like indispensable in a business. And that's when you're able to anticipate needs. So if you're someone who's like, okay, I built this presentation for you because I knew that you were going to be doing this session here today, and it's already uploaded to the thing, and it's like kind of just thinking ahead. This comes with working with clients over time, but this is a really big one. If you can anticipate the needs of your clients before they even know what their needs are, you're going to be completely indispensable. Quick learner, or even just keen learner when it comes to new tools and technology. AI, every kind of platform that we're using right now is changing, not just because of AI, just because they're always changing. They always have. So if you're someone who likes to kind of continuously learn, this is a good space for you to be in. Self-motivation, self-discipline, not going to lie, those ones are probably the hardest. They are things you can learn. A big part of self-motivation is knowing your why. Problem-solving initiative. If you're being hired to do anything as a freelancer, it's to solve problems. So instead of going to your client with a billion questions, going to Claude with a billion questions yourself and figuring it out on their behalf is kind of where the sweet spot is. Being a great communicator, not just because we're working remotely, but because you're often working with people who don't know how to do the thing that they've hired you for. So you need to be able to demonstrate your value and what you've done in ways that kind of like land for them. And then finally, an entrepreneurial spirit. We can separate it all out into the 3 categories, as Gonzalo said, but there is a lot of crossover between freelancing and entrepreneurship, especially as you progress in this field and you have the ability to create products, this kind of thing. But they kind of rest on the same skill set in terms of marketing yourself, showing up for yourself, visibility, networking, and owning the show, right? You're going to be wearing a lot of hats, so to speak, and they are the same sort of skill set. So if you identify all these things, you probably make a great freelancer. Ultimately as well, your personality, values, interests, sense of humor, kindness, all the things about you. People work with people. You don't have to hide away in some like sterile professional sort of old school way of thinking. Like, you definitely get to show up as your full self. I very much have, and that has very much worked in my favor. And I see that reflected in the thousands of people I've worked with as well. So bring it all to the table, friends. You get to be you get to relax, you get to have fun with it. So how and where to land clients. Again, I'm not going to be able to get into this deeply because of time restraints, but here's a few ways. Now, there's this very amazing quote that was written by someone very smart. Her name happens to be Hannah Dixon, and she's here in the room with us here today. But stop applying for jobs and start creating opportunities. This is kind of like the mantra that I would love for you to take away today. You need to recognize that when you become a freelancer, you are taking a more proactive role. You need to take a more proactive role. You could apply to a bunch of gigs on Upwork, which is not what I recommend to be really successful here, but you could, and then just sit back and hope that they pick you, right? The way that you should approach things if you want to have like massive success and make the money that you want to make and have the freedom you want to have with that complete peace of mind that you've got retainer clients coming in and you know where the next one's coming, is creating your own opportunities. So it's being proactive instead of reactive. Most people will look at things and they'll be like, let's say like the traditional workforce, they'll be like applying to a bunch of jobs and then sort of waiting in vain. And then when they don't get picked, they're like blaming the economy or whatever. And sometimes there is a factor to that. But we also have a lot more control than we kind of believe for ourselves in that moment. And so when you move into freelancing, it is about taking control of that and taking ownership of that and thinking, well, if this hasn't worked, what might work, and asking more questions instead of throwing the towel in. So that's also part of that entrepreneurial spirit. So things like building authority content or writing, whatever sort of platform is good for you, whether it's video, writing, whatever, but authority content that brings people to you is a big one. I know that Gonzalo is great at doing that. Relationship marketing. So, building a network that is not only fruitful financially and professionally, but also with just people you genuinely like to have around you is really, really powerful. And it's yours from day one to create. Social media, connecting with people who are obviously looking. Threads right now is really big for finding clients. If you go onto Threads and just put in virtual assistant, so many people are looking for virtual assistants right now, and there it's a gold mine of opportunities. There's job boards, there's gig sites like Upwork and that kind of thing. Can be good to have, but I don't recommend it as like the main thing to do. Referrals are kind of the backbone of most freelance businesses. If you can connect yourself with more freelancers and virtual assistants, these are going to be your referral partners. Don't see them as competitors, see them as collaborators, especially if they excel in fields that you don't. You also become a resource to your clients then when your clients say, can you do XYZ for me? And you can't, but you know someone who can. You're not just sending them away. Trusted communities. So communities like my own community, for example, where there's going to be high-level opportunities coming through there. Media and AI. This is one of the ways that I built my business. Getting, talking on events like this, talking on stages, giving workshops at co-working spaces, getting in the media, using helperreporterout.com, getting media features, getting like quoted in Forbes or Entrepreneur, this kind of thing brings people to you. It makes people trust you. And then AI, I cannot stress this enough. If you go into AI and you ask for people are going to AI and using it like Google. So they're asking for the best person for whatever, and it's pulling that data. This is one of the reasons I would say it's good to have a profile on Upwork these days, because that is also getting searched by a lot of AI. So even if you have a profile and you're not necessarily using it to get gigs on there, but you have a really shit hot filled out profile on there that says what you do and why you're the best at it, that's good to have. And then finally, at the bus stop, anywhere, if you are not talking about your work, you're not giving yourself opportunities to be seen, to be referred, for people to ask questions or find opportunities for you. So nurture your network, it will nurture you back. I know this is a really quick overview, but I know that we're time constricted today. If you want to talk to me more about it, feel free. Finally, I do have a very small offer here. I'm just going to talk about it for just a second here. Freelance Foundations. It's the difference that makes a difference is actually doing the stuff. You can consume information, you can show up to these events and never do anything with it. If you want to get started as a freelancer, I have my Freelance Foundations program on sale right now. It's normally $99 if you scan the card. Scan the QR code. It's only $27 right now. Simple, affordable starting point to stop overthinking and start building. Everything we touched on today in a lot more depth with action steps for you to take. That is the end of my session. I hope we got through a lot there. Open to Q&A, and thanks for being here, everybody.
Woohoo! That was a lot. Take a deep breath now.
It's really, I have no idea what time I came on, because I was like, I have no idea where I'm at. I'm just going to breeze
It's
through.
okay. You went really well. It's a little bit late, but we don't care. I would never interrupt you just because it's so important. It's so much information and so dense, because people then will provide the free presentation to everybody who registered. So it's like, let's just Hannah go, provide all the knowledge she has. And this is like 1%, and let's just her go. You mentioned, we have a question here from Vaclav. Thank you so much for your questions, guys. Keep pushing them. You mentioned individuals switching from various industries to freelancing. I bet they might be facing doubts such as lack of references. What do you advise them to overcome the initial hurdle?
Yeah, so I think the first thing is to recognize that your previous experience doesn't just like not exist anymore. It's still valuable and it's still relevant. So you can ask for things that maybe are not traditional in the traditional workspace. You know, typically they're going to write you like a recommendation or be accessible to people to reach out to. But you can ask for like a quote. You can ask for like, could you write me a little testimonial about what I did in this specific scenario? Like if it's going to help your freelance thing. Another thing is that if you find an area that you want to specialize in as a freelancer, like do that thing, do it for yourself. You have to build a business anyway. If you want to be an Instagram manager, make your Instagram shit hot. Like that is your portfolio. That's the reference piece. Your portfolio can be all the work you do for your own business and building it. If you want to be a content manager, your content's going to be great. If you're going to be a writer, you're going to have a blog. If you want to be a web designer, have a great website. Every page of the website could be a different style of how you can work. Like use your own business as an opportunity to showcase. The thing with freelancing is they're not looking for resumes. They're looking for proof that you can do what you say you can do.
That's a big difference. Nobody cares about resumes anymore. It's about show me what you can do. Yeah, show me what you did and show me you can do it for my business. That's pretty much it. You said AI-based freelancer. I'm really curious on how you are seeing your community using AI to enhance their work. So I think there are two paths right now, or two theories around freelancing. Number one is AI will kill freelancers. Well, AI is killing everything apparently, but in the end of the day, I see people with more and more work. So it's very interesting.
Yeah.
The other path I see, the other conversation is freelancers are now like specialists that are specialists are using AI to enhance their work and become even better and even more valuable. What are you seeing in your community? Which one of these paths seem to be more realistic right now inside the freelancing world?
I think it's whichever one you lean into, right? If you lean into the camp of like, it's taking everyone's job and you believe that, you're not going to get any work. If you lean into the camp of there's ample opportunities out there and I can expand and make better the work that I do and be more efficient, we're seeing those people get a lot of work. So I think ways people are using it are that, you know, a lot of web designers right now are using AI to just more quickly. And I actually think that AI in the hands of experts, like someone who builds a website with AI with no web design experience, it's fine.
Yeah.
But someone who really cares about branding is not going to want to hire that person. Someone with a bigger budget who wants something really specialized is going to hire a web designer who's going to utilize AI to help them as their partner, not as a replacement. They're building some of the coolest stuff I'm seeing out there. If you are an expert and you use it, you're wielding it in a different way to the general public. And that is still highly valued.
So what I see, according to what you're saying and connecting with what I see, for example, I just went to Austin and I was seeing all these incredible logos and incredible brand design from like incredible spaces like Jeopardy, etc. I was like, wow, like I wish I had it. And the other side, you have me, because I launch projects every day almost. I would not hire a freelancer to design a logo for something that I know if it will work or not. So would you agree in something more like the low-skilled freelancing work may disappear because that's the work that AI is doing? Like I go to AI, I design a cheap logo and I push it, but the specialist is actually getting more expensive because they get more and more requests. Would this be kind of fair to say in this space? I just think about design. I know there's a whole world.
I think to a degree, perhaps. I think there's and on the other camp entirely, like this is the camp who probably aren't even in the room. There's a whole other camp of people who are just anti-AI. Those people are still hiring people.
Oh, yes.
They're not going to go anywhere for some time. But I do think that a lot of these sort of tasks are being taken over by AI, but they're also being wielded by humans. There are people that just don't want to touch it. There are people like, I don't want to learn to use any of this stuff. It's beyond me. I don't care. I just want to do my yoga practice. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to do my bakery practice. I don't want to deal with that. So they're hiring VAs to do that. Those VAs are able to take on so many more clients and up their income because their output is so much quicker and so much more efficient. But I will say on the flip side of that too, like I've just hired someone who does inbox management for me. I could totally have Claude do that. I have a human doing it. I like having a human doing it. I like someone that I can back and forth with and have, I could do that with Claude. I like having a person who I know is thinking about my business when I'm not thinking about it. I like the human element of that. So like, there's also just people like me who uses AI. I use it quite heavily. I've got some amazing pages on my website now that are done with AI that people look at and they're like, wow, that's AI. I'm like, yeah. Because I had someone amazing do that who was also a web designer. But for me, like there are certain roles that I will always want a human to fulfill. And I don't care if they're using AI to do it, but talk to me as a human.
Yeah,
You know?
and there's also the curation aspect, right? One thing that makes many jobs special, if you are more like a specialist, is the curation. What is good, what is not good.
Yeah.
Like I just want things that work in the beginning, but once I want something that's good, I go to the curation of a human that actually knows what they're doing.
Exactly.
And it's not just like, I'm not a website designer. I need a website right now that shows the next conference and has a button for a waiting list. I think that's kind of done. But once I really want a good website from that, okay, this is the interaction. Let's build something serious. The best websites I see, it's no AI. It's just like, there is no AI that can do that yet.
I definitely think there's somewhere in between. And I think that what you talked about, like shipping stuff quickly, that is amazing for that. It's amazing for testing things. It's amazing for validating things. I also think something that I didn't talk on today, but I talk about very heavily in my work is client experience. And for me, when you reach a certain level, I feel, and I mean, maybe I'm a little bougie here, but I really like a high touch experience when I'm working with people. I want to feel special. I want to feel like what I invested back is like giving me like a feel good ROI, not just like, I also don't want to be on my laptop all the time. Like I want someone to ping me on WhatsApp with a voice message telling me what I need to know. Like, when do I need to be on my laptop? There's always going to be bougie people like me who don't even want to touch their stuff anymore. And are just like,
this is very interesting what you're saying. So what you're telling me, and I was thinking about my own experience because I'm halfway through bouginess. And for many things, it's true. Like I hired a personal coach instead of just using ChatGPT, and probably ChatGPT has all the information in the world. Yet I hired a human because this guy fucking sends me a message. Hey, did you work out today? Why not go now? And ChatGPT doesn't do that. So that's one of the cases. I hired a social media specialist to actually design my brand strategy on Instagram, not AI. Again, I have probably all the information that she's giving me, which is a lot, is online for sure. Yet I hired a human and I work with a human because she reviews my content. She tells me what to focus. She tells me what's happening. And we have amazing 2-hour calls that are so fun and we ping so many ideas that I would not have with AI. So I can clearly see what you're saying. Yeah, this is like my 2 last personal use cases, which is kind of bougie in a way. Yeah,
it is. And I wonder, I'm just going to ask you the question because I think for me, a part of that is, yes, AI could do a lot of the things that I have humans do right now, but there's an element of accountability where I feel accountable to a human. I don't feel accountable to AI, you know?
Yeah, accountability. And again, curation. Like I am in my workouts, I like CrossFit, but I'm in Ireland right now. There is no CrossFit. Okay, I have ADHD. So if you repeat the same workout the same 2 weeks in a row, I'm out. But so I need someone who understands this and designs it for me. So it's not just, I can't just do chatty, but sometimes it's like, it's very seasonal. It's like, how do I feel this week? Okay, this week I have a crazy week. I'm traveling all over the place. Like, dude, just do me something for 35 minutes that I can jump in, make something and go. Another week's like this week, it's much more like, I want to go back to CrossFit. I want to do snatches again. Can you design something for me that actually makes sense, but also doesn't destroy all the work we are doing? Absolutely. And that curation and that personalization is very, very interesting for me. And again, the human touch, like, did you work out today? What the fuck? Did you post it on social media this week? Why not? What's happening? What's your blocker? Can I help you? Is it editing? What's happening? Why didn't I not? These helps a lot.
Absolutely. By the way, you're looking pretty good.
It's my personal.
I thought you were fishing for a compliment.
Finally, I was like, put my best issue for the conference, and nobody's saying it. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me. It's good fun as
Hannah,
always.
you are a rock star. Thank you so much. I'll see you in our next conference that they will announce today. Nobody knows. I'm not sure if you know actually, but if you know, don't say. If you don't know, there's a conference. It's in September, and it's not in Algarve anymore. We were kind of things went wrong. If you see my
Okay.
content that my content manager put for
I
me,
did see that.
so today we are announcing the new location of our conference as well.
Very
So I'll send you a
excited.
private
Cool.
message because I know you have a flight to catch.
Okay. Bye. Good to see you.
Bye bye. Okay, this is intense. This is lots of knowledge in a very short period of space. Everybody doing all right in the chat? Take a deep breath. Okay, this is a lot. We will have a whole integration session in the end. And all these videos, if you register, will be available for you. If you didn't register, go to remotefreedomlab.com and register there to make sure that you receive in your email all the information about your speakers and everyone doing cool stuff. Okay, up next, we are also doing a little bit of digestion through personal stories of all this information. I want to invite to the stage my dear friends, Luca, Misha, and Rose. I will not try to kill your last names, guys. Misha and Rose, you have very interesting last names. I will not butcher out of respect for you your last name. How are you guys doing?
Hi.
Good.
Okay,
Hey,
let's
everyone.
go. Hello. Okay, this is really cool. I love this. Now I know have to coordinate this in the cool way, and I know no idea what's happening. So, guys, here is my expectations for the next half an hour. I want a cool conversation. It's not only me asking questions. You guys have personal stories. You guys are curious about each other. Feel free to cross and send stuff and comment on each other's paths. And the second thing is this is all about our journey. All of us had different journeys, struggled through different areas. And it's so interesting the people in the chat that are now going through that journey as well are curious about it. So that's more or less what we're trying to do here. And the first challenge I have for you, and this will be very challenging because we're three with very different paths. So the first challenge I have for you, and I'll start with Rose because on my side, you are next to me. Can you tell us more or less who you are, but also your journey, your remote work journey in 1 minute or so?
Ooh, I love talking, so a minute is going to be tough.
Constraints.
I'll start with that. I have worked remotely for 10 years. I started working remotely in 2016, and I was working for another company. Like I was working full-time for another company. I wasn't freelance. I wasn't running my own business at that time. Did that for a few years, transitioned to a similar situation, working for a marketing agency full-time, still remote, but not freelance or entrepreneur yet. And then at the end of 2024 is when I transitioned to freelance and have my own business. So that's the kind of timeline we're working with. Stumbled into remote work because, like probably everyone here, I had this dream of traveling the world and not being bound to one location. Found a travel company that I worked to the last presentation's point. I just worked really hard and like put together a competitive application. I was like, if you guys don't hire me, you're crazy. Convince them. And that was kind of my entry point, right? And I think I can dive more into my current freelance and entrepreneurial journey, but the entry point of getting into a remote job and then kind of building from there. I live my life between Canada, where I am now, and Mexico. I'm from the States, born and raised there. So just wandering around North America. Excited to chat through more of my experience and hopefully lend some helpful things. But that's kind of what I've been up to the last 10 years.
Amazing, Rose. Just to let you know, I'm in Roatan, which is this Caribbean island with a whole community. So please do pass by in the future.
Love the tropical lifestyle.
Luca is coming as well. Doesn't know yet. Talking about Luca, Misha, what's your story?
Talking about Luca. What's my story? So my background is actually super solid in like the events industry. That's where I started. Hotel events, doing event management, organization, that kind of stuff. And end of 2020, and not even because of COVID, because it came on my path, I met a guy who was launching a startup. And I met him in New Zealand, but he was going back to the US. And that was my first kind of interaction with remote work. And after that, it was very intentional because then COVID did happen. We had to go back to Europe. And I So that was actually quite short because the startup wasn't my thing and like the position I was pushed into. So I launched my own business, a coaching business. But to fund that, because launching a business takes time, which is a big lesson I've taken out of the past couple of years. But in parallel, I got a job through Upwork actually as a Scrum Master with a developer who was working for an accountancy. So he had basically a little team. But anyway, so that was my first one. And in the meantime, we were traveling through Europe in our van. And to be honest, I just haven't looked back since then.
Well, today's the day where we're looking back and digesting our experiences. Everybody in the chat can see it. Thank you so much, Misha. Luca, my favorite builder. So Luca, what are you building? What's your story? You spoke about, both 2 out of the 3 of you spoke at the Novel World, sharing a little bit of your journeys lately. But what are you up to, Luca? What's your journey?
I'm from Malta, which those who don't know is a small island in the Mediterranean. And it was there that I met my first digital nomads who reached out to me whilst I was doing a tourism business when I was 18, 19. And that's when I figured that this is an interesting lifestyle, an interesting future that I wanted for myself. So it stuck with me, this concept of being able to work from anywhere in the world. At 24, 25, I shifted out of this tourism industry and started launching my first businesses that were fully remote. So they did not tie me to Malta in that sense. And started building my first software companies as well. And then since the last 5 years, I was able to actually spend 6 months of the year in different places, sometimes for 1 month, sometimes for 2 months. And it's only recently that I returned back home for a bit of a longer period because I started something new, which is a software company based on property here in Malta, which maybe I could go into a bit, but it's the first time I was able to build my own software product, design it, code it, market it, and not involve anyone who had those skills that in the past I couldn't, do myself.
How did you learn coding? Were you a programmer? How did you learn that?
In my first company, I started to learn about product and user experience, and then working with developers, you start to understand that, I guess, how they work. But obviously, I never understood the language, and so I could never actually go and code it myself. I would have to explain in English to someone how to do it. And it's the same thing with coding with AI. It's you're explaining in English what you want it to build. Arguably, it understands you better than humans and the feedback is faster as well. Because in the past, you'd build something, you design a scope, give it to a developer, then get back to you in a month, and then you give them feedback, and then it would come back in another month. So now it's something you can do on your own in a week, have a prototype ready in a sense, and that's been really, really fun for the last year. And I tried a lot of different ideas, and one of them worked.
That's it. 30 ideas in 30 days. That's what we should all be doing next. That's my plan. I need to create an event like Rick did. Okay, really cool. Part of this whole thing is ironically selling, right? And I love what Rose says in the beginning. I convinced them to hire me. So this is it, right? We're always selling, and there is nothing on this lifestyle. Either you choose any of the paths, right? Remote work, like Rosa saying, another company you work for, you had to sell yourself because remote work is so competitive. 10 times more people apply to remote jobs than to in-office jobs. If you are freelancing, you are always selling. And if you are an entrepreneur, well, you are definitely always selling. So in your path right now, or is there any story in your path that you had to sell yourself in either of these paths? And how did you approach it? I would like to start with Rose because I know she has it on the top of the mind, and I really want to hear the story on how she convinced this remote company to hire her, because I think this is gold.
Yeah, I think now more than ever in the era of AI, the human touch and like being yourself, again, I think that was mentioned by the last speaker, it's so important. And that is something I know that helped me stand out in my job application process when I got my first remote job 10 years ago with this travel company. I remember I had to do a video as a part of the interview process to introduce myself. And I really like acted like I was a movie star, you know, because I was like, I'm getting this job. So I like had a script, I prepared because I was like, I want them to know I am the best candidate, right? And I think I understand that when you maybe are searching for an initial remote job, it's a bit tricky because maybe you're like trying to just apply to as many jobs as possible just to get someone to take a chance on you. And so I think a piece of unsolicited advice with that is like, maybe don't cast the widest net. Pick the jobs that you're actually excited about and actually have relevant experience about, and spend some time on the application. You can use AI to help you prep, but don't make it all robotic, because then your application definitely isn't going to stand out. So like letting your personality shine through. And then when I've transitioned into different roles since then, the job I got after working for the travel company was from a personal connection. It was a client of the travel company who I had formed a relationship with. And he came to me and he literally said, I don't really know what you're going to do at this marketing agency, but I trust you. And so I know like we're going to figure out some sort of role for you. And I think that's, again, a testament to like, one, my personality and my charisma and my skill set that isn't naturally technically related to a job, but two, maintaining those human relationships. So if we're saying like, one, narrow down some of your application pool, pick the jobs you're actually interested in, try to make personal connection with the hiring manager if possible, do your research, like really put together a good application. And two, nurture your personal relationships. Like I am so big on networking, not on like being behind my computer and commenting on other people's LinkedIn posts, but more so like talking to humans, knowing that a lot of my clients that I have now were word of mouth referrals from clients that I worked with at the agency 5 years ago. Like it is so, so valuable in the age of technology, AI, robots, automation, all of this. Human interaction and connection is so important. So those are two things that I really focused on and that have been really helpful for me in this remote work journey.
Yeah, I love it. And funnily enough, that's how I know Misha and Luca was all through going to events, put ourselves out there and show up. Like both were speakers.
Exactly.
Rose, you know you need to come to the next Nomad World to be a speaker as well, because you need to belong to us. Misha, do you have any story on how you put yourself out there to sell yourself in any of these versions?
Yeah, but I'd like to jump into what Rose said as well, because because so I've switched, right? So I came in as a freelancer, and then I've always had issues with like being inside of a company for too long. So it's always been like, I love project work in general. So I came in as a freelancer, and that was also the first work I was doing as a freelancer, just FYI, online. And I actually felt like I could find more opportunities than physically, and especially because I was traveling, right? But then second of all, now I've turned, so this is my third business that I have, and I've been working with growth stage founders for the past 5 years, most of them all remote. And the interesting thing is that they actually find it really hard to find the right people. So it's an interesting like dynamic within the remote world, that the people that want to work remotely find it hard to find those people. And then because we're talking often, yes, there's a few big companies that have remote workers, 100%. But I feel like the biggest pool is the small agencies between 1 to maybe 50, but like 1 to 20-ish, that where the founder is traveling, you know. And what you say, Rose, is like, it's so word of mouth. And once you're in the world, like it takes a little bit, but it's like a Narnia door, you know. And once you're in it, you're like, whoa, but it's pretty hidden. And what I'd like to add as well, what I found is, you know, it's not just the shiny job offers on LinkedIn or whatever that I feel like if you're a remote worker, so if you want to say an employee or a freelancer, I would really say like, go out of your way to find the hidden gems. Like the guy that I reacted to, he had a horrendous little text on Upwork, but that meant that only probably 5 people applied. And that's just because, you know, he didn't have the capacity to actually, it's not his skill, right? So I think in remote work in general, there's a lot out there, but you just have to, you know, dig deeper a bit more.
I agree. I always say that if it's on LinkedIn, it's already too late.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if
Yeah,
it's
and then
LinkedIn, there's already 1 million people applying. You're gone. Like you have to be a genius to have a job through LinkedIn. That's
yeah,
only right.
it's a whole
If you
different
work
game.
for if you work for Meta, then you work for Google, and then you work for whatever AI company is trendy today, you have a chance. Yes, that's all that LinkedIn is doing.
Yeah.
If not, and you're trying to apply to jobs on LinkedIn, I wish you good luck because that's not going to work. I
Yeah.
would not even spend my time there. I wouldn't touch it. I would use LinkedIn to build my personal brand and contact with people in the companies that are
100%.
building something interesting.
100%. And if I could just give like a tip, if I would do it now, like where I would search, it would be again the shitty like advertisings on Upwork or Fiverr or whatever in person. So like co-livings, co-workings, events, as you say, because that's where you're next to a founder who's probably running an agency of 20 people and you don't even know it, right? So it's like the networking angle of having the balls to open up, to speak to people and to find out what's happening, meetups and stuff in digital nomad like places. And then it kind of, you end up there. And another one, like the Facebook groups. There's so much opportunity in Facebook.
Surprisingly, I thought Facebook was dead. What's up with the Facebook thing? Facebook is alive and thriving.
So, and I thought it was really interesting that Hannah just mentioned Threads. So I noted that down as well for myself. But those are like it's like the ones you wouldn't expect kind of to have big opportunities.
I love it. Yeah, I don't touch Threads because I have too many. I cannot. I have to leave, and I have a daughter to feed. I cannot do one more. I'm on Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn, and I try to.
Same. But I was like, oh, you can search there. Apparently, there's people.
I know, and we have a friend. I think we all know him, Robin from Yomati. He actually says he gets many clients from Threads. He's like, dude, there is no way I have time for one more. This is not happening. Like,
yeah,
no way. Luca, in tech, what's working? What's the story? Is community working for you as well? Tell us everything. How are you selling? It's all about the money in the end of the bank account. How are you selling?
How am I selling? I haven't been so I always look for opportunities that are a bit untapped. So I try to look at what's coming or what have people missed. But yes, I would say that I've been playing around with trial reels lately, and that helped me sell out an event in some way. But yeah, not as in obviously this I'm using the same things that I've been using for the last 10 years. Everything from SEO to pixel ads. Nothing's really changed in that sense.
Oh, wow.
I think I'm much faster to be able to set up a campaign, so it's like spinning up a website and installing a pixel and tracking, and the stuff used to take much longer. Now I can do that very fast.
But you are always surrounded. I know you are always surrounded by community, Luca, because in Malta you go to events, and where you were in Bansko, you come to the Nomad World. So what are you looking for in this community? Is it like new ideas, fresh ideas? What are you looking for? What is the community feeding you then?
That's it. So what I get from community is I'm first-hand knowledge. So when you read about what tool should you use and you're trying to find someone online who's going to give you an opinion on what you should do in your marketing, there's lots of sources out there. But when you meet people and they tell you, hey, I tried this technique and it actually worked in this campaign, that for me is a lot stronger of an opinion. So when I'm looking at which tools I want to use for coding or which models are working best, I find that everything's moving so fast that the best knowledge you can get is from different people who are practicing it. And there's not enough time for me to try everything myself. So it's better to talk to people who have distilled that knowledge themselves and actually achieved something with it. And that's kind of what I get a lot from that. For sure, inspiration. I'm looking to meet as many people who are from different industries, especially regulated industries or industries that touch the real world, because I think that there's a lot of opportunities for people to help lawyers, architects, any field in any location around the world need someone there local to help them build their new way of working or just make their life easier. And I think that that's where I'm seeing the most opportunities for a business, but even for new graduates. I think there's a lot of disruption happening in large enterprises, and typically people who are able to adopt technology, can actually help these companies do that. So I think I think a lot of people are afraid of it being a more competitive job market. But if you orient yourself in the right way, you brand yourself in the right way, you learn the right things, you're actually going to be more attractive than most people. So it's like I think there are going to be a lot of opportunities for people who are well versed with the latest kind of tools of AI and such.
Oh, okay, so
Not
you
sure
are
that
very.
answered your question because I rambled off a bit there. But
I,
yeah.
I have a follow-up question for you, which is we have two fields. I know you are very deep into AI, so I need to ask you this one.
All right.
There are two fields in the world right now. AI
Yeah.
will kill us all. We'll be without jobs next year. AI is going to empower us, and we're all going to be rich. Which one are you into right now? Are we all going to die, or are you all going to be rich, or none? Which is
I'm more I'm only fearful about people who are resisting to kind of adopt, because I think that those people would be at a disadvantage. Whilst if people are ready to learn and adopt it and implement it, and are flexible in that way, they have an advantage. So that's I think the way the world is going to be. So it's like that's up to you, and then which side you want to kind of be on. I don't see it as a thing us versus them, but it's like where there is the next thing coming is where there are going to be the most opportunities. So that's where I tend to hang out.
interesting. One thing I'm getting from today, we are 3 hours into the conference. It's everyone is speaking of AI and everybody's speaking about human connection. So what I'm feeling right now is that the more we go into AI, the more we value the human connection, which is the irony of all this, like the pendulum effect, right? I think this is so interesting. I'm so happy I'm organizing this. Yes, we are here online together, but it's still humans. Like it's still humans commenting on the chat. It's still us talking as humans together, that we are all using AI, but yet everybody talks about, I got my job through connections. I go to conferences to get the knowledge. I go to conferences because I do get jobs in conferences. So it's fun. The more we go AI to do our jobs, it seems to me that the more we go in real life to meet people, which actually makes me hopeful on humanity. Maybe we actually will come back to be humans again. We kind of lost it in the last
But
years.
it's the same with any extreme, right? Because it was the same
Yeah.
in the remote world. The amount of people that come to, in-person events or co-livings or whatever, it's because the two opposites attract, right?
That's so true. Okay, let's speak about struggles. I think this is too optimistic. We are all too optimistic right now. Let's speak about one moment in your remote work career when shit really went wrong and you thought about, okay, this is not for me. Or I don't know, I will tell you mine first because I see you all thinking. I went bankrupt twice since I started in the last 8 years, since I started my remote work journey. So I was freelancing, I went to Asia, then I got a remote job, life was good. I was making enough money to get a really good life in Bali. Back then, Bali was cheap. Sorry, I forgot to say this. Back then, Bali was still cheap, was not the prices of New York. Now, probably Thailand would be a better option. And then I decided to become an entrepreneur. And when I decided that, I quit my job and I lost all my money in the next month because several things happened in Vietnam. I'll never go back to Vietnam, including I had to pay for 2 more flights. I couldn't pass through China. I will never go to China again. And yeah, but I think a lot of things happened. And I went from being really well in Bali to being completely broke, eating with 1-2 euros a day in Lisbon. Then COVID came. So that was good. That because I was a remote work coach back then. And so, yeah, for me, it was like all this journey. I was preparing. I was starting very slowly, but I was in the right moment, in the right timing. And then the wave of remote work came and I just got the wave I was getting ready for. But yeah, I was a lot of days eating sausages and tuna. Back then, tuna was cheap. Tuna was 75 cents in Lisbon. Nowadays, it's like 3 euros, who knows? So probably I will have a less healthier diet. When you're thinking about your journey, was there any moment where you doubt yourself, where things really went wrong and you had to restart? Whoever talks first can go first. I have no preference.
I'll jump in because the tuna thing. When I was 18, traveling through Australia, it was noodles with a bit of tuna.
It's protein. It's
That was
healthy.
the
It's
backpacker
good.
meal. Yeah. Sorry, I'll wrap this up. No, I actually, when I had my first business, the coaching business, and I'm very much, or I was someone very much that, when I do something, it happens. That was the mindset. And as an entrepreneur, you kind of get faced by exactly what you say, Gonzalo. There's a lot of elements that you can't control that are part of the success of your business. So with you, COVID was actually a positive, but it could be something else. And at that stage, so this was like, where was I, 25-ish? I was still very much of the idea, like I took everything personally, right? So the business failed in that sense because I'm not someone who shows up every day on Instagram and has to sell through Instagram and did the whole Instagram 10K business, coaching business thing that was sold to me. And I failed. And I remember we were living in the van. I had my coaching program, which at that point was still okay. And for the first time in my life, I actually got depressed. And it was really weird. First of all, my partner had to tell me that the symptoms that I was experiencing were depression, because I never physically felt that. And second of all, it was just really weird rationally because I was living the life that I wanted to live. So, I think it's similar to a burnout when you kind of stretch away from your core self, something snaps, right? So me having to do the whole business, putting everything on myself, I think something just snapped. And that was probably my lowest point. And I had no idea what to do from there. And the biggest lesson and tip actually that I give everyone from what I learned from that is, if you feel lost or if it's too much, or if you're expecting that, so that this will happen within 3 months, take it easy, go back to ease. So what is a skill that is extremely easy for you that you can go to? It might feel as a step back, but it might just be the foundation that you need to step off of again. So for me, it was back to part-time project management online. And then from there, I took the time to kind of recalibrate and go in a new direction again.
I love it. I think as an entrepreneur, sometimes it always crosses our mind, okay, if everything goes wrong, what will I do? If there's a third world war tomorrow, or if the internet goes down, that will be definitely a bad for me. I have no human skills. But yeah, what will I do? And I was like, okay, I'm in the right time doing this project. Okay, what if it ends tomorrow? Where will I go? What will I do? And actually designed it with Katarina, 3 options, my wife. The first one was, what if I stop working here? What's next? The second was, what if there is a third world war? What should I do? Because I'm telling you guys, better prepare than not prepared. And if there is a lockdown because COVID, whatever, where will I want to be and what will I do? So I have the 3 scenarios. And what for me was good, because I went through 2 times through this crazy stuff, right? Was I have such a peace of mind, because if anything goes wrong, and sometimes it's very fast, I have a plan. So it's not even about my business or the money I make now. It's I have a plan for when things go down. And the worst case scenario is not bad. That one of my worst case scenarios is I go for somewhere really, really cheap and I have money for the next 2 years. I'll just go on Twitter and build something with Luca 24/7 and see what happens. Basically, that's one of my plans. Maybe Bansko Luca. We do Sun every day. We live for 500 euros and we just try building. I don't like Bansko, but I don't know if it is what it is. I'll prefer to live a $500 life there like that than not having. But just the peace of mind of having a plan. If I go broke and everything goes wrong, it just brings me, because we're living in very unstable times. We had someone on the chat saying that everything is crazy, the climate is going away, the AI is coming, there is all these waves. Now we may have a new COVID that nobody knows. So just have a plan B, whatever that is, especially if you go to the entrepreneurship route. Sorry guys, I don't want to do a monologue, but I felt your mission. Rose, you were going in, tell us more.
Yeah, I definitely can relate to the things that Misha said. I the history of my life is just burnout, right? I push myself really, really hard because I want to be the best at what I do. And I take my word very seriously. If I say I'm going to do something, I commit and I do it. And so I think the biggest challenge for me, just drawing on the last year and a half, because 2025 was my first full year that I had my own business, there were definitely many moments where I was like, oh, I'm just going to go back to working full time, for another company. Right. And I think all entrepreneurs and freelancers can relate to that at some point. So I think that is a very normal and common thing to feel. I want to call out to the people here listening. I think my tendency is to say yes to a lot of things, which I've been working on a lot in the last 6 months. And I'm in a really great place in terms of like having a very manageable amount of client work, which is fantastic. But I went through an entire year of having way too much, which is a great problem to have, but not great for my wellness, emotional stability, sleep, all of that. And so if you are in this phase of debating going into freelance work, going into entrepreneurial work, figuring it out, I still highly recommend it. I will never go back to working full time for another company or another boss. It is an amazing feeling to kind of make this life work. And at the same time, it's a constant balance. You really need to be honest with yourself of what season of life am I in? Can I handle a big 6 months, a big year? Can I push hard? Am I in more of my chill phase? What does my year look like? Can I balance? Can I do both in a year's time? I think all of those options are possible, by the way. But really riding that wave, and like the only way to figure it out is to do it. So like I'm so glad I overcommitted last year because I learned like where my limit was and then I adjusted. So if you have a tendency to, if you're that kind of person that you're just like, you can really get into it, burnout likely will happen, but like you also have the power to get out of it. And you can find the balance. So it's an ever-present thing in entrepreneurial and freelance
That's
life.
true. I had two, both when I was a nomad. And you know what was the same thing between two was, yes, the amount of work, but it was the lack of community. On both, I was working from home instead of working outside. That was the connection between both. Yes, the work world was crazy, but right now it's crazy as well. When I get home, like I'm an extrovert. If I stay home, I burn out. Even if it's a week, it's crazy. Luca, I saw many posts of you about mental health, entrepreneurship. So I'm sure you have a really interesting story as well.
Yeah, I think the most important today I know is keeping my balance. So yes, I guess even today I get very excited about my work and AI, and it sometimes takes up too much of my mind space or my attention. So I think I've learned that ensuring that I'm doing the other things. I'm part of a run club. I'm going surfing. I'm hitting the gym. I'm going out and having a beer with some friends. Even though sometimes you want to always optimize everything and have even cut out all alcohol, but maybe that's one beer with a friend a week for me is actually good for my mental health. But if I look back to the last 10 years, there was moments where I remember being 20 years old. One of the managers of a venue I'm working with yelling at me, and I had just taken over the business from my business partner before we were two and I was one, and I start crying and walk out of the venue, like trying to hide my my frustration. And then walking around in the street and feeling like, oh my God, this is the end of the world. I've ridden the highs as well, and maybe in my mid-20s when I was having a bit of a high moment with a business, then maybe I did the opposite and I splurged too much or I exaggerated in certain ways, and then that had its own consequences on myself, on the business, on the people around me. So I think that's just a journey that I had to go through, and I think today, looking forward at the future, I feel like those moments will come again. You just learn how to deal with them a bit better and take smarter choices.
I love it. Okay, we are past our time, but I have two questions here on our chat. One is from Deborah. Apparently, all our plan Bs were also very remote. I think because we are in this industry for a while. And she asked, if the step back was not remote, what would be the plan B? I don't have. So for me, it's like, Deborah, if the internet shuts down, I don't have food on my plate. That's what's happening. And in Portugal, the electricity went down for 12 hours. I barely ate, and it was 12 hours. So I should learn some skills. No. You have a plan B that's not remote? I don't actually. I think after you will go into the journey, it's very hard to have a plan B that's not remote because kind of the whole paths of remote. But I'm curious.
I mean, you organize events, Gonzalo. You definitely have human
true.
skills. Like, I don't know, you keep saying this. But this is a mindset, huh?
No, yes. Okay, I can organize events. No, but
you will be fine.
Yeah,
No.
I don't know how to make food. I don't know how to fix a car. I'm useless without a keyboard.
Well, there's much more out there, I think, than those two, but I'm sure you'll be fine. No, but I get what you mean.
Hopefully. Do you have any physical plan B? I have one now. Thank you to Misha. I can organize events for everyone, which is great for
Yeah,
me.
no,
Thank you, Misha.
Yeah, bringing people
I
together.
do.
Yes.
I do think it's an important question though, because like this has been rolling around in my brain a lot over the last year or two of like the idea of diversification of I have been in marketing for like the last 7 to 8 years. And I know that I'm good at what I do and I want to continue my business there, but I'm also trying to get into content creation. I've been doing that for the last year. And I see that as like a different world. Like I would be working with brands, like not doing marketing for them, like, I mean, kind of in a way, but not doing my life cycle marketing. I also have land in Mexico that I want to like build on. And I have a dream of having a hotel there one day. I have like ideas of having businesses that are related to like manual labor, like electricians, plumbing, window washing, moving. Like I think once you get into the entrepreneurial world, you're like, okay, there are so many possibilities. And I do recommend exploring those. I think having a plan B can also look like diversification, right? Like you don't have to do it all at the same time. Like work on the one project that has maybe the highest likelihood of success first. If you can get that working, then you can kind of open up another funnel perhaps, or another lane. So I think I don't have, to your point, Gonzalo, I don't have, if the world goes crazy tomorrow, I definitely don't have a plan B, but I have ideas for diversification if the world continues on as is.
We shall see. Okay, we have a second question before we close out. And I will ask you like in less than a minute, all of you to answer this question. It's from Andrea, and it's the core question we're trying to answer in the whole conference, right? So if I'm starting out and you are in your 40s with small children. So she's in the 40s with small children, almost there, by the way. On the 40s, I already have the small children. How to make the leap into remote? Okay, you will start a different journey. So I guess the question is, if someone is their 40s, so they have already skills for sure. They worked in many things before. What is the one advice you can give in 1 minute or less? Because our next speaker is waiting for us. We're a little bit late. That you can give to Andrea.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned it before already, right? I would turn around the rocks in the places that not everyone's looking. You know, in Facebook groups, there's so many digital nomad Facebook groups or remote workers Facebook groups or local Facebook groups. So depending on the place, you can pick the cities in Europe or the US, wherever there's a lot of remote workers. Start with Upwork, you know. I think building your remote or online thing might take a bit of time, so give yourself like 3 months to maybe get paid less than you're expecting, but it's, you know, you're putting in the work that you need to profile yourself or put yourself out there. That would be my tip.
I love it. Who wants to go next?
I can go. I'll go back to what I was saying at the beginning. I think identifying jobs or areas, I think to Hannah's point, the previous speaker, of things that overlap with what you're good at and what you like doing, getting clear on that and really going for it and searching intentionally, to Misha's point, maybe in places that are unexpected, maybe in the expected places as well, and do something different to set yourself apart from the competition. I know so many people who are hiring right now, and they are all fed up with like the AI resumes and the AI answers. It's so easy to see if 100 answers to this application question is the same, it's very easy to stick out and put yourself in a different category if you as a human are writing the answer yourself. So I would say really go for the personal aspect, try to find the hiring manager, message them, be specific in your messages, in your cover letter, in your resume. Numbers speak more than anything else. So once you get that experience showing that like this is the impact that you've had, you've increased something by X percentage, you've made something more efficient, you've done X amount of sales, that will, I think, hopefully for me, if I was hiring, make you stand out. So be more human and get specific on the jobs you actually want. Spend time on applying well to 50 jobs versus applying really haphazardly to 150.
I love it. Luca, what's your advice, the expert entrepreneur advice? How can people jump on this in their 30s with small children?
I find when the more you share what you genuinely believe in, the more likely you are to find those people who will believe in that too. And whether that is someone who will buy the product, an investor, or just someone who wants to join for and support the mission, you need to start with broadcasting that message. And it's free to do that. And to be honest, anytime I've put out something into the world, I never know if it's a good idea or a bad idea until I've published it. And it's the faster you are able to share what you are thinking, the quicker you're going to get feedback, and it does snowball after a while. So it's like I've been seeing this meme around called Cringe Mountain. So at the start of climbing Cringe Mountain is it's very difficult, but once you're at the top, everyone's like, "Wow, how did you make it?" So start climbing
yes.
Cringe Mountain and step by step.
I love it. Well, people, thank you so much. This conversation extended a little bit more. If you want to answer more questions, there are more questions on the chat of YouTube that we'll not have the time to jump into, especially from Christine and Ferhas Phil. So if you feel like it, please do. If not, thank you so much. You already gave so much of your knowledge and your time. I really, really appreciate you. Hope you have an amazing day. And I hope to see you all on the next Omelette World as well, where we'll announce the location today.
Thank
you so
you.
much.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Ciao.
So much knowledge in one day, people, but there is no time to breathe. Some of you were asking about the lunch break. No, here we believe that this conference is better than watch the news. There is nothing good happening on the news, guys. Here is only good things. So we are moving to our next speaker on the path 3, how to land a 100K remote job in 90 days with Gina Sapien. I hope I didn't butcher your name, Gina. How are you doing? Oh, wait, I cannot hear yet. Something is happening. So. I cannot hear. Maybe you need to choose the right microphone down below. No worries. And this gives me a chance to look into the chat while Gina connects the microphone. How do you manage clients that, despite agreeing with a portion of work for a project, still arrive mid-end of project without extra support that puts you on the spot? Yeah, that's a hard one. I hope our people can help you with that one. And Christine, how do I position myself if I'm currently transitioning careers to UX UI design? And I'm expert in architecture for the past 10 years. I think the best way is to, 1, create content online, especially on LinkedIn, and 2, to actually show your work. So I would work in projects for free, I would work in projects for fun, and I would make sure that I have all that more or less lined out, that I have things to work. Like Hannah Dixon was saying, people hire skills. They don't hire necessarily your CV. So make sure that your portfolio is truly incredible and people will hire you. Gina, were you able to connect the microphone? No. João, maybe you can help. Do you want to refresh and select then the microphone? Or I don't know. I don't know which one I have. HearPods, good. Okay. So we do have a small break until Gina comes back on. Is to refresh. My team is on it as well. Okay, let me jump in other questions we had here. Yes, welcome, Gina. How are you doing?
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm doing well, Gonzalo. Thank you.
You know, the biggest problems in life, both with technology and everything, usually a reset always fixes whatever we have.
No, 100%. But working remotely, it's like this happens every day. So you just get used to that, right?
It's so true. I'm very curious about what you're speaking about. Actually, many people were exactly asking these questions on the chat. So I'm very curious about your talk. So I don't even will take more time. Thank you so much for waiting. I know we are a little bit late. Gina, the stage is all yours. I'll be back with questions in the end.
Okay, great. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, here you go. Okay, great. So things should be there right now. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much everyone for being here and staying all this time for my talk. Today, we're actually talking about how to land a 100K remote job in 2026 without actually spending a lot of months just applying into the void. And probably if you have been applying already, you identify with this because market today is really crazy. So yes, I'm going to talk about actually being full-time employed and being working remotely. And I want to be very, very clear. This is not going to be like generic job search advice. I'm not here to tell you apply to 300 jobs, rewrite your resume and make it ATS friendly, or just go manifest harder. We're actually going to talk about what's actually working in today's remote market. And because again, it has changed dramatically, and most people are still approaching it with the strategies that worked like 3 years ago. So what was working in 2020, 2023, it's actually not working right now. So grab something to take notes. I want this to feel super, super practical and very, very, very transparent. And okay, so let's move forward. I think you are in the right place if you are in any of these situations. And this is what I see every single day, talking to so many people who are either already working remotely or who want to change their jobs. You are in the application black hole. You have applied to dozens, sometimes hundreds of roles, and you barely hear anything back. Now, you are getting interviews, but the offer never comes. You are even making it to final rounds, but somehow either, again, you're getting ghosted or nothing happens. And when you are getting offers, those offers are missing the mark. Maybe they are like the salary is quite low. Maybe they are too junior for you. Or maybe they are actually remote, but the lifestyle is not really aligned, right? Those remote jobs, but you actually have to be in your computer for 12 hours, or it's not really remote. It's actually like working from home, which means you can really not going anywhere, which is not actually remote, but that still happens. So if one of these feels painfully familiar, good, because that means you are exactly where you need to be. And before we are talking strategy, I want to show you this because these messages is actually messages I receive every single day. I just want to validate something. The market, genuinely, this is how people are feeling right now. So if you are feeling like, oh my God, why is this so hard to work remotely? Why is it so hard to even getting a job right now? You're not alone. People are applying for months. They are getting ghosted. They are seeing jobs reposted. Many actually make it through multiple interview rounds and they hear nothing. And eventually what happens is that you start internalizing it. You start thinking, maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe remote jobs are impossible now. Maybe I'm just asking for too much and I should just settle for whatever is out there. And the reality is the market is incredibly noisy and super, super competitive. And that's just every single job. And now when it comes to remote work, that competitive side, it just triples. So it goes really, really high. So if your confidence has already taken a hit, that doesn't mean that your value has disappeared. A lot of the time, it just means that your strategy hasn't adapted to how the market works right now. And there are a few important reasons why this is happening. So these are the 4 realities shaping the remote market right now. First, right now, and this is for a probably 50 to 100 startup, and now triple these numbers if it's a really, really big company, right? There are 250 to 500 applicants per role. And that's extremely common right now. Again, like more or less depending on the company, the type of role, but especially for the very strong ones, there are so many applicants. So crowded. Now, getting back to AI, 50 to 70% of candidates are actually using AI to run their applications. And notice I'm not saying support, I'm saying to actually do all of the application, resume, etc. Which means resumes are 10 times more polished, cover letters sound so similar, and everyone just looks like they are qualified. And if you had used ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, there is like specific ways that AI writes that we actually know that you use AI for that. So It's very, very, very evident. Now, the third one is roles are actually closing within 2 to 4 weeks. That means that companies already have candidates in the pipeline before most people even apply. And number 4, truth is 90% of the candidates are going to be qualified. They meet the basic requirements. And this is really important, because the issue is not that companies cannot find qualified people. The issue is that there are so many qualified people. So actually being qualified is no longer enough. There needs to be a lot more than just hitting all of the job description requirements. That's why the old approach and the things that you have been doing probably, again, like 3 years ago, are no longer working, and why the job process is basically broken. Probably you have heard this a lot. But the answer is not working harder. It's actually approaching the market in a different way. Now, imagine if your search would feel a lot less random. You are receiving inbound applications every single week without even actually looking for them. And when you think about receiving these applications, think of using the biggest professional network, which is LinkedIn. Now, imagine consistently landing interviews without needing to apply and to submit hundreds of resumes, applications. You are getting offers that actually reflect the level that you are in, and you're closing your search in, let's say, 60 to 90 days, instead of letting your job search drag on for a year. And this is so important, because right now the job search can drag on up to 1 year. Like, that's pretty normal, actually. But you want to be closing your search in only 2 months. And maybe the most important part of all of this is you're approaching your search with confidence instead of panicking, because the market, not because the market actually become easier, because you understand how to position yourself inside that market. And now, the most important part, and I know I have said this a lot of times, but the real goal and why most of you are here, you are not just having all of these opportunities and all of these great things coming to you, but you're also having more flexibility. You have more ownership over your time. You have more choice over where and how are you living in. It's being able to work from anywhere without sacrificing the amount of money that you're earning and your seniority, if you are in more like manager, director, VP type of level. And this is one of the biggest myths I want to challenge today. Remote work does not automatically mean that you need to earn less or take lower level opportunities. There are incredible remote opportunities out there, but they usually go to people who know how to communicate their value clearly. And the good news is that you also don't need to do a lot of the things people think are mandatory. You don't have to send 100 applications every single month. That's not a strategy. That's just a perfect recipe for burnout. You don't need to endlessly tweak your resume and hoping this version, like how you save this final version of the version of the version of the final version on your computer. You don't need to hope for this one to finally work. You don't need awkward networking and conversations that feel fake and transactional. You also don't need to have a huge LinkedIn following. Like, people having 500, 1,000 followers are landing the best remote jobs out there. And you definitely don't need to sit around waiting for recruiters to magically save your career and come and tell you, hey, I'm going to help you find a job. What you actually need is clearer positioning, stronger proof, more visibility, and on top of all of that is a repeatable system that you can use over and over again. And honestly, learning this changed my own career completely. Okay, so I want to share what happened to me. I actually started my career in Mexico. And yes, that was me. It was corporate Mexico. I worked for Unilever and Pepsi for about 4 years, and it was terrible. Like, I literally had to move out from my hometown That part was great, but it was very, very far from my family. And I was literally never allowed to have a single work from home day because if I'm working from home, I'm literally not working, right? So it was super, super hard to get them approved. So they would take it out from my PTO. And then, like, how come I would be using PTO every single time I wanted to go back home and be with my family? But anyways, that's corporate. I had to dress like these, like super fancy, and wearing those high heels that honestly I hated because I cannot stand in high heels for a real long time. Wear very fancy outfits that were very, very uncomfortable. But hey, I had a great office, a great view. Most of the expenses were paid for because the company was rich. So, anyways, it didn't matter how good it was on the outside. I just felt terrible because it was not what I wanted. It was definitely not how I picture my career going, especially like when I was just fresh graduating. So I did what a 25-year-old could do with all of her limited knowledge. I quit my job. I bought a one-way ticket to Taiwan to pursue my MBA because, another degree is going to fix everything. I'm going to have more education, and more education will help me land a better job. And now I'm laughing as I'm hearing myself telling that because huge mistake. So I spent 2 years in Taiwan, a country where I'm going to say I had never visited before. I didn't know anyone and I didn't speak the language. And to be fair, I have been living in Taiwan for 8 years and I still cannot speak Chinese quite good. But anyways, at the time, it was just like a bet I made on myself. So I was 2 years into my MBA. I was going to graduate. However, in that summer, I didn't have a job already. And my work permit, actually not my work permit, my resident permit from my student visa was about to expire. I refused to go back to Mexico. And I know probably a lot of you here love Mexico, but to me, being from Mexico, I refused to go back to my own country because a lot of things sucked back then. And Taiwan was a very great place to live. So I felt like, okay, I had all of this corporate experience. I have a fancy degree. Why is this so damn hard? Like, why am I not getting a great job that it's remote and just simply a job that I like? So that period forced me to rethink everything. I couldn't rely on the traditional path anymore. Applying, submitting my resume, going to interviews, and getting a job. So eventually, after just putting myself out there, going to as many networking events. And when I say networking events, I mean job fairs, conferences, community events, just putting myself out there, getting to know people, even though it felt super comfortable because I'm actually more introverted than extroverted. So it just felt very, very hard to be out there. But one encounter with one hiring manager from a tech startup is what changed my career. And I landed my first remote startup role for an American company in Taiwan. It was great. And that actually showed me that global remote opportunities became a lot more accessible once you learn how to communicate your value beyond your local market. So the fact that I was Mexican was completely useless, but the things I have learned through that experience is what actually helped me to land that role. So yeah, and that brings me to today's goal. I want to give you a system. I'm not going to give you motivation. I'm not going to give you career advice. I'm going to give you the exact system that helped me and probably 50 to 60 of my clients landing strong remote opportunities in today's job market. Because what worked a few years ago is no longer enough. Today's market is rewarding people to know how to position themselves, how to communicate their impact, and how to build visibility. Now, before we get into the framework, I want to talk about one of the biggest traps I see, the mindset spiral. Probably you're sitting there and you're thinking, if I only had more experience, if I only had a better degree, if I only had more followers, if timing was better and the market was better. And while all of those things can help, they are usually not the real issue because I have seen incredibly talented people struggling while very less qualified people are moving faster. So you have to stop asking yourself, what's wrong with me? And start asking, how is the market perceiving me? Because if you keep solving the wrong problem, you're gonna stay stuck in the same cycle. And just want to remind you, there's a bonus if you stay on at the end. There will be live Q&A. Yeah, so all of the questions you have, probably you are already putting them in the chat, but I cannot see them right now. So just keep sending all of your questions there. And I'm going to share a couple of bonus offers, but you do need to stay at the end. Okay, so just going to continue with my story pretty quick because I think this is important. I mentioned I got my first startup role, and that continued on for 6 years. I was in different startups. Eventually, I got to lead a small social media team. So actually, I'm a tech startup marketer and a hiring manager as well. And in my last experience, I was in an HR tech company where I actually helped other companies hire remote talent. And that's where my passion for helping other people land these amazing opportunities started. But then, as all of the things happening in tech industry, I got laid off. But at that point, I had already built visibility because for the past year, I had been super active on LinkedIn. I had a side business as a career coach. I had a lot of relationships with founders and marketers. And I have, again, an audience of 59,000 on LinkedIn. So after being laid off, well, while I saw like all of my colleagues panicking and scrambling, like, what am I going to do? That completely changed the experience for me because I'm not lying to you. 1 week after that, I actually landed a head of growth role, fully remote with 2 times my previous salary. And that basically came from actually staying in touch with the founder for like 6 months. Like we would catch up every month and we would be like, hey, how is your work going? And they would share about these challenges. Once I got laid off, I was like, what's going on? And he was like, you need to come work with me. And what that taught me is your career today is not only about being good at your job, it's also about being understood, being visible, and being easy to trust in the market. Because you could be really great at what you do, but if the right people are not looking at you, then you're just invisible. So after having this great experience, being a head of growth, etc., remote from anywhere, I kept working on my business as a career coach, and I'm now focused on helping marketers land great, high-paying remote roles. I'm a speaker, and I have creating content, collaborating with brands for the past couple of years. Okay. So again, what the market wants from you right now? The old way is applying, waiting, hoping that someone chooses you. The new way is you get clear in your positioning, and I'm going to explain what that is. You get seen and you get pulled into the market. The strongest candidates are not only applying, they are building enough clarity and visibility that opportunities start finding them too. So you're no longer at the mercy of the market and waiting for the right post, the right job to be posted. And that doesn't mean you become an influencer. It means you're making it easier for the market to understand who you are, what you do, and why you are valuable. And the easiest way to understand this shift is through one thing all of us know best, which is sales. And I know if you hear sales, it might sound like, but it's true. You need to be treating your job search like a sale because truth is you're selling yourself. Think about it. You are the product or the service, whatever you want to think about it. Hiring managers are your buyers. And positioning, for those who are not marketers, what is even positioning? Is basically what makes you stand out in a market full of equally qualified people. Because we already established that 90% of the people are qualified, they are experienced. But what makes you stand out? Like, why should I talk to you instead of these other people? And if you think about it, when you are selling something, you would never just randomly go out there and being like, I'm selling this thing. You would define who your best client is. You are going to clarify why you're better than the other. You're going to create proof. Proof means something that backs up why you are better than the other. You're going to build trust with your buyer, and you're going to choose the right channels or the right medium to sell your product. And most people don't do that with their careers. You are just randomly applying, hoping someone magically figures out the value that you bring. And that is the problem. So finally, what I've been talking about from the beginning of this presentation, the framework. This is the SAIL job search system. And I want us to read that from bottom to top because that's the priority order, but none of these exist without the other one. Positioning, proof, proximity, and interviews. Positioning is how the market understands you. Proof makes your claims believable. Proximity gets you closer to opportunities and decision makers. And interviews is basically where you convert opportunities into offers. And I know we've been talking about full-time employment, but this is also super valid for freelance, for whatever other type of work you're doing. You need to be clear on these pillars. And when they all work together, your job search feels like a system instead of randomly doing different things. So let's start with the foundation, positioning. This answers one core question. How should the market, how should your audience, how should the hiring managers understand the value that you bring? Not just your job title, not just the tools that you use, but the actual value. Because let's be real, people are hiring others, or me as a client, I'm gonna hire you because I have a pain. I have an excruciating pain. I need you to come solve for me. So this is what you need to be communicating, your actual value. And that includes and specialization. And I don't mean you being a generalist is terrible. And when I talk about generalist, I mean people that can do different things. But it just means being very, very specific about who you serve. Business relevance, like who is your business for, or who is what you bring for, and a clear differentiation. So just adding a couple of different examples on LinkedIn, left and right. And okay, for me is the right, but we see Natalie and her image is a lot more like attention grabbing versus the person on the other side that I can definitely not figure out what she does, why she can fix my pain. Like it's just there. In today's market, profiles like these disappear, and profiles that are clear are gonna win. And you're gonna hear me talking about LinkedIn again and again because that's where most of the offers come. So yeah, people accidentally sound far more generic than they realize, because I don't think this lady, Jay, let's call her Jay, she means to be forgettable. She doesn't, but that's what happens. Now, the second one is proof. You have a very strong positioning. You know exactly who you're for. But if you don't have proof of the value that you have brought, then it's just good marketing. That's it. So proof is what makes people believe you. And one of the biggest mistakes I see is people describing tasks instead of outcomes. And I think one of the speakers in the previous panel mentioned this, like you have to lead with results. And here are two very simple examples. If you keep telling me you managed email campaigns or you supported your team to do this, versus having a very, very, very clear number of what you did and how did you do it. One tells me activity, you managed something, the weak one. And the other one tells me the impact that you brought, the results that you brought because of the work that you did. And hiring managers are not hiring items in a job description. No, those are recruiters. And I don't mean to say this in a bad way for recruiters, but that's just a checklist for them to know who they want to bring in. But hiring managers, the ones that actually make decisions, they are hiring results. They are hiring outcomes and how those outcomes can help me do my job better and get seen by my boss. And once you have positioning and proof, the next question becomes, are the right people actually using it? And okay, just a small thing to clarify here. Proof actually is something that you see through your resume, your LinkedIn, your portfolio. Those are the most visible assets that will confirm the value that you bring. Okay, so we go to the third one, which is proximity. Even great candidates struggle if the right people never see them. Think about it. You can have the best product, like the best service ever. It's a groundbreaking idea. But if you don't go out there, if you don't make promotion, if you don't talk about it to the right people, you're basically going to stay invisible and you're going to be poor because no one is ever going to buy from you. What does proximity even include? Let's go again from bottom to top because it's a pyramid and we want to focus on the foundation. Networking, the love-hated networking. What is networking even? Like, that's a very abstract concept, but it's building connections. Basically building connections to discover opportunities and gain insights before the rules become competitive. It means opening a door. I don't mean you have to become best friends with someone. You need to have like this awkward type of networking where I pitch myself asking for a job. No, it just means opening a door, talking to someone. Second, personal branding. What is personal branding? Again, it doesn't mean becoming an influencer or having a huge LinkedIn following. It means shaping the perception that others have from you publicly. And again, this happens on LinkedIn because that's the one and only professional network. You're crafting a professional identity that stands out to the employers. And now the funny thing is, probably right now you think you don't have a professional brand because you are not active on LinkedIn. But let me tell you, you do have one. And the big problem with that is that you're letting other people craft that identity for you. And if I don't see anything on your profile, I may think, oh, probably this person is actually not interested in a job. This person cannot actually do what I want to do. This person is boring. This person is safe. This person is not standing out. That's already the perception that others have from you, but you're letting them decide for you instead of you being out there and being like, this is what I do, this is who I serve, and this is how I can help you. That's the difference. Okay, so I want to show you a very practical example because as I'm saying, these are probably like, Gina, but how does good networking look like? Because I'm so afraid that I'm not saying the right thing. Here are two examples. The upper example and the, okay, I left the name there. And Miguel, God bless him, but really, you cannot be reaching out to people being like, I have a passion for this. I have been following y'all's company work, especially, and I'm truly inspired by y'all's mission. Like this person doesn't even know what I do, doesn't even know where do I work, and is not even saying something specific about me or my work. So I don't even know if this person is like copy pasting this message every single time. And he's reaching out to see if there might be any opportunities or if there are roles that align with his skill set. Like if it's my job to go to his profile and see who you are and what job I can give you. It doesn't work like that. It makes my job harder. And the only thing that happens is that I will ignore this message. Now we go to the other message. And this is actually me. And the reason why I sent this message is because this lady, she works at a company I really, really admire, and I want to start a conversation with her. So what happened is that I think she commented on one of my posts or she liked some of my posts. I cannot really remember. I went to her profile and I looked at her career and I saw very interesting jumps she made. And that's something very specific, very personable. And that's what I asked her about. Like, how did you make this transition? Like, I'm genuinely curious because I think it's super cool. Always remember, number one, people love talking about themselves. People love receiving praise. Like they just love being complimented. And people always respond to something you have in common with them. So those are the three principles you need to remember for a good networking or opening a door. This is how it looks like. And last but not least is interviews, because being qualified is not enough if you cannot communicate your value clearly. This is where many people lose opportunities. Again, they are interviewing, everything goes well, but when they come into the interview and offer stage, nothing happens. Hiring managers are listening for business impact. Again, outcomes are worth 10 times more than things that you did. Strategic thinking, ownership, confidence, and communication. Task focus is saying, I supported this, I did this, I managed this. Very mild, very stable, very safe. But someone who's standing out is someone who identify a problem, proposed an action plan. They put in action that action plan. They probably had to face challenges, facing trade-offs and making decisions, sacrificing other things they could have done. And they brought in results. And those results are actually very helpful for the company you're applying to. So this is how people who stand out in interviews are actually thinking, not just save tasks, but how they can bring impact to their next company. And underneath all of these, from top to bottom, like from your positioning to the interviews, what are hiring managers looking for? People who are really making decisions. Again, impact. Now that you have a clear point of view, not just someone who agrees with every best practice. And, you know, the classic people that are on LinkedIn, and I'm sorry, probably this is you, but you're commenting on other posts and you're like, I love this take. This is great. Great post. No, that's not a distinctive point of view. That's just agreeing and not making effort. Likability. And this is one of the most, like, you could say, stupid ones that a lot of people forget. As a hiring manager, I will be working with you like 8 hours of my day, probably more. I need to like you. We need to have some chemistry. So they are actually also testing for being likable. That's why the ability of making small talk is really, really important. And a lot of people think, oh, you know, small talk is not really important, but it's actually that thing that you do in the first few minutes of your interview that can make it or break it. Because truth be told, when you're going into an interview, the first 5 minutes are the most important, because that's where you generate the first impression, especially in remote environments. Like, think all of this is happening like on the screen. And confidence, because if I go into every interview into my LinkedIn and I'm just like playing small, no one is going to see me. And probably I'm saying a lot of things people don't like. And trust me, like, a lot of people sometimes DM me and they're like, how come did you say this? Or they comment something on my post and they're like, oh, and they get angry at me for something I said. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I respect what you think, but this is how I think. And this is what makes me me, and the reason why people come to me. So if you don't like it, that's fine. So stop trying to be liked by everyone. There's people for you and people that are just not for you. And okay, as we are wrapping this up, here is what I want you to remember today. When you go out there and either continue your job search or start it, the old playbook that is applying, hoping, repeating, not working anymore, especially in today's landscape. And I have SaaS here, but it's actually not exclusive for a specific industry. Without differentiation and visibility, even the most talented people become invisible. Again, think of you like myself. I have a business. I'm no longer full-time employed, but I have helped 50, 60 marketers do that in the last year. And now I have my own business. If people don't know about me, if I'm not different in some way, I know my program is great. I'm going to talk about that later. My program is great. My results are great. But if I'm not out there talking about it, I'm never going to get more clients and the right clients. Now, also, proximity to decision makers, being close to the people who actually make decisions and people who can buy from you. That changes everything, because you go from going out there selling stuff to people to actually having clients and hiring managers coming to you begging you to help them. And ultimately, remember, this is so much bigger than just having one job or one client. This is about building long-term career leverage. Probably tomorrow, we don't know, you're going to be laid off again, or you're going to want another job, or you want to quit your job and become a business owner. All of these things that you're doing today, the positioning, the branding, the networking, they are going to help you build that long-term sustainable career. Probably right now you're just thinking, I want my next job. But again, like, your network, your brand is something that you will carry for your whole life, so that you will never, ever have to start from scratch. And okay, I know we are probably past time. I haven't really been looking at the clock, but with everything I have shared today, it would honestly be super, super strange if I don't show you how I can help you. So I'm briefly gonna talk about this. I do have a program as a career coach that helps marketers. It's the Career Ribbon Accelerator. But again, because my niche, my positioning is working with marketers to land high-paying remote roles. If you are a marketer, this is going to be super, super helpful. So this is my 12-week accelerator that has helped 50, 60 marketers land full-time remote jobs from anywhere for US and European companies. And if you are not a marketer, I also offer career power hours and resume and LinkedIn makeover. This is the QR code, and you can go out there. You can find my socials, follow me on LinkedIn, and find all of the great things I can help you with. And okay, I see Gonzalo popping up there. And if there are any questions, I would love to take them.
That was deep and amazing. It's a lot of content, a lot of knowledge. I have some really cool stories from the chat that came up. One of Rad. Well, these names are out of control. He also had a situation that HR was an AI bot to talk on the interview call on Google Meet. It was creepy and useless. So now some companies are using AI slop as well for interviews. Do you know about this? This is wild.
100%. I think I have heard a lot of times that the first filter, it's going to be AI. Like, you don't even get access to talk to a real person. And it's crazy, but that reinforces my point where being visible to the right people and having a network and having a brand is so important, because you want to get access to a real person before you actually have to apply and never actually get someone to see your resume. So yeah, it's crazy. And unfortunately, or I don't know for good or bad, but we're heading into that direction. So again, 10 times more for my point, personal brand networking.
Wow. 100%. And how do you see reinvention? So we had the case here in the chat that she is now working on UX UI. She's learning UX UI. She wants to find a job in that direction. But her previous career, I'm just trying to find it, was in architecture. So she was in architecture. Now she's changing careers and she's looking for a remote job. How would you prove your skills in this case, for example, as Christine here?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I have worked with people pivoting. In that case, I would say I don't know if this person has some degree or some education or not, but probably if UI, UX, maybe they have some. I would say you need to put into practice whatever you are studying. For example, maybe you can work on a project. You can build something that maybe working with a client, if it's UI, UX, probably you want to reach out to someone and build a very basic website for free or probably paid. And that's something you're going to use in a portfolio. That portfolio, it's actually the proof element of the framework that I have shared, because that will validate what you say you can do. And that portfolio is something you're going to share all over again, like those projects that you build for fun. Let's say maybe it's not official working experience, but honestly, I don't think you need official work experience for that. If you work on these small projects, even you build for yourself, right? Like, for example, I just talking about AI, but when I was working in marketing, Claude was not a thing. And this was like a couple of years ago. Like, it was a thing, but it was not as big as it is right now. So now I have been working on different agents for my business. And that's something I have in my own marketing portfolio. So if one day I want to get back into full-time employment in marketing, I have something to show them, even though it's not something I did before. So I will always say, you can take all the certificates that you want, degrees, courses that you want, but you need to put them in practice in some way. And again, talk about it all over and all over again. And like basically on LinkedIn, that's where people will discover you.
There is a book from Austin Kleon, I think, which is Show Your Work. And it's all about this. It's more directed to artists, but I think it's what you're saying is pretty much the same. It's not anymore only what you have and what you did in the past. It's show me your work, literally, right? I think the title of the book is on points out of that. And we have a last question here. I'll not try to say his name. Are marketeers working with you also SEO related? So do you help SEO related marketeers find a job as well? If so, you have a client.
Yes, exactly. I would say every type of marketer, from performance, heads of marketing, marketing managers, SEO, AEO, what else? Brand marketers, content marketers. Basically, marketers who have at least 5 years of experience that want to work remotely and want a high-paying job. I say 100K, but I think that's a very arbitrary number because 100K for the same role can look the same, like, let's say in Europe, but probably in the US, it's going to be 200K, right? So it's
Yes.
basically someone who wants a job that pays well.
Yeah, I'm closer to the US right now, and the numbers are just different. The same position doubles the salary automatically because there's, of course, taxes and stuff. That's amazing. Well, Gina, I love everything about this. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and your time. To everybody else, this was intense. The recording will be sent to your email as well after this, so you can review it. And please, if you are looking for a job, especially in marketing, oh, there's another question from Sasha. So let's see if I can still plug it in. For non-marketing position like customer success, how would you show your work? Do you want to tackle this in 40 seconds before I'm kicked out by the next speaker?
Oh my God.
Customer support is interesting, actually. It's very hard to show the work, I think.
Yeah, but I think like you will still have success stories that you want to show up in your interviews, for example.
Tell a story.
And those success stories don't necessarily have to be visual, but you can choose to say how you implemented a project, how you brought a relationship to life, how you help a client make more money. It doesn't need to be like, UI, UX, you show a website or you show a graphic. No, it's also like how you handle things. And basically those case studies, it's what goes into your portfolio in a specific format, star, situation, task, action, result. And that's what you can show.
I love it. Never thought about that. That's actually genius. My first thought was like, well, customer support, that's not possible. It's actually possible. It's telling a story about something that you did in the past, basically. I love it. Gina, thank you so much for everything you are doing to the world. I think it's so much needed. And it's a pleasure. And yeah, well, let's keep in touch because I think we can do cool things in the future as well.
Sure. Thank you so much for the invite.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we are not stopping, but we are moving to the last talks of the day. The energy is still here because the work is just yet to be done. I see the energy in on the chat, Sasha, Rad, TKA, and everybody else. Thank you so much. Keep those questions flowing because right after we have now another rock star, one of my favorite humans on the universe, and probably the most stylish of this conference, Miss Beck Power from Creative Media. I have so many things to say about Beck. Beck, hello, how are you doing? I cannot hear you, of course. It's like I like to start all the calls with I cannot hear you.
Okay, that was my fault. Yep. Hi, how's it going?
Good, and you?
I'm really pumped about this. I've been awake
Let's
since
go.
5 a.m. I'm here in Mexico. I'm ready to go.
Oh, you are with me. Okay, good, because I started at 4. I'm in Roatan in Honduras. We are very close to the right. Okay, so 2 things. You are a rock star. You are amazing. The audience is warmed up. They are ready to go. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do some Beck Power into this conference.
I love it. Yes. I'm just going to make sure that I can. Am I sharing a screen? Let's see if I can do this here. Window, this thing, share. Yes. Okay, looks like that's working. And let's see if I scroll. All right, can you confirm, Gonzalo, this is like looking all right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was trying to speak, but I was waiting for João to put me in.
Okay. Yeah, I just needed to make sure that was working. So let's go. I may have amended the topic of the talk slightly because I'm super pumped right now about content repurposing specifically, and this really awesome system that I'm going to show you, which I call the infinite content system. And so when we're talking about building in public, part of that is obviously, I mean, the public part is social media, and content repurposing is a huge part of that. And so I've sort of amended this a bit to say creating, managing content that is your own, and I'm using Claude Cowork. So if you don't know a lot about, I'm sure everyone's talking about AI all over this thing, but Claude Cowork is my key to success right now. My God, I've built so much stuff in the last few months, and I've built so many things for myself. I'm going to show you the infinite content system and the 4 elements that will help you to completely transform your social media and how you build things in public. I'm really excited about personal brands right now. And as nomads, as people that work remotely, as people that are very creative, usually we have interesting lives, and I think we should be sharing those more. So share your life. We're gonna talk about that a little bit in just a second. So by the end of this thing, I don't know how much time I've got, but I'm just going to go for it. You know exactly how to document your life, turn it into content that wins clients without sitting down to create content ever again, because everyone knows that's a huge pain in the ass. Oh no, what am I going to put on social media today? Let me start writing something. You don't need fancy gear. You don't need any niche. In fact, I'm an advocate for no niche, nicheless. And this is not about just like trying to post more and getting crazy. It is posting more as sort of a byproduct, but that is not what that always makes people feel stressed. So we're not gonna call it that. But the old way is kind of, you sit down to post, you stare at a blank document, you force a hot take, or you get Claude to write something, or ChatGPT, and then you're like, this is terrible. I'm gonna have to rewrite it. It sounds like AI slop. But that's not the answer. The answer is capturing what you are doing. So I'm so pumped about this, you guys. I've been doing this for a few months where I've just been creating more and more and more content, and I'm not creating it. Claude is capturing it for me. So the difference is documenting something that you do as you are living your life, and creating in the way that we've been doing it is something that you stop and force. Okay, I've got to create something on social media. So I'm really keen to explain the difference between those two things and have you really get it. Because when I explain these 4 elements, you're going to love it. So what if you stopped creating content and just started capturing your life through Claude automatically? I'm going to show you how to do that. A few rhetorical questions. How many ideas have you thought of this week that are lost? How many wins that you've had have gone undocumented and you don't know? A lot of times I ask my clients, where are your testimonials? What wins have you had? All this stuff. They don't know where anything is. They've not captured it. It's just stuff that's sort of floating around. And so I've got a great system for managing that. The content is already happening. It's happening right now. My Claude will document this presentation and put it into a place that it can manage it and use it later. And I'm not going to really be involved. So as you can see, my name's Beck. As you can see, that's what I look like. I've been nomadic for more than 13 years. I'm based in Mexico now, in Guanajuato. I don't know how many, 79-ish countries. I've written a bunch of books. I'm a multi-passionate builder. So I'm building all types of things, but mainly focused on content and systems and content systems. So I'm excited to share this with you. So more rhetorical questions. Who's posting consistently right now? For me, this was always a huge pain in my ass. How often am I posting? I've got to show up and do each individual one. I get distracted with cool things. I don't post as often as I want to. Who's burned out of social media? Who's overwhelmed, right? There's just, everyone's posting all the time, and sometimes it's just slop and you're just trying to keep up. That doesn't need to happen. I'm going to show you a cool system that will change everything. So again, what building in public means, it's not live streaming. It can be, that can be part of it. It's not oversharing or being performative or trying to just blab about everything that happens. It's about documenting and capturing what happens, the wins, the lessons, as those things happen. The content is simply a byproduct of your interesting life. It's not a separate task that you have to manage. When people see that you're doing things, they trust you to do it for them. And that's how you get clients, is by showing up more often in front of people, but showing up in different ways and showing up more authentically. And now also we get to show up automatically. And I'm going to show you how. So the capture system, it's just a few minutes a day. It's actually not even 10 minutes a day. I'm going to show you how it works. It's not a new job. It's not hours of work. A capture habit, that doesn't make sense, lives where you already live. Phone, voice memo, camera roll, all those things. You don't have to learn any new stuff. There's no editorial calendar that you need to update. You don't even need to log into a posting system. The rule is that everything gets caught by Claude. at these moments as they happen. Things that are worth capturing every day. The sales that you made, the clients that you've got, the ideas that you have, the quotes that you've said, what your work looks like, wins, lessons, what you got wrong. All of these things can be captured by Claude. So I'm probably just going to skip this, but the difference is it doesn't sound like AI. It needs to sound like you. That's like a really key piece that we're all looking for. We don't want to sound like AI. We don't want to put out slop. This system uses a second brain so that you put all the stuff you've ever made. In fact, not even you, actually, your Claude assistant can do it. Puts everything into a folder or a series of folders in a vault. So it's one source of truth is your second brain. And this is the fundamental piece. If you've got a second brain that has everything, every post you've ever made, every Substack, every blog, every presentation, just like this one, it's got every interview that you've done, every podcast transcript, video transcript. It's got all these things in it, right? Books that you've written. I've written 6 books and probably 30 or 40 freebies, you know, a few pages or things like that. All of those are in my vault. And guess what? Claude has access to that vault. So all these things Claude can read when Claude writes for you. My assistant is Frankie, she, so that's why it says she. So Claude's going to read all of that, and it's going to use it in a really clear way. So there's 2 secrets here. The first one is your brand voice document. It's a markdown file. If you don't know what that is, it's just a file that's got writing in it. It's just literally a file of writing. Instructions for Claude of how to use your content. So if you've got all these pieces of content inside of your second brain, this file is the instructions of how to use it. You know, mine's instructed to use 80% of words that I actually say. So Claude's not writing new stuff. It's using my existing stuff. I'll show you an example in just a second. This file's got examples of your writing. Claude reads it before it does anything. The other secret is the repository. So it is a second brain. I use Obsidian. You can use Google Drive. You can use Notion. I would use one of those 3. I even put in books that I agree with. I've dropped in like probably 100 books into my second brain so that Claude can pull from it. And for that specific folder, this is TMI, but that specific folder, I've told it to only use 20% of those words and things and use 80% of my concepts and my ways of thinking to talk about those concepts in those books. So I'm not plagiarizing or anything like that. But I'm using all of these elements together and all of these pieces together inside of my second brain. And it's absolutely game-changing. The stuff that I put out now sounds like me, and I'll show you an example in a sec. So here's how a session actually works. I run a content session. Frankie, my assistant, let's do content. She reads from my vault. She reads the daily notes. She reads the recent wins. She reads through my books. She drafts posts in my voice using my brand voice document. She drops them into Notion or wherever, mine is Obsidian, for me to review. And I review it. It takes me like 5 minutes. And I approve them. And she schedules them across all my platforms. I don't need to log in. I'm going to show you after this slide why this compounds for hiring. People hire who they remember. I get messages all the time saying, Beck, it looks like you're killing it out there. And like sometimes I am, not always, but I make sure it always looks like I am by putting out loads of content, talking about my successes, talking about my wins, talking about my thoughts and ideas and opinions. And the more people see you, they're like, wow, she's really doing a good job. She knows what she's talking about. The more you capture, the more your assistant has to draw from forever. So over time, your repository, your second brain is growing and learning and holding all the information that, I can't possibly hold all that in my head, but my second brain can. And when I need things, I can ask Frankie to find them and use them. So, result, consistent posts without creating anything, without the burnout. Your life, your voice, your audience. All you need to do is say approved. So here we go here in Claude Cowork. Frankie asks me in the morning, and you can do this once a week or once a month. I try to do it every morning. I think once a week is actually probably better. She says, what are we promoting or talking about today? Now, Frankie already knows that I want to post 9 times a day, 3 times on Facebook, 3 times on LinkedIn, and 3 times on Threads. She already knows that. That's already in the queue. All my platforms are connected. That's already done. I set that up ages ago. And she's got access to my second brain. So when I say travel hacking, which is something that I talk about a lot, and I've written a book on it, she says, got it. Let me pull your brand guide to read first, like we talked about, and any travel hacking content from the drive before writing anything. Good. Wrote a book on this. Let me grab that stuff now. Then Frankie writes me the posts. So all I've done right now for this content session, in order to write 9 posts for the day, is write 2 words, travel hacking. Pretty dope, right? And she's been able to go and do all that work and find all that stuff for me. I'm not going to do that right now. So we're going to come back to that in a second, but I want to cover really quickly the 4 elements that make this whole system work. Number 1, Frankie, your executive assistant. You can name her whatever you want. One of my clients just named his one Thor. Thor, the executive assistant, whatever you want. The second brain is the second part of this. It's your context vault, where Frankie pulls from, or Thor, or whoever, Gerald, call him whatever you want. The infinite content system. Your brain turns into posts on autopilot. So Frankie asked me, what do you want to talk about? I want to talk about this. Boom, 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 boom. She writes me 9 posts in about 4 seconds, all exactly from my existing content. I'm going to let that sink in. She's not writing AI stuff. She's using my exact posts to repurpose and use. I could tell her to do 1 post a day. I could tell her to do 100 posts a day. It's the same. Once I say approved, it gets scheduled automatically. The 4th thing is the beautiful dashboard. You haven't seen that yet, but you will. That's one on-screen cockpit where you can see everything that's happening, all of your the things that have happened recently inside the second brain, what's been scheduled across all your platforms, and a whole bunch of other stuff that you'll see in a second. And Frankie manages the whole lot. Each one has its own job, and they run your visibility while you live your life. So we already talked about Frankie a little bit. She's built inside Cowork. She connects to all your tools, Gmail, Calendar, Notion, Stripe, all the things that you've got. She runs your morning briefings, content sessions like we just saw, following up with people via email, everything, and you talk to her like a person. She's not a chat bot. She's an operator. We talked about the second brain, the vault of everything. If you don't have a brain, you get generic AI slop. You build a brain of all your stuff, you have your own second brain. The brain is what makes Frankie sound like you. The third thing is the infinite content system. Let's look at this real quick, because this is a little bit further down from the one that we just saw. So, for example, I said I want 3 threads a day. Frankie's written these for me, and they look like threads, right? And the LinkedIn ones are longer and more, I would say, formal, and the Facebook ones are longer than this and a bit more informal. These are the threads that she wrote. This is directly from my book that I wrote on flight hacking. And she's just gone in and pulled it. And then she says, let me know if you'd like any changes, or say approved to schedule these. Now, if you remember, I used 2 words earlier as part of this entire process, travel hacking. I'm now going to write a 3rd word here that says approved. So I've posted 9 posts today across 3 platforms by using 3 words, and it's all my content. I just want to pause because that's like a mic drop moment. We can create content from our own stuff automatically now. It's an awesome system. We're not prompting it from scratch. We don't have to spend ages editing. This is stuff I've already written. The content is already in you. You've already created it. You already have it. You're already doing things all day, every day that get added into this system so that Frankie can use it. The system just ships it. The 4th element, the beautiful dashboard. I wasn't going to include this, but it's so cute. I love it. So on one screen, you can see your whole day. Today's tasks, the client pipeline, the content queue, revenue from Stripe, everything can live This is not true. It doesn't live in your iPhone. It lives in your Claude, and it updates yourself and you just look. So this was designed by me. This is my own thing. If you want to look, it could look any type of way you want. You can design it however you want just by asking Claude. I've got 4 tabs across the top. Today, things that are going on. The CRM, which I'll show you in a sec, content, which we just looked at, and stats. So I'm going to show you the CRM. You can drag and drop things across here from whatever your projects are. You've got content, so, you know, the things that are scheduled. Instagram, I got 14 posts scheduled. Facebook, 27 posts. Threads, 30 posts scheduled. These things could be updated a bit better, but you get the point. Then you've got the stats, so money stuff, your subscribers, school members, your habits. I have a habits app that I use, which I also built with Claude Code. And then it reads into my dashboard, so it pulls in all the things that I'm trying to do every day. Let's go to how the 4 elements work together. So we're going to capture, like I said earlier, we capture all the things. This can be dumping things in manually yourself. You can ask Frankie to drag stuff in from, like, let's say Google Drive to Obsidian, or importing things, transcribing them and putting them in the right folder. Frankie will organize and put things into the right place where they need to go. So I don't need to think about it because I hate looking in my vault. She just deals with the whole thing. So we capture things either by, at the end of using Claude, either Claude Code or Cowork, maybe chat, you can say, log this session, and it will summarize everything that got done and put it into the second brain. Think about that. Everything you do inside of Claude, you can say, log this, and it just logs it as a session and says what got done that day, what happened here, why were there errors with this, how did you fix it? All that stuff can be logged. I can also have a daily note that I write my thoughts in as they come in. There's lots of ways to add things to be captured, and those get added to your second brain, which stores and organizes everything. Frankie reads all of that stuff, and she makes drafts, and as like she can make drafts of everything, books, freebies. She can make drafts of emails for email outreach based on all this stuff. Your content system schedules and posts across the internet as often as you want in your own language. So important. That's the most important part. And then the dashboard shows you how everything's working together. So everything you do gets logged and put in your second brain. The system runs and pulls from it, and the dashboard tells you it worked. Frankie manages the whole lot. This makes me so happy. It's such a cool system. I'm really proud of it. So these elements, which of them would change your week the most? Frankie running your morning. You can ask her what you've got on today, or it can just show you in the dashboard. The second brain, finally, with everything being in one place, I suspect this would make the biggest difference to you. The content system shipping posts without you is awesome, but of course it needs a second brain. Or the dashboard giving you back your mornings because you can see in an instant where everything's at without logging into 10 different apps. So I build this for people. I've built Frankie into if you don't know a lot about a Claude Cowork, basically there are plugins that contain skills. Frankie is one of those MD files within a plugin that also contains a whole bunch of skills: content session skills, daily dashboard skills, beautiful dashboard skills. I've got a skill for threads that writes me 100 threads and posts 10 a day. So all I have to do is just scan them because they're already stuff that I've written. If you go to my threads now, you'll see I had a thread the other day that went fairly viral for me. It had 3,500 likes and about 50 comments. And I didn't even know because I forgot to log into Threads that day. And my girlfriend was like, babe, that post, one of your posts is going viral. And I was like, what? And I logged in and I thought, hell yeah, Claude wrote that. Frankie wrote that and posted it. And I didn't even remember. So I think I must have got about 50 followers from it. And that was just like Claude doing that automatically. I didn't even log in for a couple of days. So that is all included in this particular plugin, which I just call the Frankie plugin. all these things. The infinite content system becomes ready to run. There are other things to figure out. Obviously, you need to build, your second brain. I help people to do that. I teach people how to do that. I talk about all these things in my membership, which you can find if you just Google me or, look in any of my things for 5 seconds. You'll see where the membership is. You can get the plugin here inside the membership, or you can set up a call with me, which the call link is right here. We can hop on a call. I can ask you a few questions. Someone needs to mute themselves. So we can hop on a call. I would ask you a few questions first to customize that plugin to make sure that it fits you and your tools and things like that. Some people still use Outlook, which is terrifying to me, but that would need to be this just needs to be customized a little bit. And then we have a call and connect all your accounts and everything is set up and works. So it's sort of a one-shot thing. It's really awesome to set all this up at once. So that's the whole presentation. Build things in public, keep everything organized, use the 4 horsemen of the Claude POC. That doesn't work, but that's my thing. I am going to scroll back to the 4 things right here. Boom, how the 4 elements work together. You guys have got questions, please let me know, but I'm super happy to talk more about this.
This is so cool. I'm doing a lot with Claude, and the difference is I have small pieces of the second brain. You literally focus on building everything that you said it during the presentation, right? The second brain is the secret sauce of all this. You can, without the second brain, nothing of this works. So I have some questions. We have many questions and many hearts coming up on YouTube, especially. We are transmitting different places, but I'm on the Digital Association YouTube, guys. If you want questions and you want them answered by back, please jump on the board. We have a comment first, which is we spoke about this before, which was it can also work really well for neurospicy people, those guys, to manage daily routines and as assistant. Yes.
Totally.
I was like, I know we spoke about this so many times before.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll ask us, what about previous content? When you have an online footprint that you're afraid can collide with present professional goals, like fear of not being hired with political views, how should you approach this? So I guess it's first about the second brain, because how you should build a second brain. In your case, you just added most of the things you built online, but I guess in the end of Askia's case, she would like maybe select the few things. How would you approach it if you were?
Totally, yeah. Awesome, great question, Anna. So the great thing about the second brain is that MD file I talked about at the very beginning, you get to tell Claude what you want to do with that information. You can say, avoid talking about any type of political thing. You could instruct it directly. It will follow whatever instruction you give in that file. The other thing is you don't have to put everything into the second brain. Some stuff that if you don't want to talk about it, don't put it in there. You may have a folder of things that says, do not use any information that's in here, and then dump stuff in, and it's like, definitely don't mention these things. So there's a few different ways to do it, but I would say definitely that initial MD file is going to give all the direct instructions, and that's what your version of Frankie will listen to.
I love it. Phil had one comment and one question, I think. No, two questions actually. The first one was, how do you post constantly online without sounding like, oh fuck, I missed it. Without sounding too pretentious, like the self-awareness part of it, I guess. I had it a little bit in the beginning, but this self-awareness and did you had that? I think I didn't. I just post whatever I think in online. But I'm curious if you ever sometimes feel like self-aware or something like that.
I've definitely had times where I felt a bit pretentious. Yeah, definitely. And I think, we post so much stuff online. Sometimes it can come across a certain way that we didn't mean it to, or sometimes we do feel, I don't know, maybe we do or don't. But again, that can be avoided. You can sound how you want to sound. You dump all the content into the second brain, and then that MD file, you could literally say, always sound humble. You could say, here's 20 examples of what not to do and 20 examples to do, and those 20 sound a bit pretentious and these ones don't, and it will get it. It really is so good at listening and understanding to your instructions in that main MD file. So those two elements are really important for the second brain.
I love that. Yeah, it's true. We can define. Because I just train it on my voice, it just acts like me, and I'm a little bit pretentious. It is what it is. Could you recommend a EU-based similar AI tool? The only AI tool I really use is Lovable, which is more on building AI apps and websites. Do you have anything that does something like Claude in Europe?
You know, I don't have a good answer for this. I'm neurospicy, and when this AI stuff started getting crazy a while back, I thought I need to choose one thing or else I'm gonna lose my mind. So I just thought, screw it. I'm going all into Claude. I understand the reasoning for not wanting to use US things. Totally get that.
Yeah.
And if there is one, let's all talk about it and find it and join it, because that would be amazing. Unfortunately, Claude is very secure, very good, very powerful, and it has a very, it's not going anywhere, you know? So that was important. Those things are really important to me. I want to build something that lasts, that I can use consistently, and it's going to get bigger and better. But I 100% understand what you're saying, and I don't have a good answer for that.
Well, I'm not sure if it helps, but China has really good tools as well. I don't know. It may help. EU, we don't have much, sadly. I think we definitely need to work on that.
Yeah.
But the European Union actually made sure that we cannot innovate in Europe in the AI space, which was terrible.
Right.
And so I'm just playing around with some tools in China, and they are not so far behind. Claude is a unicorn. There's nothing like Claude.
That could be interesting, yeah.
China. Yeah, so not sure if it's an answer for Asfield, but well, I'm looking at China because they're building cool stuff with much less problems. Okay, and then that's really interesting, Beck. Thank you. But I'm curious about engagement sides. When you use AI to distribute content everywhere at once, do you find the platforms actually reward that?
This is a great question. I always wonder about this too. I hear, when you ask a platform like Buffer or PostBridge or whatever, any of those, they all tell you that it makes no difference. My experience is that it makes a difference. I believe, and it's only my opinion, that there's always a drop. There is. You can log in manually to Facebook or whatever, LinkedIn or whatever you're doing every day, 10 times, and you can post something natively, and I believe that will do better. However, I am not going to do that. I can barely log in once, So for me, I do get occasional hits of things. And I think the fact that I'm putting stuff out regularly, and it's decent stuff, and it's in my voice, and it's, it's not just slop, that has made a difference for me than just posting random stuff, from a poster. It is, I believe there is a slight drop, but for me, the benefit of putting out a lot of content regularly and not having to log in manually and do it, that's totally worth it.
Yeah, I even have people doing it on YouTube Shorts.
Yeah,
they did reports. I heard this in Austin. I was in Austin last week. And the guy is working with NGOs, and they have lots of trouble to passing the message. So they're creating videos with the data they have and creating short videos of 30 seconds and posting in all the languages in all YouTube channels automatically. It's wild. So even for YouTube, this is possible, which kind of connects with the next question, which is, and how about an artist like a painter and knitters? I'm not sure if this is the right way to say it. Mostly having pictures without voice memos or texts. How should we approach this?
Yeah, that's a great question too. So that's something that I'm working on right now. So I think I've perfected, as far as it can be perfected right now, the art of content repurposing of written content. Like no one else is doing it like this. I think this is the best way. And as far as images go, you can't keep images in Obsidian, but you can have an image folder and a video folder in Drive, in Google Drive. It takes up more space, so that's the thing. You can have Frankie or Thor, Gerald, whoever, go in and make posts with images. It's a little bit more effort to instruct it how to read those images because AI is not great at reading images or videos yet. It may be a little bit more of a manual process in terms of checking and scheduling and that type of thing. That's how I would do it. In terms of automatic posting of images and videos, I would still do it, but I would do it a little bit more manually. And I would keep things in Drive, and I would like a Drive folder, one of photos and one of videos, and I would label each of them. When I add them, I would like name the file. So it's not IMG1552. It's like, painting name 7 or something, because you've got a whole bunch of them videos of you doing this painting. And then it can use those files better because it has a better idea of what's going on. If you just dump 200 things in a folder, it's not really going to do a good job of organizing them unless you want to just post them randomly. So it does require a little bit more effort. But again, this is something that I'm currently experimenting with. I think that I've figured out a way to make carousel reels automatically.
I know. I saw someone doing it in Brazil.
Yeah. I think people are sort of catching on to that right now, where you can just tell Claude, here's 8 images, or come up with 8 of your own, pull them from my folder and write 8 captions, put them on top of there, turn them into whatever they need to be turned into to get posted on TikTok, and just post 1 a day. So again, these things can be slop or they can be great. And it's sort of, you do have to figure out a good rhythm and a good system for doing that for yourself. There are ways to do it for sure. I think maybe that way, Reels and TikTok of doing those carousels would be a great thing for like more visual businesses. Yeah.
I love it. Okay, we have to go to the next one very fast because we are really late. And Vasquez, everything will be recorded, and I think we'll play around with the Claude into doing something actionable for everybody, that we can actually ask questions to people, and with all the context from all the speakers, and you can follow them and ask questions directly as well. Is there a risk to lose Frankie's smartiness, or needs to wipe something?
Is there a risk of losing smartness?
Yeah. Is there a risk that they go dumb? It happened with Claude. Claude just announced that for 1.5 months, they were really dumb, actually.
Yeah. So this is great. Claude sometimes gets dumb, for sure, because it's being trained on everyone's weird shit, And sometimes when there's like a new version or something, the other one gets worse. I don't care about any of that. Guess why? I'm in my own environment. I'm not in Claude. I'm using like general Claude, but Frankie has her own instructions and she doesn't need to like think like Claude. Maybe if I was trying to write a book or something like that was using Claude's information, but I'm not. I'm only using my own shit. And I've got 10 years of social media content in my second brain. Frankie doesn't need to be smarter or dumber or get any. She's only following the MD file instructions and she's using my content. So I'm sitting in my own little environment here, and I don't need to deal with whether or not whatever's going on with Claude and another realm.
I love it. I have my own question. How did you scrape 10 years of social media posts out of social media? Because that's huge. Like I tried to do something with LinkedIn with my top 20 posts.
Yeah.
It was allowed, but Claude on the desktop Chrome app did it. How did you go through 10 years? Are you recording it, or there is a process with AI as well?
So, like within the reason 10 years. Of course, I can't find every single thing, but
did you copy paste it, or did you use AI to do it?
I used both. So I exported all of my Facebook posts.
Is that an option?
Yeah, you can go into the Facebook settings and you can export every post and all my saved posts as well, like all my business saved posts.
Okay, got it.
You can do the same thing with Twitter. You can do it with, I believe you can do it with LinkedIn. I didn't do it with LinkedIn. I just scraped it because I didn't have, I don't have that many. And everyone's got different stuff. I had so much stuff in Google Drive and but that kind of stuff. So I just got Frankie to pull it all and move it and organize it.
I love Frankie. Last question, because we
Yeah.
need to go. From Andrea, just so we finish, how can we make sure that your voice is not lost to AI databases and data privacy? Like putting all your life online, even if it's just on your second brain. Are you afraid that AI will just use your data, I guess?
Oh, great
so
question.
How do you deal with data privacy, basically?
No, in Claude, there's a setting where you can turn off. I want to use this data to train AI. Most people don't know that exists. It's a setting. It's just a switch. So
Amazing.
mine's just turned off, and it's, as private as it can be. Of course, there are fucking caveats to that, but it's switched off. So technically, I'm not losing all my stuff or even using that to train AI.
Amazing. Beck, you are a rock star. Somebody commented this. Wait a second. I need to tell you this because this was a really cool comment. Wait, there's a lot of questions, Beck. This is problematic. I don't know. Somebody did a cool.
Just
really
jump
cool
on.
comment.
Just find me. Ask me the question. Like I'm on everything. The Beck Power most of the time.
Yes. That was actually, sorry. Is it just coincidence that the term power user and the name Beck Power are so similar? I think not. So I think there's a branding game there that you can play with.
There is a branding thing there. My second brain is called Brain Power.
I'm just saying. Beck, thank you so much. You are a rock star. I hope to see you on our next conference that I will announce today, the location and the date, but I'll send you privately as well. And thank you for being a rock star and share so much. I love everything you're building. You're a rock
Good to
star.
see you, man. Catch you soon.
Thank you.
Everyone.
All right. We are going to the last presentation, Remote for Good. And I love because Andrea and many other people and Ferraz, Phil are also asking a lot of questions around privacy and all around this aspect of AI, but also what is really remote for good and how can we use remote for good. And the next speaker is the expert on this matter. So hopefully she will come to the stage and she will push her to the stage like we do often. Miss Ligia Gomes. Wait. Oh, here we are. Oh, Beck is still here. Hi, Beck. I think João was distracted. Our producer is like, this is the problem with having online events. He can do more things than just produce the
At the
conference.
same time.
I think it's like with 3 clouds. I think he's trying to on cloud cowork, just replicating everything that Beck was doing. It's just like, that's what I felt.
He's already like posting in several social media right now as we speak.
I'm sure. Miss, the stage is all yours. I'm very curious about your talk. And we have a lot of people waiting for your talk here on the chat. So let's rock it. Let's go.
Let's go. I hope everyone is still energized. Okay. Let me just start sharing. And can you see my screen? Not yet. Of course, like there's traffic now next to my window as I'm starting, and I'm pretty sure you can hear it. But anyway, hi everyone. I'm Ligia Gomes. I'm part of Nomads and Pirates. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very glad we organized this with Gonçalo and the team because all conversations have been extremely powerful. And I've been really enjoying the fact that people touch in some of the things that I'm going to discuss now. I think you are probably listening, but like I live in central Lisbon, very close to the tram. So every time someone parks the car in the tram, like there's a bunch of noise, and there's also like an ambulance coming. Give me 1 second, and I'll continue. This is the beauty of remote work. Okay. So, as I was saying, I'm Ligia, I'm part of Nomads and Pirates. Ana Milhazes is the other alpha of Nomads and Pirates, but unfortunately she's quite sick with no voice. So I hope you get better, Ana. So I'll be the one presenting. So bear with me because this was a very last minute thing. So I'm right now picking everything up. And yeah, and today we are going to talk about like something that is simple, but it's not always easy, and how we approach remote work in a more conscious way. So that's the idea for it. And I really hope that everyone is still awake. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about ourselves, not going extremely deep. If you look on LinkedIn for our names, you'll find me and Anna, and you'll see how many career changes we got. So Anna studies sociology, but she's the queen of sustainability and zero waste in Portugal. She is a Climate Pact ambassador. She does a lot of blogging for everyone that doesn't know what it is. It's basically like picking up trash and while running, I guess. And I hope I'm not wrong, or at least like walking and picking up waste that is on the streets. And she is recently working a lot on systems change. She works in a big university here in Portugal called Nova SB, remotely from her house that is in a rural area. So this is something that it's great because you don't have to live right now like an area that it's not in a city to work. And you can work for those places. So like it's very good. She has a very like balanced, and as she calls herself, like she if you follow her on Instagram, her Instagram is Anna Go Slowly. So now in a rural area, she can go slowly, work remotely. And she's also a speaker, done a lot of talks and workshops. We met in Azores in the Eco Co-Living place, and we shared the room and we got friends right away. And I'm very happy because this team behind this, like Gonçalo and João and everything, they were also like some of them were there, and it was very good that they put me and Anna sharing the room, because this is how Nomads and Pirates was born. And like I've been working remotely for 10 years now. I started to work for a company that was creating program for digital nomads to work remotely around the world. And then of course I wanted to have that life because I wanted to travel more, as most of the people that today said that was the reason why they wanted to work remotely. Especially not just for that, like in the beginning, also to spend my time with more time with my family. So I think like you'll see that all the changes, if you check our LinkedIn's, is kind of in like there's roots on the changes that we were doing towards more like purpose and impact. So before like we go into this, I just wanted to put a little bit of context on why this matters so much to us. Of course, we are not experts with perfect answers. We are here because we've been exploring these questions ourselves, and we've been helping people exploring these questions and supporting them while they're going this transition. And because I call myself, for example, a generalist, because I started as a pharmacist. I study anthropology. I've done so many other things, and all these changes made me believe that every time that we really want to pursue something, and some people talk about it today, you have to think about like where do you want to go. So you have to put a little bit more effort on that. Because remote work can give you freedom. That's like, we've been discussing that the whole day, but it also gives you some responsibility, right? And especially like, I'm not even going to the digital nomadism, but when you are a digital nomad, you can choose where you want to live, and that can have impact, for example, in the communities. So it's very important that you think about it and think, how can you actually be part of that community and give back? So for example, but you can also just be working remotely in your house, and that's also like gives you responsibilities in different reasons, because where you work, what you do, and who you work for has an impact, and on people, on communities, and of course in the type of world that you want to shape. And if you have this in your background, then you have, of course, better solutions for your future. And And one thing that we've been discussing a lot is, I don't think people think about this that much, but do you ever stop thinking about the amount of hours in your lifetime that it's about working? That's more time that you spend with your family. It's more time that you spend sleeping, because unfortunately, we should sleep better than we sleep. It's very important. I have a sleeping disorder, so I really want to stress this out. Like, please have good amount of time to sleep. But it's more than anything else that we are doing. And yet most people never stop to ask, like, what am I actually contributing to, right? So I'll give you a moment to think about it. Like, this number is a lot, 90,000 hours. Like, it's a big number. If you divide it by like 8 hours per day, how many days a month we work more or less, and you'll see how many years that like it's a lot. So we also got this statistic that it's from 2023, so I'm not 100% sure it's the same right now, but like 22% of European workers are working remotely. And I think you also know that there was a little bit of backlash, like there were after COVID. So I've been working remotely before COVID, where there was not a lot of opportunities, especially if you were European or not English native, or if you didn't have a specific skill. That changed a little bit after COVID. And then now we've been seeing a lot of companies like having people go back to the offices, and people are not happy about it. That's why we are here today. I'm pretty sure a lot of you are in this situation where you want to change to have a remote job because of this situation. So I'm pretty sure that if 22% of the European workers already work remotely, that's 22% of people that had the freedom to choose where they want to work, what they want to build, what systems they support. But it's still like there's a lot of room to grow, right? That's a big percentage or where we could be. So imagine the potential of everyone else who could be starting working remotely and is not there yet. It's an enormous amount of collective power that is kind of waiting to be activated. So the question is how we are going to use this collective power. So it's important to say that remote freedom is not neutral. So every job, even if we don't think a lot about it, it's supporting a system. So the real questions that you have to think of is like, which system do I want to support? So when we say for good, we don't mean like perfect, because these days, even if you think very like specifically on brands you don't want to support, on things you don't want to be part of, there's always like somewhere where you lack a little bit. So for example, if you follow me on Instagram, for example, you'll see that I put a lot of things about responsible consumption, sustainability, but then I travel a lot. So there's always something that it's not going to be 100% perfect. But I think it's always about the balance, right? So if you find something where you really believe you are supporting a good system, then of course there's other areas of your life where like maybe you cannot do everything, right? So you have to choose, and also being okay with that, like understanding that, for example, we've been talking a lot about AI. I'm pretty sure that's a conversation. We also use AI. We use AI to do this presentation. I'm not going to tell again, but like Claude is an amazing tool, and we know the amount of water or like other environmental problems that it can bring. But at the same time, we are also like trying to balance in other ways of our life where we are not supporting certain sort of systems. So what we mean is like being conscious, okay? So the importance of things is just not doing things because we are doing, is like being more conscious about our choices. So so the interesting about remote work is that it gives you leverage. You can choose who you work for, you can choose what kind of work you do, and again, you can choose what kind of impact your work supports. So for us, this is not just about the lifestyle or the flexibility, it's also about alignment. So this is what I want you to start thinking a little bit about. And sorry, I have to look here to change my slide. And that alignment can look very, very different for each person. Like I mentioned before, like for some people, it's sustainability, climate, circular economy, responsible brands. Every day you can add a little thing more that on what you're doing. For other people, it's like social impact, like education, health, inclusion. And for others, it can be more like a systemic change, like new ways of working, new economic models. What can we do differently? But the important thing here is you don't need to save the world. It's very, very difficult that you are going to save the world by yourself, but you can be part of it, okay? So you just need to stop contributing to what no longer serves you. It's not the right thing for you at that moment. And when possible, move towards for something better. So this is what we want a little bit to, and So I want to, like, I don't know if we have 2 minutes now because we are so late, but I just want to, if you feel free, if you feel okay with that, like write in the chat. I cannot see it right now, but then Gonçalo is going to tell me and I'm going to see it. But if you can write something about like one issue you care about, if you don't feel okay writing in public, just write in your notes or just like in your phone, whatever. One issue you care about, one skill you have or you are thinking about building, and one type of organization that you would feel proud supporting. And just to be clear, this is not, this doesn't have to be your purpose of life. It's just a direction, okay? It's a direction that you would like to go. I'm not sure I can wait here like for I don't know, like do we have time, Gonçalo? Like I don't know if there's answers in the chat if you want to pop up and just say something.
So
if there's
it's very,
something in the chat.
the answer is no, because not because we don't have time,
Okay.
we cannot have, but because it takes time to go from here to the YouTube. Yet we have some answers already. I saw an answer that just disappeared. I saw an answer that
Okay,
disappeared.
no worries.
so
We'll see it in
somebody-
the end. We'll see it in the end
Yes.
if someone just wrote that. Otherwise, like just write in your notes in your paper. Gonçalo, you can go. You can rest now. Sorry. Okay, let's go. We'll talk about it later, but just start thinking about it. So yeah, so the thing is like you don't need to change everything in your life, okay? So that's the most important thing that I wanted to say. So impact doesn't come from the perfect plan. Like we were discussing earlier today, the perfectionism, it's not leading us anywhere. Let's try to be the best that we can for every single situation and put all our heart on it. So it usually just starts with your next step. So maybe a little better role, maybe choosing a better company that aligns more with your values, or maybe like showing thinking about the direction that you want to have in the future that feels more aligned than what you're doing right now. And doesn't have to be from today to tomorrow. We've seen today a lot of presentation of people that actually discuss that, like things take a little bit of time. So if you start thinking about like, that's great, I'm guessing. But what we see a lot of times again and is that people get stuck here because everyone is feeling overwhelmed, right? We also discussed that today. Like there's a lot of information, a lot of things going on. You're always measuring success with the other people. So yeah, people feel overwhelmed, they feel scattered, they don't know where to start. There's a lot of tools, a lot of resources. There's so many options, many opinions, and sometimes no clear path. And that's like exactly where we support people. So at Nomads and Pirates, that was what me and Anna discussed like many years ago in the Azores, in that like beautiful place. We were thinking on like how can we help people, supporting them to find their next remote work. In the beginning, we were very focused on like sustainability and social impact roles, and then we start talking to people, and then that's when we realized what we just wrote in this presentation, that like purpose can mean something for different people. So right now we've been helping people from like different areas, and just to finding their alignment, their career direction. So usually what we do is like one-on-one sessions, very practical, very personalized. For example, we have a single session for people who need clarity, direction, and then we have other products with like a 4-session journey where we rethink the career in a more intentional way, like understanding everything that happened in the past, like trying to see skills, because sometimes people have skills that they don't think they can use for a remote job, but actually it's something that it's important. I'll just give a brief example. I was recently in a school in a very rural area of Portugal, in Gouveia, giving this talk. And we were discussing that sometimes like the students, when they are deciding where to go to university, and then when they finish the university, they don't know where to go. And sometimes like skills like being the one that gets the group together to do, those assignments, group assignments, that there's always people that don't do anything and others that organize everything. So maybe having that organizational skill is something that you can leverage and you can show that you have that skill. Or maybe like sometimes could be something like you are a person that you talk very easily in public and you never notice that. So there's a lot of little skills that sometimes people don't understand that they have, and we help with that. And you usually look at things like what actually fits you, where can you find the right opportunities, because there's like, I don't know, thousands of job boards these days, and the LinkedIn, and we've been discussing, like Gina was saying, like you have to probably think about your persona online and not just wait for applying to stuff and hope that you're being selected. So there's a lot of work that you need to do. So understanding where to find the right opportunities in your particular area with your particular personality, it's also something that it's very important, and how to build a path that aligns with your values, your lifestyle. So clarity and action, that's usually where we focus the most. And just to finish, we brought you a lot of questions today. I'm guessing, I hope you took some notes and you start thinking about what can be your next steps in your career. And that would be a good sign, because remote for good, it's understanding right now, like the amount of hours that you work. I think 19,000, maybe it's still in your head right now. So it's a lot of time for doing something that you don't feel like you want to be doing. So what we have offer here for you in our like services, we have 15% off if you use the code Remote Freedom Lab. And we have several things. We have, you can start small. We have like a remote starter kit that it's a practical guide, have curated job boards, like direction worksheet, and more resources for you. Everything that you can do, like to start like thinking about this. And then of course you can book one-on-one sessions with us. And it starts like the regular price will be 89 euros, but like with the 15% off is less. And where we have a session with you, like to focus in your career, what could be your direction. And then we have like also a career acceleration program, which is 4 sessions where we will work like in a more deep way with you. So understanding what would be your next step. Here's the QR code if you want to check. And it's also, I think it's also in this next slide, which is just our last slide. So this is very briefly for us. I tried to be quick because I know that we are very, very late. Thank you for being here. And I really hope that this gave you a little bit of thinking on, am I actually in the right job right now? Like, what should I change now? And if anything stayed with you, if you have any questions, something you want to explore, we are always here for you. You can find our website, our handle for social media, for Instagram, and our email. Just reach out. Like if you have any other questions, we are always here to help. And yeah, and I hope that at least I left you with this one small thing to think about on like what's remote for good. Well, you want a remote job, but what's actually work for good for you. So that's exactly what we want to explore, because we believe that people that are doing what they love and they feel that what they're doing is aligned with their values will be more productive, will have their health will improve, they'll have more time, more energy to be with friends, family, with the dog, whoever makes you happy. And that's it from our sides. And now I'm going to probably start.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
Very good. It's very interesting how it changes as well. I was just thinking, when I started working remotely, I just wanted to do it so I could travel the world and be an nomad. And right now it's so much more about being with Carolina, my girl, being with my wife, and just enjoying life. It really, it just changes with time, the why. It's very, very interesting. I love it.
Oh, we're getting older too.
Yeah, getting older.
Yeah, but I think it's and it's something that also like I think this conversation me and Anna started to have, and for a lot of reasons, but one that really stuck with me was I was doing, the digital nomad life, going to, like we talked about Bali today, about other places, and I started to realize the impact that I was having, and especially when I was receiving digital nomads here in Lisbon, and well, we know the situation in Portugal right now. It's not because of that, of course. Like, I have very strong opinions. I even wrote a thesis about it, if you want to read.
Me too.
And if you understand what it is. But the thing is, like, there's always an impact on the communities. So it's a choice if you want to be have a positive impact and be more like in the community. But also, like, when we work remotely, let's say, like right now, I spend more so of my time in Lisbon, so that's not even a thing anymore. About like being in different communities that is not like mine that I have here. But also, like, I feel at this moment that having a remote job really makes my life easier to spend my time with my family. My grandmother is getting very old. Spend time with my dog. Now I have a dog, so I cannot travel that much. So,
Okay, baby. Yeah.
and it's
Same
very, how can I say, rewarding. Yeah, I think it's the word.
I'll be. Okay,
have
Ana
questions
Vasquez
for
is trying to buy from the starter kit. I'm watching the chat. It's very active. Ana Vasquez is working on it. Yes, Lebura Paulino. Ligia, how do you use your pharmacist skills on your role right now?
Oh, that's such a great question. I don't use that much. Okay, so actually, yes and no. So I didn't speak about myself, but I have a master in pharmaceutical sciences, a master in anthropology, and I took 2 post-graduations, one in sustainable development, another one in development and international cooperations, cooperation, which made me actually at some time work for UN, for the World Food Program. And I think, like, all these, like, I really like to study, and I really believe that, of course, not today, if you want to learn a skill or something, you have a bunch of things free online. But if you are a nerd like me, you like academic work. So what I think, where I use the most from my pharmaceutical sciences in my work right now, it's more in the sense that when you study science, you have to learn how to organize your thinking. Okay, so I've been working lately in a lot of creative teams, like teams that are like more from like arts and like social sciences. And I think my pharmaceutical background gives me a lot of help to help organizing stuff. So I usually say I'm a generalist, but like honestly, what I like to do the most is organizing stuff and like thinking about strategy and like having clear objectives and clear goals. And I'm very sad that Anna is not here because Anna is even best at this. So and I think like studying sciences made like my way of thinking very like, we have a problem, we have to find a solution, we have to test which solution we'll have. And I also really helped me not freaking out when pandemic was on and understanding very well what was happening. And I remember I was in Cape Town when that happened, and people were asking, what do you think? Do you think it's going to be a problem? And I think it's going to be a problem. We might go home now. So, but I have to be honest and say that specifically on what I'm doing these days, I'm not very connected into my pharmaceutical science. Only like seeing what my partner does every day here because he still works for pharmaceutical industry. So,
oh, wow, you left him behind. Yeah. Very good. I asked in the chat, why are people trying to work remotely? Meanwhile, Anna is alive. She's on the chat.
Okay.
So she's answering questions from Ana Vasquez and everybody else. And there was a comment. Oh, wait. People keep the adding and deleting. Okay. I find it incredibly important to discuss this topic. Also, your Instagram work is very inspiring.
Wow.
That was very
Thank you.
So we have a big fan of your Instagram. I kind of agree. And
whoever wants to follow a crush on,
yes,
my Instagram handle.
We'll put there somewhere there. I did dive first, move to another country, and then now I am trying to find my remote job between stuff after a few years gap for office job. Yeah, offices are not great. We don't love offices. We love the freedom to explore the world. At least the freedom to live anywhere else that's not the center of Lisbon with ambulance.
Well, I live in the center of Lisbon. I really like it, to be honest. But I can understand that. Sometimes I'll go to other places.
There is this Nemilhazes comment, let's use remote work to leave the center of Lisbon. No.
She was just teasing me.
Yeah, no, it was me actually. But then Nemilhazes agreed. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you so much. You'll be back on the stage in 2 minutes because I only have the last 4 slides of all this, which is
Okay.
okay.
So it's
4 hours of
in a bit.
content, actually 5 hours of content. Damn. So how do we integrate all these people? How do we actually move forward and make sure that's not only a conference? And like someone more successful than me said, wait, I'm just waiting for João to push my presentation. We're waiting. Yes, go João, you can do it. We believe in you. Yes, thank you, João. João is our producer. If you're asking, João, he will come back on stage. Okay, you created all this cool stuff, but knowledge without action is just entertainment. I don't have a dog, but I have a baby, and she wants to leave home because we're late. So sorry for Carolina. But again, knowledge without action is just entertainment. So this is my suggestion for what you should do today, tomorrow, after the conference, etc. The 48-hour rule. If you don't take action in the next 48 hours, nothing will happen. Again, if you don't take action within the next 48 hours, you probably never will. Right now, you're motivated. You found so much more information. You followed the right people. How can you actually make sure that all this knowledge is not just entertainment? Motivation will fade. In 3 days, you'll not remember most of this. Life gets busy. Monday, you start your job again in the office. So let's make this commitment right now. Let's do something different this time and make sure that we don't fall in the same trap. What reasoned the most? So you have to ask yourself these 3 questions. Question number 1, from all these talks, what resonated the most with you? What was the moment that you felt, this is me, this is exactly for me? And the answer for me will be very different from the answer for you. For me, personally, because of my journey, was back. And I was like, wow, I need to create that. But if it was the Gonçalo of 10 years ago, maybe it was the talk about how to get a remote job. Maybe it was any other talk. If I was going freelance in the beginning in my career, maybe it was Hannah Dixon. So think about, from all these, which one actually resonated with me the most? And the second step is, what's the one thing that I can do right now? It's not everything. You'll never do everything, but everything always started with one small step. If you put your shoes on, you'll probably go for a run. So what's the one thing that you can do today, tomorrow, to actually start your movement towards your goal? Start the movement, start making something. What is it? Is it your portfolio that we had a case here on our YouTube chat? What is it that you will create? The one thing that you'll create to start your move towards your goal, whatever that may be in this remote spectrum. And the third one is, when exactly will you do it? And don't say next month, it's May, it's 9th of May. When are you doing it? My secret, I'm fully ADHD, fully in the spectrum. My secret to actually do something is that Google Calendar is the center of everything I do. So can you put a time today in your Google Calendar or whatever you use, 2 hours, a block of 2 hours to review one of the talks and actually take the one action that you will take for your future? It seems very simplistic, yet most people never take action. If you don't take action after these 4 hours, it was good entertainment, but nothing will change in your life. If you do one thing, another one will follow. Good things will start to happen. More people will start to connect, and that's how you change your life. So answer to this, they are very easy. Go to your Google Calendar, book the time, and make sure that it works for you. The action formula, very easy. 1, write it, pen, paper. I know, OG, we are going OG today. Make it real. Number 2, schedule it. Number 3, share it with someone. If you have someone on the same journey or someone you trust, maybe your husband or wife, your partner, your best friend, tell them, this is what I'm going to do. I learned about this. This is exactly what I'm doing. And then ideally, please just do it. Don't be like me. If I don't put things in the calendar, they'll never happen. Ideas in your head are just ideas. Read one plus schedule, make it real. If I want to work in a project and it's not on my Google Calendar, it doesn't exist. And now this is your turn. Drop in the comments if you can, my one action. This is exactly what I will do by tomorrow, next week. Tell me more. 48 hours, one action, people, only one action. Meanwhile, you'll have access to all the presentations. We are trying to create something cool with Claude, and maybe you can do some AI friendship situation with all the questions and all the presentations. But you will be able to see all the talks, over and over again to make sure that actually we absorb, because it was a lot of information, lots of exposure, and we hope that you can actually go through and take action. Because my success measure, we are not selling it. We are not, none of the people organizing the conference, me, Ligia, João, and Sophia, we're not selling anything. We have a mission. Our mission with this conference is to have more people working remotely in whatever way it's good for them. And that only works if you guys take action like I did 10 years ago. So take action, let's go. And Ron, you can remove my presentation. This is all I have to say. Action, action, action. Just do it. I almost create a new slide. Now I will stop my presentation here, and I will call my people to the stage because we have something big to share. We organize the Nomad World Summit for the last 4 years, I think. And during those 4 years, we did it always in Algarve, in Albufeira. But this year, there's a new government, and they're not very into nomadism. And so what will happen is that we are announcing now the new dates and the new city where we are organizing the next Nomad World. Also the team. I think the team is very, very important. I think we had a slide for that. I'm just hoping that João can push the slide eventually. João, wake up. João needs to come to the stage as well. Ligia needs to come to the stage as well. Katerina cannot, Sophia cannot, and Amiash cannot. So let's just hope that somebody joins me on stage. And to announce the next place where we are doing the Nomad World. And the next city having the Nomad World Fest is Porto. I don't know where it's João. I don't know what's happening, but we are doing the Nomad World in Porto. Oh, João just woke up. So if you want to come in September from the 10th to the 13th, we'll be having 2 days full of talks. Our team, which is very important for me this year, is building freedom. We will teach you, it's a lot about entrepreneurship, so it's more focused on that side of the remote work spectrum. But if you are really into trying to build a business with AI, without AI, you go all the way from physical to digital, to everything in between. That's what we are trying to do with this conference. So just join us. There's a waiting list. We're not selling tickets yet. So make sure that you join us and we will make some magic there. So if you have any questions, ask on the chat. If not, I will ask my team to join us and close the conference because it was intense 5 hours. Team, hello.
Estou eu.
João is alive. I was worried because I was speaking alone.
Some delay. I was answering, always multitasking.
Were you doing your second brain? Was this what was happening?
Yeah, I was updating so we can get all the posts like automatically. My Claudio was just asking me some things. Claudix, I'm going to call it Claudix.
Very good, people. Congratulations, we did it.
Yeah, we survived once again.
I woke up at 4 a.m. We did. It was very, very hard. I must tell you that, but you did an amazing job. I was just presenting.
I'm loving this.
I'm not. My ADHD is not happy about this. Okay, I lost control of this conference.
And the sound that should be happening before when you launch it, I just missed the timing.
So yeah, it's the timing from the slides and from the sounds. But well, it's just with delay. Yeah, internet has some delay to YouTube, so maybe it works. Yeah. People, congratulations, we did it. So everybody in the chat, this is part of the team. We're missing 2 other elements that are or sick or half dying. But they will be back eventually. I was just the MC. I organized more or less 5% of this. These guys did everything else. We have some words for the people, especially João, because João didn't speak much today. He was just doing AI stuff and trying to push slides in between.
No, João was doing AI stuff. Are you saying I'm an AI avatar? Yeah, I was just the AI behind all of this operation, right?
Yes.
Our
The human
operation
touch.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have the human touch. Now we discovered that it's very hard to organize online conferences with an operational that is also building on AI at the same time.
No, the next event to organize, we'll have a talk about doing this totally automatically with AI. It's just going to be amazing. That's next step. There's a lot of things you can automate for events for sure and can be done, especially communications and so yeah, there's definitely a margin there. So this is a business opportunity. Anyone who wants to focus on using AI to make organizing events even easier. There's a market. There's a lot of people like us who organize small events and don't have enough time. Like all of us, we are like a big group. Nobody was like really full time of this for sure. Far from that, and it was hard. But if there was an AI tool that could save us time for a lot of things, the smaller things that just don't have much time to do, I think that's definitely a business. The last business suggestion here for this event.
I love it, Ligia. What are you building after this? Oh, sorry for the noise again.
No, I was thinking about the first moment that we speak about doing this event, and the conversation was, oh, we don't have time. None of us have time, but we should do this. And then I remember I was in Nagasaki and I was having the call like in the train, and they usually don't speak like in public transport, so I had to go like very quiet talking to you, and thank you so much for like inviting Amazon Pirates to join you to do this. I think there was a lot of knowledge here. I'm pretty sure that the people that actually stay the 5 hours, they'll have to like go back to the presentations that they feel they resonates more with them. For sure, there's like each presentation will resonate with someone. I just want to thank again to our speakers because they were like amazing. I know that we spoke more. Everyone spoke a little bit more than it was supposed to, but I think it was important. So yeah, I think we should definitely think about doing something else again.
Yeah, I agree. So I had lots of questions and people asking me, can we do one dedicated to AI? I'm not sure. And everybody wants to build a second brain, so we may have to bring backpack. Yeah, maybe there's something around AI. Also, I'm doing, so we have the Nomad World in Porto, and then right after it, actually organizing Porto AI Week. So it's a whole week with decentralized events for anyone who organize events, sponsored by the biggest brands as well in the AI world. That's going to be all over Porto just the week after that. This is like every event can be free, can be paid, but the whole Porto will be full of AI events for the next week. So this is something that you care about, and if you'll be in Porto one way or the other, these are the two things we are building there. Porto, Portugal. I don't know where people are definitely going from, but Ana Vasquez is in. We already know. And yeah, everybody else that cares about AI, we are doing these two things in Porto, trying to push Ligia to come as well. And is already there. And João will have to be there with his baby as well.
Yeah, and use the QR code and the code to put on the chat, because then you get a discount for when we start the sale, which we haven't started yet. So
yes,
okay,
amazing. So MRADTKA has 9 A4 pages with notes. And don't worry, we will also send. I'm waiting to walk the dog. I'm waiting to walk the baby.
Yeah, my dog is actually like running around here because she's also waiting for me to walk her. So
my baby as well. That's why she's so noisy. She's going crazy. We need to leave the house.
See, like,
back, work, power. People, you are amazing. Thank you for staying with us until the end. You are the special ones. Organization, you are the best. Thank you for organizing this and being part of this. And yeah, I'll see you next time. We'll send you everything in the next days and all the video and content, and maybe we'll do something with AI. I'm trying to do something, maybe a companion, AI companion for people around all the content that we do. So today, see you everyone. Enjoy the weekend, integrate, and see you in Porto.